We are live at Coletco. It is Wednesday, the 21st, and Chad has laid his phone down somewhere. I'm Chad, by the way. Chad has laid that phone down somewhere. I know I brought it back here. So I guess that means Laura's going to have to do the sale.
Wait, what?
I've lost my phone. I'll find it. I've got one in my hand. Tanner's been very distracting lately. I will find it. I bet it's up front. Yeah, that was funny. Laura walked by and I was like, well, Laura's doing the sale. Well, that's not good. Let me see if it's back up here. I'm going to start liking and sharing everything. Right. Song of the day is, well, I've been listening to a song from an album we're going to have tonight because it caught my attention. It's, I hadn't looked at the lyrics. I'm kind of afraid to. It's called Greasebox by Tad. I hadn't really understood what he's saying or what he's talking about, but I'm kind of afraid to, because so I guess you can share the lyrics and I'll figure out what he's been saying. But I like the song. Dang it, I can't find my phone. Wherever my backpack is, it's got to be close. I bet I've laid something on top of it. I've moved what? What all have I moved? I've moved that. Oh, found it. Calling phones don't work anymore because no one keeps their ringer on. I haven't had my ringer on in months. This is the business phone. I don't give it out. I got one phone, and then I had one phone, of course, and I stopped giving it out. Then I had a business phone. I stopped giving that number out too. I just tell everybody to call Tanner or Seth. And then Seth's number got cut off because he got fired. I'm just joking. Okay. Tanner's making a lot of racket back there in the back. My ringer is on and way too loud. So yeah, I have two phones, and they're both private numbers. I really need a third. I pay Verizon a lot of money every month. All right, this is also streaming to YouTube. And my Gmail is out of storage. Has anybody ever had that happen? I haven't got an email since 2:38 today. I'm out of storage. I thought it was like a scam, but I've had some people try to email me and no email. Says I've used up 15 gigabytes of storage. I was like, dang, that's a lot for emails. I thought it was just some kind of, buy storage scam or something, but so I hadn't got an email since about 2 o'clock today. I really hadn't opened text, except the most pressing ones. Like if I don't open them from Mom or Tanner, then the whole store may shut down. So, and I've been awake for about an hour and a half. So, y'all catch me in the mornings if you don't know that by now. You're in my morning time. If I do start at 5, then I've probably been awake for about an hour. All right, one more place to share it, and then we're going to get right into selling. $80,000 emails. I don't think Google allows that. Wow. What did everybody else say? Delete emails. Yeah. Oh, I delete them. That's the first thing I do after the sale when I, quote, get to work after the sale. After I go to work after the sale, first thing I do is work on emails. Because that's where I get information about new releases and restocks and pre-orders and price changes. Yeah. I'll try to clear up some space, but I'll probably go ahead and buy storage. Because I don't want it to happen again. They got me right where they want me, buying storage. My iCloud is 2 terabytes and it's almost full. I was like, how in the world? That's how many photos and videos I have. All right, shout out to Mike Massey. I actually legitimately have a gavel now. This meeting will come to order. Wow, thank you, Mike. I've never owned a gavel before. I've used a gavel. I've had to use a gavel running some meetings before. Various organizations I've been involved in, I've had to use a gavel. I won't mention such organizations. Now that makes me sound like I was in a bad organization. 4-H, class president, the Masonic Lodge, Lions Club. Yeah, now I can be like those cool British people at Sotheby's. The Monet sold $17 million. They smacked the heck out of it, though. Right, Tanner? No. Well, all my empty crates are gone. Where are they?
I don't know. I can't find any either.
I had a whole stack there for reserve. Let's see. Tanner, I just said, where's the empty crates? And Laura's like, I'm looking for them too. How did we run out of crates? I just emptied like 70 of them.
Oh, we had some right here.
Oh no, I need at least 2 or 3 to keep the show rolling. Okay, so here we are. I'll leave that right there and probably use it to put my phone on. And yeah, I should be good after that. Okay, So did I post this video? I think I did post this. Here we go. All right, first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to get some of these CDs off the table. So if y'all wasn't watching last night, we had a heck of a CD run last night. So about 11:30, I said, all right, I'm going to bring out some CDs. And I brought them out. Right, Tanner? And they were $6.99. And we sold 272. We sold 272 individual CDs. And we auctioned 3 Allison Chain CDs for $75. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and read through all these that didn't sell while I go ahead and introduce some auctions. It will take about 3 seconds. And these are all $6.99. That way, I told everybody what doesn't sell, I'm eventually going to post them or do like a flip video because these are good from that South Carolina collection from a couple years ago. Born on the Blues, B.B. King, John Lee Hooker, and Bobby Bland. Blues Fest, Modern Blues of the 90s. Boston's Greatest Hits. Mariah Carey Rainbow. Mariah Carey Butterfly. The B-52's Cosmic Thing. Battle of the Bands Volume 3 with the Turtles, Rural Guardsmen, Lemon Pipers, 5 Americans, Sam the Sham. Feeling Groovy, 12 breezy rock hits of the 60s. Duran Duran, 7 and the Ragged Tiger. Rock classics of the 60s with Santana, The Byrds, The Buckinghams. The Very Best of Dr. John, Herb Alpert of the Tijuana Brass, Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, and 10 Years After, A Space and Time. Also, Ted Nugent, If You Can't Lick 'Em, Lick 'Em. Jimmy Buffett, Before the Beach, and Train, Alive at Last. Train, Alive at Last. So those are all $6.99. Michael Pivler wants BOS. And Patrick Francis, I caught your last comment about the two for $10. I did catch that, and those got tagged, or at least I hope they did. Michael Pivler wants BOS, and that was for Boston's Greatest Hits. So first sale of the night goes to Michael Pivler for $6.99 on Boston's Greatest Hits. And that left Born on Blues, Blues Fest, Mariah Carey, B-52's Battle of the Band, Feeling Groovy, Duran Duran, Rock Classics of the 60s, Dr. John, The Best of, Herb Alpert, also Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, 10 Years After, Ted Nugent, Jimmy Buffett, and Train. Paul just sent me some pictures and videos. Great. Robin Glenn on Feeling Groovy. That is so to Robin Glenn. Thank you. I'm going to put these over here. Paul said he sent me that. And I'm going to set this stack of unsold CDs right over here. And I'll keep all the unsold CDs together for eventually a big flip reveal or something possibly in the group. Let's do one more stack, and that will get my auction block cleared off, at least on the right side. And we have Gene Vincent, The Masters, a 2-CD set. Charlie Daniels, A Decade of Hits. C.J. Shanae, Step It Up. Grace Potter and the Nocturnals. These are all $6.99. Starship, No Protection. Ray Charles, My World. Ray Charles, Would You Believe. Blue Oyster Cult, On Flame with Rock and Roll. Jimmy Buffett, Live in Las Vegas. Jimmy Buffett, License to Chill. Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet. Gone with the Wind. The Black Crowes, Shake Your Moneymaker. Greta Van Fleet. The Chicago South Side, History of Rock and Roll. Chicago Rhythm and Blues Kings. And Jimmy Buffett, One Particular Harbor. These are all $6.99. So Paul's went to Georgia to get a collection. Are we still getting the metal records on Sunday? I think. What's that, Tanner? Should be still getting the metal records on Sunday. Great. So Paul just bought a collection. He sent me pictures. Let's take a peek at that. I'll show you those pictures live. And then let's tag some more auctions here. These are all $6.99, or I should say tag some more CDs. Also, Michael Pivler wants the Ted Nugent from the last stack. And these are very clean and very nice CDs. I think, Paul, if you're still watching, these came from that original collection Paul went and got out in South Carolina, right? I think this is from one of Paul's very first buys when he came on here out in South Carolina. And these are the ones that's been stacked up next to the fridge. I went and dug a tunnel out. I hope I can get to the other tub. Next is Carla Del Roche on Star. And that's Starship. That's sold to Carla for $6.99. And then next is Robin Glenn on the BOC. And that was the BOC Cities on Flames of Rock and Roll, which is actually a hits compilation. And then Michael Pivler got the Bon Jovi Slippery When Wet. And then Jamie Diaz got Greta Van Fleet. And Greta Van Fleet is called From the Fires. That's sold to Jamie Diaz. And here we have it. I will lay these right over here. And I've got to go ahead and introduce this auction. I actually listened to this album on Sunday. It plays like a VG Plus EX copy. It's actually not bad, but what a great live album. Rush, All the World's a Stage. There is some initials written on the cover. It's pretty faint, but it's on there. And it's a club copy. It's an original club copy of Rush, and that's going to go up for a $10, or excuse me, a $20 start. $20 start. Yes, Robin, you got BOC with Don't Fear the Reaper, etc., etc. And Michael Church wants the 10 Years After CD. I'd love to change the world. Let's pull that for him. And yeah, and so everybody knows that there's great CDs coming at great prices. And I think y'all have heard me say last night I let everything go except 3 CDs. I was letting some really good ones go, like Sealed Doors and Sealed Hendrix. And I told everybody, I was like, all right, there's 3 over here. There's 3 CDs over here that I got to auction. And they were OG Alice in Chains Jar Fly CDs, and then the 3-legged dog, one with the yellow jewel case and one with the purple jewel case. And we auctioned those 3 CDs off. And we're going to try to do that again around 11:30 tonight. So everybody's watching. I also got to get the Black Crows and the B-52s. Black Crows and B-52s. So let's go ahead and tag those. And that puts our count now probably getting close to 280 CDs sold, which is pretty incredible. Let's get those other ones that just got claimed as well. The B-52s and the Black Crows. We can do that. And stick around. After we get through all of tonight's vinyl, we'll probably get right into some of that. There is 6 crates of new vinyl tonight. So Melanie Jennings got the B-52s, and Jeff Hallwood's got the Black Crows. I got one more stack over here to go through, but first I'm going to go ahead and get started here. Rush is 2 $20 bids. Dennis Daly bid 20 and Alvo bid 20. And we got a lot of stuff to tag and a lot of stuff to show early. We posted a new vinyl flip, and we posted a vintage flip, which turned out to be very successful. So these are pretty rare. They're actually, I was going to show them tonight and try to sell them. If not, they're going on Discogs. So I laid them over here as a reminder. Clockwork Orange and the United 4. Clockwork Orange is a very pricey one. I think it's about 500-ish. And the United 4 is a really good one, too. She's putting it on you. She's putting it on you and Clockwork Orange. If we got any serious collectors out there for those, let me know and I'll get you a grade and price, okay? The next thing I have is what? Rush has a new bid. And then $2,000. Yeah, it really was a great surprise there at the end of the sale for sure. All right. Here we go. And let me pull up this video and let's get started. I'm going to go ahead and knock out a few titles here. And Tommy James. Is that the vintage? Where's the new video at? Zach Top. Here we go. All right. Welcome, everybody. I'm looking for Blackberry Smoke Metallica Puzzle, Blackberry Smoke Limp Bizkit White Zombie, Led Zeppelin Deluxe, Jazz Sabbath 2, No Tool, Stone Temple Pilots, Wasp, Vixen, Queen's Rock, Simple Minds, Oasis, Big Star, STP4, Oasis, Motley Crue, Corey Taylor, Duran Duran, Zach Top. We can knock that out pretty fast. First thing here is the newest album by Little Feat, Strike Up the Band. My last copy. No, there's one more over there. Surely somebody needs those. They're $39.99. Also, the new remaster of NXS Listen Like Thieves. That's a 40th anniversary. That is $33.99 on that. And Black Label Society, Doom Crew Inc. That's a 2LP clear and black splatter. That is Black Label Society, and that's a 2LP, and it's $38.99. And those are 2LP, and that's a colored vinyl. I don't think there's any claims for those. Let's keep moving on. We have Deftones, and this one's called Adrenaline. Deftones is $33.99. Rush is at $27, and Rush is with Dennis Daly at $27. Dennis has Rush at $27. Alvo Dabney, you've been outbid. Flight of the Conchords, that is on Gold Vinyl for $28.99. Flight of the Conchords. We also have 5 crates of new vinyl to go through. 5 crates. Discount bins, and Laura is working on pricing some new stuff as well. Wow. We have Ghost Bath, $29.99. Black Metal on Red Swirl vinyl. The Presidents of the United States of America, that's $29.99. And we also have Audio Slave, and that is the 2LP gatefold, $36.99. Deftones, Saturday Night's Wrist, that's $33. And Wasp, The Last Command, that's on yellow and black Wasp colored vinyl for $36.99. Badfinger Head First is $38.99. Nirvana In Utero is $36. And I think the only thing out of that crate there that sold was this puzzle, right? Yeah, the only thing that sold was this Metallica puzzle. And this sold to Kenny Cates Jr. Blackberry Smoke, Limp Bizkit, White Zombie, Led Zeppelin, Jazz Sabbath, Wasp, Headless Children, that's not in here. Last Command is. Vixen, Queen's Rock, Simple Minds, Oasis, Big Star, none of those are in there. STP, Oasis, nope. Motley Crue, Corey Taylor, Duran, those aren't in there either. And then Zach Top. So yeah, the only thing that sold in there was the Metallica puzzle to Kenny Cates Jr. So here's what's left. Nirvana, we sold one of those yesterday, though, $36.99. Also, Badfinger Head First, $38. Wasp is on colored vinyl, $36. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Final Call on Rush, Alvo has it for $30. Deftones is $33. Audio Slave is $36. POTUS is $29. Ghost Bath is $29. Flight of the Conchords, $28. Deftones, $33. Black Label's $38. The NXS are $33, and Little Feet's $39. I'm actually going to go ahead and grab this Little Feet because I see where both of them are at. I need to put those together. So there's those there. Ben, let me know if you need Deftones Saturday Night's Wrist or Deftones Adrenalize. Your pick there on the 2 Deftones, or you can have both of them. Let me go ahead and move these other CDs out of the way. These are all $6.99 very quickly. Paul Butterfield's Better Days. It all comes back. Paul Butterfield Blues Band. CCR Bayou Country. Jesus Jones Doubt. Hits of the 60s, a 2LP set. Fun Lovin' 60s. Mariah Carey's Greatest Hits. Mariah Carey's Number Ones. Mariah Carey Charm Bracelet. And REM Out of Time. REM Out of Time. If anybody wants those, before I move them over here with the others, they're all $6.99. Ben Dygert does want Deftones Adrenaline. Thank you. That's so do you. Now, there was a crate over here with the sold stuff. I'm going to move that back right here. If anybody else wants anything in there, or later tonight, if you're like, you know what? I actually do need and want that Audio Slave album. You know what, Chad? Just go ahead and give me that Audio Slave album, because that is loaded with absolutely incredible music with Tom Morello on guitar and Chris Cornell singing his lungs out. You know what? I do need that. Go ahead and give it to me. And I'll be like, okay, I'll give it to you for $34 or however much it is. Okay, so next thing we have is Carla DeRoche wants the Mariah Carey Number 1 Hits. That's sold to Carla for $6.99. Thank you, Carla. That's sold to you. Melanie Jennings gets the REM CD. That's sold to Melanie for $6.99. And then Greg Preston on the Black Label Society, and that was from that previous crate. And let's make a note to order more Black Label Society, because now I'm sold out of 1919 Eternal. I'm sold out of Mafia. I only have 1 copy of Doom Crew, and I'm sold out of the one that has the engine on the cover as well. How much is Kiss Love Gun? It is $36.99, 2014 remaster, and now Rush is sold to Alvo Dabney for $30. Alvo Dabney for $30, okay? There's that and there's that. And those 2 singles I had over here, the Clockwork Orange and United 4, those are ones that John finds just going through the masses in the back. He's a 45 collector. He's really good at identifying, pretty rare key 45. So somebody wants to see the Gene Vincent CD again. I think that was over here in the last stack, wasn't it? Gene Vincent, the Masters. Yeah. Gene Vincent, the Masters is right over here. Jim Ciascio, are you watching? Jim Ciascio? Jim Ciascio, let me know if you're watching, because I found those 2 records you were looking for. Here's the Gene Vincent CD, the Masters, 2 CD, 36 track. Also, we have Jazz Sabbath, Volume 2. Now, this actually did sell to Michael Potts. Thank you, Michael Potts. He bought Volume 1 as well on the last video. That's sold to him. Troy Overmeyer wants Kiss Love Gun. Kiss Love Gun is sold to Troy Overmeyer. That even has the replica gun inside of it as well. That's really cool. And then we have Limp Bizkit. I have the first one here, Significant Other. By the way, we have 6 crates of new vinyl. And listen, Tomorrow, there's going to be a ton. I worked on 2 hours last night of ordering black metal, death metal, stoner rock, and 80s thrash metal essentials. Probably my total cost, thousands of dollars of new vinyl ordered for tomorrow's Thursday night metal sale. Some of it will show up on Friday, but we should have some killer new vinyl tomorrow, especially for metal night. I have metal ready for metal night. All right, so Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. I know we sold a Limp Bizkit. I don't know if we sold this one, though. Significant Other is $39.99. And if you're looking for tracks, that has Nuki on it and brake stuff, and that's $39.99. And I think we sold a Chocolate Starfish, but we didn't sell that one. Also, we have Denise's I'll Take It, and that was for the Gene Vincent. Do we have any Japanese? No. There's maybe one or two. I don't think there's any Japanese left. They're all gone. We've sold every single one of them. I do have some other auctions to put up, though. Also, Dirty Rotten Imbeciles. We got some tonight. I think there's some that showed up for tonight's sale. Tool Opiate is $28.99. Tool Opiate is $28.99. I'm pretty sure someone said Tool, but that was Alvo Dabney, and I think he wanted the absolute ultra rare, right, Alvo? Because that one's still available. Tool is $28.99. Also, Pink Floyd Animals, that's the 2018 remix, $34.99 for Pink Floyd Animals. And then we got Oasis, What's the Story, Morning Glory, and this is a 2 LP, $44.99. Oasis is sold to Scott Beebe and also Cameron Lingefeld. If anybody else wants an Oasis, let me know. It will be a waiting list, but these are sold, and we need to sell these to Scott Beebe and Cameron Lingefeld. And let's go ahead and make a note, even if there's not a waiting list, to order more Oasis. What's the Story, Morning Glory? They'll be here by Friday if we do a waiting list. Fleetwood Mac's Greatest Hits, that's $33.99. Fleetwood Mac Greatest Hits. And then here's Led Zeppelin 1, the deluxe edition, the 3 LP. The 3 LP, and this is sold to Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny Thomason. This is sold to you. His comment's on here somewhere. Where is his comment? There he is, Danny Thomason, Led Zeppelin Deluxe. All right, let's put up another LP auction. Let me see what I've got right over here, somewhere or another. Oh, I forgot about these over here. I forgot about this over here. Yeah, let me do some of this right there. All right, so here's kind of a novelty auction, but I mean, are you a Star Wars fan if you don't have the soundtrack? Are you really a Star Wars fan if you don't have the soundtrack on 8-track in the original slipcase? How cool is that? The real deal Star Wars John Williams 1977 soundtrack on a blue 8-track in the original slipcase. How cool is that? $7 start on Star Wars. It is now up for auction. $7 start. We have Fleetwood Mac Rumors, the 2 LP 45 RPM. That's $59.99 pressed at furnace. And then Simple Minds Greatest Hits. I know we sold at least one of these. Simple Minds Greatest Hits is a 2 LP, and these are $44.99. And Simple Minds is sold to Scott Beebe. That's sold to Scott Beebe, Simple Minds. Thank you. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. Also, both of these Blackberry Smokes are sold. Blackberry Smokes is $36.99. And this one is sold to Kenny Cates Jr. That completes his comment. He wanted Blackberry Smoke and Metallica puzzle. And then we got Glenn Kesey on Blackberry Smoke. So thank you, Glenn Kesey, on that one. And then over here, we need a new LP auction. So let me do that right now. Or I should say just another auction would be fine for me. And I actually got a few miscellaneous things here. And I'm going to go ahead and open up that. And let me also step over here and find that crate I was just talking about. Where is that? Let's see here. I know somewhere or another I got some really good looking records that need to be auctioned. Is this it here? Yeah, here's one of them. This is this on MCA? Yeah, so this is, of course, a classic album. This is on 2, 3, 4, 5 different labels. The first label would be a Decca color bar, and then the second label is this black MCA label here. And this is the Who's Next, a classic album from 1971. Bob O'Reilly, Won't Get Fooled Again, Behind Blue Eyes, Bargain's one of my favorite, Love Ain't For Keeping. But this is on the first MCA label, and it's really nice. It's EX or better, EX Plus or better, $15 start, and about a VG Plus jacket. Also, Melanie Jennings on the Oasis waiting list. Melanie Jennings on the Oasis waiting list. And then we have Ace Frehley. How much is Ace Frehley? Frehley's comic is the new Friday Music limited edition hand-port vinyl. Ace Frehley is $44.99. Also, we have Vixen, rare vintage. Vixen is $33.99. Vixen is $33.99, and we did sell one of these. I'm pretty sure I did. Maybe not. I could have swore. But if anybody wants one, they're $33.99. They're on clear vinyl. I'm at least going to have one left. Yeah, Jamie Diaz. I knew I wasn't crazy. Jamie Diaz gets one. Now there's one Vixen left. And then Stone Temple Pilots number 4. So the first comment was Woody Bishop. He said, is there any Stone Temple Pilots 4 still available? And yes, I'm going to sell one to you right now. Woody Bishop, are you watching? Also, was Jim Ciascio watching when I asked if he was watching? He never did say yes. I'm assuming not. So this is sold to Woody Bishop, and I'm going to go ahead and let him know right now. I'm going to say, I've got you down for one! Exclamation point. If somebody asks if there's one still available, I'll go ahead and sell it to them. So if you ever ask on the flip video, is such and such still available, then you automatically bought it. Queen's Rock Promised Land, because otherwise we'd have to reply, wait for you to reply, and then somebody else might have claimed it, and we got to figure out who got it. So I always say, if you comment, it goes to you. So if it's available, if not, I'll put you on a waiting list, and if I put you on a waiting list, I'll reply to you. If you don't want a waiting list, you'll need to reply to me, and then I'll take you off. Queen's Rock Promised Land, that's $34.99. Tool, Absolute Ultra Rare. Tool is $44.99. That's on clear vinyl. And we have Roger Waters Live, 1987. That's Quebec City, $29.99. So right here we have Star Wars. Everybody's saying they're getting the spinning lag of doom. Some people saying their feed's not working. Some people says it is. Star Wars, that's the 8-track. One bid on the Star Wars 8-track. It is a final call to Rebecca Howitt for $7. Joe Delgado is the only bidder on Facebook, the only bidder on the Who right now, and that is $15 on that. And everybody's saying Facebook is spinning, Facebook is not working. Chad, can you hear me? Next thing we have a Stone Temple Pilots Core. This is $33.99, STP Core, 180 gram remaster, and then Limp Bizkit. Limp Bizkit here is sold to Rebecca Howitt. Let's sell that to Rebecca Howitt. Limp Bizkit Chocolate Starfish. And we have 3 copies left. We have 3 copies of the Limp Bizkit Chocolate Starfish. And that's $46.99. $46.99. I'm going to mute my mic right quick to take a drink of blue juice. And if your Facebook feed is jacked, then give it a second. I do need to step up front right quick. Let me go do that right now. There is something I forgot that I need. No, I got it. Also, yeah, I do need something else up there, but I'll get it later. Am I still working? Okay. Keep losing feed. Tanner, we got major connection problems tonight. I'm going to pop this pill and hopefully things get better. New Funkos too? All right, so Joe Delgado, final call on the Who for $15. Star Wars 10, Star Wars 10. Star Wars 8, Star Wars 10. Star Wars out. Okay. So, it sounds like it's a Facebook problem. It sounds like a Facebook problem. It's not a, I don't think it's a Coletco problem. I think it's a Facebook problem. But we'll see. We'll monitor the situation. So well, there's a three-way tie. Now Rebecca's broke it. Rebecca has Star Wars for 11. Joe Delgado's about to get the Who. And I think I've pulled everything out of here that has sold. If anybody else wants anything, we're right now in the middle of our warm-up crates. We still got Limp Bizkit, Stone Temple Pilots, Roger Waters' Tool, Queensryche Vixen, Simple Minds, Fleetwood Mac, Zeppelin, Fleetwood Mac, Pink Floyd, Tool, and Limp Bizkit again. If anybody wants any of those, just let me know, okay? Now, first thing we have is a new crate. Let's do that right now. Alrighty. And I'm going to move these right here. Okay. I can't condense those quite yet. And then let me move these over. All right, let me show this last stack of CDs so I can officially clear the table. We have Space Hog in the meantime. That's a single. Oasis, Don't Look Back in Anger. That's a single. Coca-Cola Volume 3 compilation with NXS, Bruce Hornsby, DJ Jazzy Jeff, and others. Gene Carr. Also Grace Potter and the Nocturnals. Styx, The Grand Illusion. Traffic, Low Spark of High Heel Boys. Discover Sampler Pop. Discover Sampler Country with a young Kenny Chesney. Baby Lullabies to Southern Rock Music. Steve Rupe Grace and Jonathan Butler, Put Away My Love. All those CDs are $6.99 each. I'm going to put those right there. Now my table's officially cleared. Those are all $6.99. All right, and then let's jump over here. And so Star Wars got a bid for 15. And then over here, Star Wars got a bid for 20. Sherry Darnell wants the Grace Potter. I had a Grace Potter earlier too, Sherry, if you want to see that one. That one sold to you for $6.99. And then Carla Umana. Are you a first-time buyer? Carla Umana on the Oasis, Don't You Look Back in Anger. If you are, just let me know. Or maybe you're somebody on Facebook that's got over to YouTube. And then Michael Peveler wants Styx, The Grand Illusion. That's sold to Michael Peveler. And that was $6.99. And Sherry Darnell wants the other, Sherry Darnell does want the other Grace Potter CD, okay? That was over here in this first stack, but I can get it to you, no problem. And around 11:30 Central Time tonight, we'll do some more CDs. And that was great. So let's go ahead and get that other Grace Potter. And a couple people last night was like, man, I wish you could get those on vinyl. I don't think they are available on that. So it's Carla DeRoche. Okay, so Carla DeRoche got the Oasis. And then we got two, the other Grace Potter for Sherry. And then Styx is sold to Michael Peveler. All right, now I'm going to officially use my hammer. Sold. $15 on the Who's Next. $15. And that's sold to Joe Delgado. Thank you, Joe Delgado. That is sold to you. And we're about to sell the Star Wars to Rebecca for $20. Also, last night, I had this, and I was trying to figure out who got it. I think I have figured it out, and I have confirmed it. And this right here goes to this goes to Carl Berger. So thank you, Carl. If anybody else wants one, I do these on request order. It's the Super Deluxe of Led Zeppelin, Song Remains the Same. Now, this album is not in print just as a 2LP. When Jimmy Page remastered this, he decided not to release it like the original version. They put it in a 4LP box instead of a 2LP. So this is sold to Carl Berger, $274. It's one of the last few Zeppelin boxes that is still in print. I have a couple more that came in today that I just show you as well. Rebecca Howard gets the Star Wars 8-track for $20. And I've got one more crate here of vinyl to read through. Let me figure out what else I'm still looking for. Looks like I'm still looking for White Zombie. I'm also still looking for Wasp. And Scott Beebe wants Queensryche. I bet that was over here. And I just now caught that. He wants Queensryche Promised Land. So Scott Beebe gets a Queensryche Promised Land. Thank you on that. And we still need to pull a Corey Taylor and Motley Crue, which I think some of those are in this last crate right here. All right. And so that means I'm going to shift this over and let's get some other auctions. I do have just a couple more miscellaneous things to sell. Y'all probably remember me selling some of these a while back. These are very cool Fangoria magazines, originals from like the 80s. Y'all probably remembered some of these back from the day. Really cool stuff here. And I found Sunday when I was cleaning up behind the counter, I found a whole box of the ones we never did finish selling. So these are original Fangoria magazines from the 80s. I've got Fangoria number 59, number 58, and number 81. And we're going to do those in lots of 3 Fangorias for a $10 start. Lot of 3 Fangorias, $10 starts. There's those. And let's go ahead and put up another LP auction. And the next LP auction, Laura's got me a tab here, 15 and under dollar starts. I like those. So let's put up Loretta Lynn. You're looking at country. Loretta Lynn is a 1971 USOG. That's in VG condition, and we're going to put Loretta Lynn up for a $10 start. Loretta Lynn is going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid, Miss Loretta Lynn. All right, just got a few more things into the CDs. That was just actually a recap, Donna, of the stuff that didn't sell last night, and we just sold another stack over here. But yeah, I'll bring them back out again. I will bring those back out again around 11 or 11:30 tonight for sure. And I've got a whole fresh tub. I know where it is. Tanner, as long as I can get next to the refrigerator. We might want to go ahead and dig it out. It's the next tub to the left of the refrigerator. That's where I got this great tub. There's more right over in that area. Okay. Jim, I've been asking about you tonight. I'm glad you're watching. Jim, I've been asking about you tonight. I found them. You got very lucky when I was cleaning up last night. I found the records. So I'm tagging those for Jim Ciascio right now. Delaney and Bonnie and Earl Scruggs. All right, just one more quick flip. I'm not going to go through the back right crate. I'm just going to go ahead and knock these out. And there's a few things in here that sold. First is Depeche Mode Speak and Spell for $33.99. The Cranberries to the Faithfully Departed is $36. Nirvana Bleach is $28. King Diamond the Eyes $36. Also King Diamond the Dark Sides. Those are both colored vinyl, $36.99. Also Nickelback All the Right Reasons is $33. Dwight Yoakam is on blue vinyl, $33.99. Rush Fly By Night $36. Robert Plant Carry Fire is $44.99. Motley Crue Too Fast for Love. This is sold to Robert Matthews. Thank you, Robert Matthews. That's so to you. Also, Under Oath, the place after this one. That's on Ruby Red Vinyl for $33.99. Pussifer, C is for. That's on Go Vinyl for $29. Big Star is so to Scott Beebe. He got Queensryche, Simple Minds, Oasis, and Big Star. He got everything he wanted. Thank you, Scott Beebe. That's so to you. We got Rob Zombie Hellbelly Deluxe for $34.99. Also, Venom Storm the Gates for $33. And Rob Zombie, there was a White Zombie sold to Rebecca, not Rob. There's another Venom, Black Metal, $46.99. The Dang Yankees is $44.99. Susie and the Banshees is $36.99. Wasp, the best of the best, is $44. Zach Top is sold to Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Sherry. Zach Top is sold to you. And I've got one copy of Whitesnake's Greatest Hits left, and that is $39.99. So quick update. I put up 3 Fangoria magazines, and William Joseph Seth has those for $10. I've never met anybody with a last name Seth. I have a friend named Seth. We give him a hard time around here. Loretta Lynn 10, Loretta Lynn 10, Loretta Lynn 12. What's the Loretta Lynn title? And we have Loretta Lynn 20 and Loretta Lynn 22. And the Loretta Lynn is called You're Looking at Country. So final call on those 3 Fangoria magazines for 10 and final call on Loretta Lynn for 22. It is a 71 USOG on the Decca Color Bars label. That's the label I was talking about earlier that the first pressings of The Who are on. The Who's Next, that is. No knives tonight. No knives. Scott, I was talking to Seth earlier. He was having to change poopy diapers. I was like, oh, man, that's so unfortunate. We have Loretta Lynn at $22. And I'm just going to go ahead and pull some other stuff back here that's sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We have Corey Taylor. And this is sold to Robert Matthews. Robert Matthews also got a Corey Taylor. I have one left on purple vinyl if anybody else wants one. Anthony Clark wants both Wasp. No, he put BOTB, best of the best. That is so to Anthony Clark. Thank you. Guy on YouTube wants Depeche Mode. Depeche Mode Speak and Spell. I hadn't got to you. I hadn't scrolled back up. Also, I didn't see where Robert said, did you get the stuff from Amazon we shipped you? I hadn't seen anything yet, but I hadn't been up front to really open any packages. Did it get delivered today? Guy Shard got Depeche Mode. That was my last Depeche Mode. That's so to Guy Shard. Loretta Lynn 20, Loretta Lynn 22, Loretta Lynn 25. We sold Wasp, Loretta Lynn 27. And then William with the last name Seth. I won't forget that. William Seth, you get these 3 Fangoria magazines for $10. Thank you. And those are sold to you. I'm going to stack all that right there. I've already got a lot to take in the back right quick. Let me see what else is in here. Here's Wasp Headless Children. Wasp Headless Children. And this here is sold to Jay Condi. Thank you, Jay Condi. You get Wasp Headless Children. And there's one more I'm hunting back here. And I believe that was this Duran Duran Notorious. And here it is. It's also sold to Robert Matthews. Thank you, Robert Matthews. That's sold to you. All right. Nice. Very popular stuff in the flip video. This crate back here in the back right might be worthy of going through, but we probably need to see what's going on right quick. So I've got all those comments. White Zombie Devil Music is the only thing I hadn't pulled yet for Rebecca. It must be right in here. Here it is. Devil Music Volume 1. Rebecca, I got you. So I got your Limp Bizkit and your White Zombie there. And then over here, we got all those. And the only waiting list so far is Cameron Lingefeld. And let's make sure he's on a waiting list for STP4. And I need to order more anyways, okay? I need to order more anyways. So those are done on that. Boom and boom. So, first thing we have is Loretta Lynn. Let's go over this for a final call. Loretta Lynn is You're Looking at Country, a 1971 USOG. It's in VG condition, and the last bid was Jamie Diaz at $30. $30 on that. There's the gavel. More V8s and crab chips. Oh my gosh. I'm going to tell Tanner and Laura, go up there right now and start eating them and drinking them. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold stuff right over here. Oh, man, y'all know my weak spots, crab chips and V8s. Crab chips and V8s. There was a whole new delivery. Hey, there's Tanner. He's still here. I don't have a really good spot to put tonight's miscellaneous, and I'm going to be selling a bunch. Well, there's no... I'll start right here, and then I'll let you go from there. It's going to be a while before I have any more CDs, though, but they're right there next to the iPad. Okay. All right. Here we go. So, I did an experiment as well with a vintage flip crate. And I said in the video, I said, well, if this turns out to be successful, I'll probably do one every day at 9 o'clock, just like I post the new vinyl at 6 o'clock. And, of course, guess what? CollectCo Nation showed up. I just peeked at the video, and it had like 35 comments, I think. And it probably has a total of 50 claims. So I'm going to just give everybody an idea of what this is. So maybe you'll be even more motivated to join Whole Lot of Records and be watching every day for a video posted maybe around 9 a.m. Central Time. Because this is a discount crate, and I'll do like I do every day, and we'll show it here. And let me see what else is going on over here. I've got my phone good and charged. This is a power charger. Dang, this thing works so well. Amazing, actually. Yeah. The tub. Yeah, it's should be a clear tub, just like the one I still have. I still got about 1/10 of a tub over here. All right, so Loretta Lynn's done, and let's put up all new auctions. Loretta Lynn sold for $30. $30, and that's sold, and who got it? This is $30, and this is sold to Jamie Diaz. Thank you to the Vlogger checks. Well, you know what? My mom's had me she sent me probably 50 text messages today, and I hadn't really got a chance to look at them. And then about 4:30, she said, hello, with a bunch of O's. Are you ever going to reply to me? And I was like, dang, Mom, I just woke up. All right, here's the next 3 magazines. Fangoria. Fangoria, Tales from the Dark Side, the movie. Fangoria, Gremlins 2, and The Exorcist 3, Legion. Very cool. Vintage 80s Fangoria magazines. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Let's put up another LP too. The next LP is going to be what? Who? When? Leonard Skinnard on the original label. A 1974 OG first pressing. That is the first label, that Yellow Sounds of the South, for the first 2 Lynyrd Skynyrd albums. And this is in VG condition, the first press from Gloversville. And these are going to go up for a $25 start. It is in VG condition. It is in VG condition. Sweet Home, Alabama. One of the few times you'll hear me say that. You got to respect Lynyrd Skynyrd, though. Holy moly. This cover does have some damage. It's pretty worn right in here. It's got a couple tears. It's got kind of a tear right in there. So the cover's like VG minus. But there it is. Lynyrd Skynyrd, their second album, a classic. Okay? Here we have it. And then let's pull up this vintage flip video. Yeah, and I thank everybody because I've been wanting to do this. I actually, one of the first videos I started posting was a lot of people just requested to join the group. Tony Clem, James Hicks, David Soloff. Must be some people watching this new Robert Hagasma. And so let's pull up this video. And let's go ahead and start showing. So here's how this normally works. If I show something, if you definitely want to get it, go ahead and claim it live. And if somebody hadn't already claimed it in the video, I'll sell it to you. So you're shopping just like everybody else. And here's the claim so far. Lou Reed, Marshall Tucker Band, Fleetwood Mac, Waylon Jennings, Jesse Coulter, Night Ranger, Piece of Terror, Fresh Air, Outlaws, Men at Work, Hooters, Joe Jackson, Uriah Heep, Tommy James, Howard Jones, U2, Fleetwood Mac, Go Near Ring, Peter and Gordon, Bruce Hornsby, Men at Work, Elton John, Traffic, Peter Cetera, Doobie Brothers, BTO, Edgar Winter, Uriah Heep, 38 Special, Joe Jackson, Chicago, BTO, Lou Reed, Jesse Coulter, Queen, Zappa, Emerson Lake and Palmer, Eric Burden, Association, Village People Association, Lou Reed, Men at Work, John Cook and Mellencamp, Bowie, Howard Jones, Golden Earring, U2, Steely Dan, BTO, and Tommy James. It sounds like 4 or 5 of those records sold 4 or 5 times. So we'll see what happened. First thing in here is Eric Clapton. Now, the back part of this crate from here back is all $19.99. So these have all been reduced to $19.99. And Eric Clapton, I don't remember reading an Eric Clapton comment, 461 Ocean Boulevard. Very nice copy, just a little bit of a stain up here in the corner. It does have the original inner sleeve, $19.99 for Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard. That's $19.99. Also $19.99 is U2, The Unforgettable Fire. And I don't think but one person claimed this, and I don't think anybody got Eric Clapton. So U2 is sold to Kathy Collinsworth. Thank you, Kathy. You got U2, $19.99. Kathy Collinsworth got that. Make sure that goes in for $19.99. Nobody on the Archies, which is pretty surprising. Jingle Jangle and High Grade is not that easy to come by. Believe me, I collect Archie stuff, and this is a really nice jacket. Archie's is $19.99. Jingle Jangle, that's a good one. Archie's $19.99, and nobody claimed that one, so it's still available. Archie's is $19.99. Jingle Jangle. So is Eric Clapton. Okay, now over here we have the Fangoria magazines. Here's what happened. William Seth bid $10 and Carla DeRoche bid $10. So Carla, you're out. William still has those for $10. And nobody has bid on Lynyrd Skynyrd yet. OG, first label, VG and VG minus cover. There's no bids. We're about to sell it for a $25 buy now if nobody bids. Next is one of my favorites of all time, essentially a compilation of Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. And this is $19.99. $19.99 for CSNY, and that's still available. That was reduced to $19.99, so that's still available as well. Lynyrd Skynyrd does have a bid for $25. Now, I know Steely Dan sold Katie Lied, a beautiful copy for $19.99. That was kind of a no-brainer, right? Steely Dan, and the first person who commented Steely Dan for $19.99 over here was the following. Let me find it. I know somebody did. It was Greg Preston, Steely Dan. He said KD, Steely Dan, Katie Lied, and he was the first person on that. $19.99. What a nice copy, too. No condition notes. Thank you, Greg. That's sold to you. Very nice. Steely Dan. That's sold. Let's put this right over here. Steely Dan, Katie Lied, and that is sold to... that is sold over here to Greg Preston. Thank you on that one. Jerry Ferguson gets the Crosby, Stills, Nash. That's sold to Jerry Ferguson for $19.99. Carla has bid $12 on the Fangoria lot, so you have been outbid, Mr. Seth. I'm going to call you Mr. Seth. How about that? Mr. Seth, and now we have a tie on Leonard Skinner. And Booze My Hoot, Steely Dan already sold. Queen, A Day at the Races. I have not read out the comment Queen, so I know Queen is still available for $19.99. And keep in mind, these have all been reduced. That's a beautiful copy. That was $34.99. And so was Eric Clapton, and the Archies is still available. Tusk did get sold. This is sold to Danny Thomason. Tusk, and that's $19.99 for Tusk. We're still in the $19.99 section before we transition over to the others. And also $19.99 is Zappa, and both of these did sell to the same person. Both Zappas did sell very, very nice copies of these Zappa albums for $19.99 and $19.99. So Zappa and Zappa, one person bought both of them in the same comment, and he was the first one. And that one over here was John Reed. That is sold to John Reed. And also James Goggin got Queen. James Goggin gets Queen. So thank you, James Goggin. That is sold to you. And both of those Zappa albums are sold to John Reed. Appreciate that. Next in here is Aretha Franklin. Nice, in shrink wrap. There was no claims for Aretha. I'll double check, but it's on the first label, the Columbia 2i in shrink wrap. And that's $19.99. Wow, $19.99 on Aretha Franklin. Very, very nice copy of that. And Aretha is still available for $19.99. There's one comment that has a bunch in it. I know Rebecca's does, but also Douglas Sirocco. He wanted Lou Reed, Men at Work, Cougar, Bowie, Howard Jones, Golden Earring. Okay, so yeah, some of those are already sold, but we'll come back up to them. Now the Fangorias are at 14, and Carla's out, and Leonard Skinner's at 31. I got one more thing to start auctioning, and that's our 45s. And we sold a whole crate last night, so let me walk around the corner and let's get another new crate. There's the CDs. Excellent. All right, and I have new 45s. Let's take a look at the basket. It'll be hard for y'all to see, but we're chipping away at that big wall of 45s. Here they are. Never have looked at them. I'm going to start pulling them out 3 at a time. If I see one that really catches my eye, we'll do that one individually. But right now, we're going to do 1, we're going to do 2, and we're going to do 3, even though this one caught my attention. So 3 singles here. This is Ashley Von Herter and the Haters. This is Alpha Jerks Off, NNF, and No Agitator. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start, okay? The Leonard Skinner's at 30. And the Fangoria's out, so William Seth, you're about to get those for 14. Aretha's still available for $19.99. And can you believe this? No one bought Prince. I'm going to double check, but I don't think anybody bought Prince for $19.99. So you might want to go ahead and comment right now if you for sure want it. But I scrolled through here earlier, and I was like, how did nobody get Prince? $19.99, especially at that price, an OG club copy. And yeah, Prince is still available. Can you believe it? That's $19.99. And Golden Earring Moontan. Golden Earring Moontan. Now, this definitely sold because it was a half off music on vinyl pressing. A half off music on vinyl pressing. And this is Moontan. Clear vinyl limited to 5,000. $19.99. And this was a Golden Earring, and this was sold to, make sure I get it in the right order here. Clifford Umstead was the first person. So thank you, Clifford, on that. Yeah, no one got Prince, so that's sold to Shakedown, then Jason, and then Jeff, and then Carla. So Shakedown got that for $19.99. And then the Fangorias, let's go ahead and sell 3 more of those. And those are sold to William Seth for $14. Thank you, William Seth. Those are sold to you. And now let's do another lot of 3. 1, 2, 3 more Fangorias. These might do pretty well based on the covers. This one has Child's Play 2 on the cover. It has a penguin from the Batman, and whatever this is here. This is 3 Fangoria magazines, vintage magazines there, and those are going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that. I think we're done on Leonard Skinner too. Karen Walker has it for $30. Tony has it at $31. So I've been saying Karen has it for $30. Tony was the first bidder at $31. So the bids are kind of out of order. David Tate bid $30. Tony bid $31, and then Karen bid $30. So Tony has it for $31. David, you're out, and Karen, you're out. Okay? Have you sold the STP? Woody, your name is on it. It was sold to you. Now, that's all the 1999 stuff. We got Aretha Franklin, the Archies, and Eric Clapton left. Now, the rest, or the next batch is all $14.99. The next section is all $14.99 discount. We have Howard Jones Action Replay. I didn't see anybody claim Howard Jones. I'll double check. That is $14.99. Howard Jones Action Replay. $14.99 Howard Jones Action Replay, and that's available, and there was no claims on that to my knowledge. There wasn't. There was Douglas Sirocco, so that's sold to Douglas Sirocco for $14.99. Rebecca said she got it, and this is sold to Rebecca Howitt. And there it is. Thank you. Boy, some of y'all have comments that have like 9 claims, like Rebecca and Douglas, and I've got to go through and make sure. Rebecca got Howard Jones. Yes, that's so to Rebecca. Thank you. Now, Leonard Skinner's at 32. The Fangorias are at 12. And final call on these 3 singles for $10. Final call on those 3 singles for $10. Next is Tommy James. That's also sold to Rebecca Howitt for $14.99. Rebecca was first on that at $14.99. And Night Ranger. And Night Ranger is sold to Danny Thomason for $14.99. Okay? That is sold. And over here, we have the Best of Uriah Heep. The Best of Uriah Heep, this is $14.99. That's also sold to Rebecca Howard. Okay, so the Leonard Skinner is a 1974 OG first press in Gloversville. It is VG condition. It does have a corner clip, and there is some cover damage right over here. And we've graded that VG minus cover and VG vinyl. And now Leonard Skinner's at $32. The Fangoria 10, the Fangoria 12, and we have Fangoria 14, Fangoria 15. This is a new crate of singles, and these first 3 are a no bid. Buy it now for $10. And these videos are posted every morning in the group Whole Lot of Records, and this, we usually do new vinyl, and I did an experiment here, and if it gets this busy in the future, I probably won't tag them live because we've sold 80% of what's left in this crate. But as y'all see, there's still great deals lingering around. Like nobody bought Prince, and nobody bought that Aretha Franklin, a Clapton. But yeah, make sure you're in Whole Lot of Records, and I'll go ahead and make it a tradition. Every day we have a video posted at 6 a.m. Central Time, and now 9 a.m. Central Time, okay? 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. Whole Lot of Records. That's a private group on Facebook. Not the main page, not the Coletco page. Whole Lot of Records. I'll start posting 2 crates a day, because those 2 crates every night, that takes me about 20 minutes to shoot. We've sold almost 2 whole crates just out of that to basically get the show started. William Drugovich gets those for $10. Next was Bad Company, but here's a prime example. I'm going to scroll through here, but I'm pretty sure no one bought this Bad Company for $14.99. So you might want to be paying attention live here, because there's still some stuff I'm like, do what? $14.99 on Bad Company, and I'm going to do one more final scroll, and yeah, that's still available for $14.99. And Eric Burdon and the Animals did get sold. This is Eric Burdon and the Animals. This is a Greatest Hits Volume 2. A Greatest Hits Volume 2 for $14.99. And this did get sold. Greatest Hits Volume 2 of Eric Burdon and the Animals. And this was sold to Melanie Jennings. Thank you, Melanie Jennings. That's sold to you. Appreciate that. And then Bad Company, Jeff Hallsworth, you get the Bad Company, then Don Nicole, and then Cody Gray, then Jackie Reynolds. These 3 Fangorias here, the last bid was Carla DeRoche at $20. So Carla bid $20. Carla bid $20 on these. William, you're out. Leonard Skinner still getting bids. Lots of claims for Bad Company. Next is David Bowie Tonight, $14.99. And I'm pretty sure this is sold. I know this is sold. Let me just find and make sure I give it to the right person. David Bowie is $14.99. Folks, tonight we got 5 crates of new vinyl. Really good stuff. And we also have... let's see here, David Bowie, $14.99, and this was sold to Douglas Sirocco. Douglas Sirocco gets Bowie for $14.99. Bruce Hornsby, $14.99 on Mr. Bruce Hornsby. That's just the way it is. Bruce Hornsby, that's just the way it is. That's sold to Bob Goodyear. Thank you, Bob Goodyear, on that one. And Waylon Jennings, Country Music Time Life compilation. This is also now $14.99, and that's sold to Billy Humphrey. All right, so these 3 Fangorias are officially sold, and these 3, because he went out, these 3 are now sold to Carla DeRoche for $20 on that. Now Skinnerd, Karen Walker's out. That was pretty much one of the last bidders on Skinnerd. Tony has that for $36. OG first pressing. VG vinyl and VG minus cover, $36 final call. Our next LP auction is going to go up right now, and that is going to be U2 War. All Is Quiet on New Year's Day, 1983 U.S. Specialty OG VG Plus condition, $15. But yeah, if these crates probably get too popular, there's really no sense of me wasting live on air time. I'll just have to have them pull them in the morning, and you may see somebody like Tanner or Gundren. We call her G. She might like your comment, meaning you got them, because it looks like most of the stuff's going to sell if we continue to do this every morning. And I'll definitely pull the new vinyl live. But if I look at a crate and I'm like, wow, 90% of that sold, we probably won't show it live because we could be showing other stuff right now. All this is already sold. Danny Thomason got Fleetwood Mac. And probably what I'll have to do is if you don't get a like on your comment, that means you didn't get it or only partial of your comment got claimed. Mountain is $14.99, and I don't think anybody claimed this. It's an early 80s pressing for Mountain, and this is essentially a greatest hits. Mountain is $14.99, and I think it went unclaimed with Mississippi Queen. It did. So Mountain is still available for $14.99. Plus, these are all price reductions, so they're really fairly priced. Edgar Winter, they only come out at night. Edgar Winter is $14.99. They only come out at night. Mr. Edgar Winter there, and that's still available. I'm going to do a double check though. $14.99. Every time I show a record, I'm scrolling through about 30 comments. Not the most efficient way to do it, but I'm working on it. $14.99, and that is sold to John Smetzer. Yeah, John Smetzer gets Edgar Winter. He gets that for $14.99. All right, let me grab 3 more singles then. And the next few singles I have right now is 1, 2, 3. And it looks like we have No Age Separation, No Faith, Dead Weight, and No Hope for the Kids, Angels of Destructions. Those 3 are a $10 start. And then Slicker Van Slyke got Mountain. That is sold to Slicker Van Slyke for $14.99. And now all the $14.99 records sold, and guess what? We're into $9.99. $9.99. The first $9.99 record was Joe Jackson, and that's sold to Rebecca Howitt. Thank you, Rebecca. You got Joe Jackson. And then Hooters, Nervous Night. Hooters is also sold to Rebecca Howitt. She got that for $9.99. And then Chicago, Hot Streets. Chicago is $9.99. And I think that Chicago went unclaimed. I'm going to do one more. RJ got Chicago 3. Chicago Hot Streets is still available. Yeah, Chicago Hot Streets is still available. That one's still available. Chicago 3 went to RJ Myers. Thank you, Mr. RJ Myers. He got Chicago 3. And then over here, we got Peter Cetera, Solitude Solitaire. That one went to Oso Adventure. Thank you, Oso. That's so to you. And John Cougar. We have John Cougar, Nothing Matters and What If It Did. And John Cougar was $9.99. Nothing Matters and What If It Did. And this one here, it's definitely sold. And that is sold to John Cougar. It's sold to Douglas Sirocco. Let me double check on that one. That's also $9.99. It looks like Douglas Sirocco for $9.99. Let's double check on that. Douglas Sirocco, $9.99. John Cougar. Yeah, definitely looks like that. And I've got them organized by newest first, and I scroll to the bottom, which will be the oldest, and I work my way up. Always make sure you never reply to your comment, because if you reply to your comment, your comments are going to get busted out of order, and then I can't take time to look at timestamps. It will be way too complicated. Just comment, and it will be in the right order. Don't ever reply to your comment later, because it will bump it out of order. Chicago is sold to Michael Rudolph. Ben Digert was next. Also, Robin Trower. This is still available. I have not seen the words Robin Trower. There is some writing, and that's $9.99. And the Association's Greatest Hits. And this is sold. I know Robin Trower is available, but I know I've seen the Association for $9.99. And I love some of the music on here. Never My Love, Great song from the 60s there. The Association sold to Melanie Jennings. Thank you, Melanie Jennings. That's sold to you. Robin Trower is a nice copy in shrink. There is a name written on the cover, though. Men at Work Cargo. Men at Work is officially sold to Rebecca Howitt. Rebecca Howitt for $9.99. All right, so let's update these auctions. Skinner's long gone. Sorry that took so long. Tony McDaniel, this is sold to you for $36. $36, that's sold to Tony McDaniel. Tanner's bringing me some supplies to auction or sale. Auction or sale? I'll let you pick, Tanner. He said just sell them. Just sell them. Okay. And then U2, Kathy Collinsworth has the OG VG Plus U2. Kathy has that for $22. Kathy has that for $22. The 45's got bids for $10 and $11, and that's a final call. Was Pompeii, Weightless, Pink Floyd, or David Gilmour? Which one do you need, Jason? I have a sticky note that says, see if Jason Fortnerat got invoice for Pompeii, Pink Floyd. If not, he needs one. That's on my wait list. Traffic. Now, somebody sort of claimed this. He's new in the group, and he said dibs on Traffic, but I'll need to know what pressing it is. So I just got to set this over here. I really can't do that and hold records for pressing information, but since he's new, I'll let him know. So I'll have to let Mr. Anthony Navera, because you really can't dib on something to get pressing, and then the way I view these, they're kind of already discounted, and if you ask a question, then I've got to reply, and then if you don't reply and somebody else wants it, then it could hold it up for like 3 days. I've seen people not get back on Facebook for like 3 days, and then it holds up the entire deal. So they're kind of like, I'm not saying you can't ask questions if on the video, but you get what I'm saying. Mark Riley got Robin Trower for $9.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, this was $9.99. And ELP, Emerson, Lake, Palmer, and this is sold to Mike Bartlett. Thank you on that. I think y'all know what I mean when I'm saying what I'm saying. And Darren Johnson gets these three for $11. Darren, you get those next 3 singles for $11. And the U2 is sold to Kathy for $22. Folks, it's time for new auctions. Let's go ahead and grab another LP. I've got a tab here that says $15 and under starts. I like the way that sounds. How about Sting, Bring It On the Night? Sting is a set 86 UK original. VG condition with the original under sleeves. Sting is just a $15 start. And William and Carla, I got more Fangoria magazines for you. I've got 3 Fangoria magazines coming at you right now. A lot of 3 Fangoria magazines. Nightlife, Alien 3, and Sleepwalker, Stephen King's. I want one, but the most recent you advertised, Pink Floyd or David Gilmour. Okay, the one you're talking about is right here, Pink Floyd. This is the newest album that's come out, Pink Floyd Live at Pompeii. So let's get this to Jason Fortnerat. Jason, that's sold to you at $46.99. Thank you, Jason. And then we have Marshall Tucker Band's Greatest Hits, $9.99. This is sold to Chris Gardner. Thank you, Chris Gardner. That's sold to you. And then the best of Botman Turner Overdrive. The best of BTO. I know somebody got this. The best of BTO is $9.99. That's sold to Mike Bartlett. Thank you, Mike. That's sold to you for $9.99. And then Walk on the Wild Side, the best of Lou Reed. That is sold to Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny. That's sold to you. And Cruisin' Village People. It was the state of the YMCA, and Village People is $9.99. And the Village People was sold to somebody, Troy Robinson. Thank you, Troy Robinson. That is so to you. And then 38 special delivery. 38 special, there is some writing down on the cover, but that didn't stop somebody from buying it. Somebody bought 38 special. 38 special was sold to Brad Waits. Thank you, Brad Waits. That's sold to you for $9.99. And then the last $9.99 record was Elton John Caribou. Elton John Caribou. And this is officially sold to Kristen Barnett for $9.99. And then the last 5 are all $6.99 records. The last 5 were all $6.99 records. Now these are $6.99. This one here, the Doobie Brothers, Taking It to the Streets, $6.99 on that. And $6.99 for the Doobie Brothers was sold. And the Doobie Brothers for $6.99 was sold to Mike Bartlett. Thank you, Mike. That's sold to you. And then I'm Jesse Coulter. That is sold to Billy Humphrey. Billy Humphrey got that. Thank you, Billy. That's sold to you for $6.99. He got that for $6.99, and he got Waylon Jennings earlier. Those go together, sort of. Fresh Air 2 is sold to Rebecca Howitt. Thank you, Rebecca. You get Fresh Air 2. And then the Peter and Gordon album. Peter and Gordon is sold to Bob Goodyear. That's sold to Bob Goodyear. And then the Outlaws. The Outlaws is sold to Rebecca Howitt for $6.99. Wow, great prices. And folks, that entire flip video, there's only 3 $19.99 records left. Surely somebody can buy those and we will have a sellout. Let me make sure nobody's hopped on and commented since I've been live and commented. No. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and turn the comments off on the video because everything is sold except those 3 records. Let's look at it one more time. Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard, 1999. No condition notes, a classic. The Archies, Jingle Jangle. Beautiful condition for an Archies record like that. And Aretha Franklin, one I don't get too often, on Columbia, in shrink wrap, first label, OG, and no condition notes. And it's something we originally had marked $35. I just need 3 claims on those 3 records, and we can start off tonight with an air horn. And yes, now that you've seen what I'm doing, make sure you're watching 9 a.m. Now I've got another responsibility to post another video every day at 9 a.m. But that was definitely worth it. We sold an entire crate there. An entire crate was sold. That's amazing. So I'll do that again in the morning. And then 6 a.m., and this is Central Time, whole lot of records. Let's make sure everybody's in there. Let's make sure everybody's in that group, okay? Right, Tanner? Right. Let's hope everybody's in that group. So let's go over here and figure out what happened. Sting. Sting is bringing on the night an 86 UK original inner sleeve VG condition. 1 bid, no bids. I'm looking for a $15 start. $15 start. Brian Call says he's received his package, and he got his lower crate hop sticker, and the Fangorias are at 10 and 10. And here's the Fangorias. Alien 3, Nightlife, and Sleepwalkers. Number 111, number 82, and number 113. Ben Dygert says he'll take Aretha and Archies for $19.99 and $19.99. Tracy, Aretha's already gone. Now I just need somebody for Clapton. Would it be hard to post on YouTube? Yeah, I've tried. I'm still trying to figure out how to do that. I'm still trying to figure out because I did post it. I did post it as a reel one time. And the problem is I'm going to have 2 different videos. Because if I post one video on Facebook, I can't post that same video on YouTube. And I also have to shoot it with my phone a different angle. YouTube Reels, you got to do it vertically. And it's going to be a much shorter video. I can't show much in I think it allows 60 seconds, maybe a minute and a half. I will try it again tonight because I know half of our buyers are over on YouTube. So, yeah, I'll definitely work on that. And now we have an air horn coming. Tanner might want to go hide. Eric Clapton is sold to Michael Ruttman. And Tanner's brought me some cool stuff here to auction. All right, $19.99. Thank you, Michael Ruttman. We sold everything in that crate. Let's put on my ear protection. And we have to start off the night with an air horn. That's amazing. Fantastic. I love it. And I'm going to start off tonight with an on-sale new vinyl that is discounted because it's damaged. That's definitely worth the 7 minutes of my time to make those videos in the morning. So, heck, you never know. I might start doing one. I might have to start doing one on 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. How about new flip on the hour? Oh, my gosh. If we ever get 20, 30,000, if we get everybody that follows our main page in that group, if we get all 30, 40,000 YouTube and Facebook in that group, we probably could have a person just posting a video every hour of vintage and new records on a flip. Man, we'd have to hire 2 more people just to tag records and reply to people to figure out who got what. Who do you know who is first? That's right. That's why I have to have 2 different videos. I have to have a different video on Facebook and a different video on YouTube, so it gets complicated. And I wouldn't be able to show them live because they would just take way too much time. It's already 7 o'clock and I hadn't even shown anything new yet. But we've already sold 2 full crates. Here we go. Sting is at 17. Sting is at 17 with Jeff Halsworth. There'll be nothing left. No, there will be plenty left. I promise you that. There's plenty of vinyl in this store. Holy moly. I could make videos for days and weeks and not show you a third of it. William Seth on Fangorias. William gets those 3 for $12. Thank you. We're going to end up selling all these Fangorias tonight. That's great. I've had the last of them. And Sting is a final call. Jeff Hallward. Brian, are you still out there? Brian's out. Thank you for letting me know. And Sting is at 19. Sting is at 19. And I'm seeing some people getting some packages delivered. That's always fun. Sounds like a lot of people got a lot of mail delivered today. Great. Fantastic. That's what I like to hear. I've got to go do one more thing up front, and that's a crate that has some on-sale vinyl. And you're definitely going to do that. And we're about to get into a normal pace of new arrivals here. So let me go do that righty now. I'll be right back. And I got to grab that crate. And Tanner, I might need your help. That's got set. We'll open it live. Like, what did that Bill O'Reilly say? We'll do it live. We'll do it live. Have you ever seen that video? Bill O'Reilly just losing his mind. F it. We'll do it live. That's me every night before I go live. Y'all don't see that side of Chad. Tanner tried to do the thumb up. Tanner tried to do the thumbs up and he said it didn't work. Yeah, Jake took that off. Very sad Jake took that off. Why did he take that off? We need that back on there. Where is it? Let's see here. Streamlabs. Where's that at? Streamlabs. I'm going to be like, Jake, why'd you take that off? Jake was watching last night. Here we go. Reactions. There we go. Boom. I love it. There we go. Bill O'Reilly. Okay. New vinyl. New vinyl. Let's get started. Right here. And Laura, the way I understand, Ed has left you price sheets for tomorrow's deliveries. I'm going to apologize in advance because there's a bunch. And I got reactions. See this right here? Watch. We can click on this. Boom. Yeah. Now the thumbs up should work. Let's see. Hold on a minute. Let's let it generate. It should be back on now. Boom. You can click all kinds of stuff over there. Tanner wants to try it. There's Tanner's hand. Well, it's backwards. Okay. Okay. Back to work. No more playtime. We're on the clock here. Am I a tyrant behind the scenes? I rule with an iron fist around here. I've priced every soft machine record I can find in the store. Laura says no more soft machine. Sting is at 19, and that's a final call. Let's get back to selling records. All right, now the first thing I have here, I've got a whole crate of surprise auctions. Hope y'all are ready for Lightning Hopkins in Berkeley. Lightning Hopkins is a 1972 US OG. It's VG++. Right now there's only 2 for sale, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. Lightning Hopkins at Berkeley. Lightning Hopkins at Berkeley. Next thing we have, oh, let me show you the damaged record. I thought we sent all these back, and I found more damaged Mr. Biggs. So these are going to be, I'll do them for $29.99. There's nothing wrong with them other than the fact the seams are split. $29.99. And this is a very high quality. It's a one-step, 180 gram. Mr. Bigs are $29.99. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I got a dozen of them. The original retail price was $36.99. So Mr. Big, if you can get past a seam split, and some of them are pretty dang faint. I mean, some of them aren't bad whatsoever. That's a great price on that. Mr. Big, first thing on that, on sale, $29.99. I'm going to have to put these Fangorias somewhere. Speaking of Fangorias, I'm going to go ahead and put up another 3. We got 1 Fangoria, 2 Fangoria, 3 Ganforia, 4 Ganforia, and these 3 Fangorias are going to go up for a $10 start. Boy, that looks scary. And then there, that looks scary. And then that looks scary. 3 more Fangorias. That's going to go up for a $10 start. And those are issues number 105, number 102, and number 103. 1 Mr. Big is sold to Shannon Lee. Does anybody else want one for $29.99? I honestly thought we were going to sell every single one of those, but those are still over there. If anybody else wants one, they got seam splits. Now, the first actual new arrival here is Spin Doctors, pocket full of kryptonite. Spin Doctors is $39.99, pocket full of kryptonite, and this is $39.99 for the Spin Doctors. That is music on vinyl, and it is $39.99. I've got 2 copies available. So what about Sting? I feel like we're done on Sting. We are. Sting is officially sold, and that is sold to Ivan R for $19. Ivan R for $19. Retro Class gets a Mr. Big for $29.99. Brian C gets a Mr. Big for $29.99. Mr. Big sold and sold. Now Lightning Hopkins is at 31. Now Fangoria is at 10. Now Fangoria is at 12. Now we have 3 more singles to put up. And the next 3 hardcore singles are Mindless Mutant. We have Morai and Los Mordadas. And that's a brutal cover there. It looks like somebody about to get burned at the stake on that. $10 start for those 3 singles. Spin Doctors is $39.99. Jeff Brindley also wants a Mr. Big. These are discounted because they're damaged with seam splits for $29.99. That's so to Jeff Brindley. Thank you. Next, I've got 2 copies of Wasp Eldorado. I haven't had this Wasp in a while. Eldorado is $34.99. It is on colored vinyl. You've only missed 2 new LPs. If y'all just joined us, you're only missing 2 new LPs. Wasp and Spin Doctors. Also, Grim Reaper, a music on vinyl pressing. Grim Reaper, See You in Hell. That's new for $39.99. Lightning Hopkins is now at $35. William Seth, it looks like you're going to get the Fangorias, those 3 for $12. Danny Thomason on Wasp. Justin Dickelman on Wasp. And those 3 singles are a $10 start. I went up front and filled up my cup with ice and had Tanner help me bring this crate back here. And now my drink's actually cold. This is going to be very refreshing. I love, did I even mute my mic right then? I bet I didn't. Oh, it didn't work because I'm not clicked on my box. So sorry y'all had to hear that. What I was saying was I love tonight because there's so many cool things I have ready for you. 6 crates of new vinyl. We're going to be doing discount bins. I hadn't even mentioned this. 2 Hatchet Ed crates. So 6 crates of new vinyl, 2 Hatchet Ed crates. Balloons are on the screen. We're going to be doing mass CDs tonight. CDs galore. Singles, magazines, vinyl, everything. Yeah, I've got my reactions turned on, so I don't think my mute button. Okay, next thing I have is the very best of Billy Idol. This is a 2 LP, $44.99. The very best of Idol. That's Billy Idol, $44.99. Danny wants to put back Wasp. That's only a $30,000 restocking fee, but that's okay. I know you got it. That's $34.99. And we have Talk Talk, and this is Spirit of Eden. Talk Talk is $33.99. An undetermined number of lore crates. Wow, undetermined. That could be 0, or it could even go into negative numbers. I hope not. She could come up here and take records away, or it could be as many as 100 crates. Wow. I just hope it's not the negative. I hope it's not negative crates and she comes up here and starts taking, wow, I've never had this new and sealed. I saw them in stock and I was like, whoa, are you kidding me? Men Without Hats, and it was at a great price for $24.99. Rebecca Howitt got Talk Talk. That's one you won't see many OGs of. And now these 3 Fangorias are sold, and those are sold to William Seth for $12. We got a whole comic book box over here we're selling off tonight. And these 3 singles did not get a bid. Those are a $10 buy now, and now the Lightning Hopkins is sold. Lightning Hopkins, Patrick Lear gets that for $35. $35. Next thing we have is info on Whitesnake. Where are you seeing that at? Info on Whitesnake, where are you seeing that at? Jerry Stone gets Men Without Hats. That's the safety dance. Jerry can dance if he wants to now. $24.99. And we have Sarah McLachlan, Fumbling Towards Ecstasy. I've never had that on music on vinyl to my knowledge. $39.99 for Sarah McLachlan, Fumbling Towards Ecstasy. I should have 2 copies there. What's going on? There's fireworks exploding behind the crate. That was kind of bizarre looking. Did y'all see that? That's very interesting. Sometimes things happen on here, and I'm like, what's going on? There's like some bizarre, just weird things that happen sometimes, These 3 are sold to Chris Bryant for $10. Thank you, Chris. Those are sold to you. I'm going to stack those right there. There's those 3 Fangorias. And then next thing we have is Men at Work sold. And then also 10, and then Mark Morris on Billy Idol. That's so to Mark Morris, thank you. And then Whitesnake Greatest Hits. And who asked about that? That was Whitesnake's Greatest Hits. Brad, that's a 2 LP, new and sealed, $39.99. Michael Bohannon on Sarah McLachlan. I still got another copy. And I've got 2 copies of The Church Starfish, music on vinyl pressing, $39.99. Now, did you hear me say earlier? Oh man, that messed that up. The sticky on that got stuck to the music on vinyl sticker. That sucks. Either way, they're still new and sealed, $39.99. The Church Starfish, $39.99. Let's bring over some new auctions. We'll start with a new LP auction first. Welcome, everybody. This is Collectco on Wednesday night, and I'm all hopped up on caffeine and creatine and whatever those undetermined and unnamed pills I've been popping before the sale. I can't talk. I'm out of breath. My eyes are going crossed. I'm already sweating. Knees are trembling. Palms are sweaty. My mom has spaghetti in the fridge, literally. 1983 U.S. Specialty Original. This first press is indicated by B2 having a longer runtime. Track B2 is extended. Wow, so the OG Pressings has an extended track listing on song B2. What is song B2? Is it Gloria? What song is it? The Electric Company. Oh man, that's a good one too. So this is actually the 5-minute, 18-second version of Electric Company. Da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Somebody cried today. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. That's a great song. 83, U.S. Specialty OG EX Edition, a $15 start. Has everybody hit the like button? Has everybody hit the share button? And now we have Whitesnake's Greatest Hits. So to Brad Waits, he wants a Whitesnake's Greatest Hits. Here he goes again on his own. Down this lonely road he'll never know. Brad was like a drifter. He was born to walk alone, and I'm trying to find that Whitesnake so I can sell it to him. What crate was that in? Oh, that was over here behind the Mr. Biggs, wasn't it? It was. It's right here. So this is sold to Brad Waits. Thank you, Brad. That is sold to you for $39.99. Now U2 has a bid for $15. Next, nobody on Starfish. Are you kidding me? I love this song on here. What's it called? North, South, East, and West. That is $39.99. A new sealed music on vinyl pressing. I have never had this in stock to my knowledge. Holy moly. Depeche Mode Ultra, $38.99. If y'all bought one of those from me, I've never seen it. Depeche Mode Ultra, $38.99. Ultra, Depeche Mode. I'm messing all that up. Blah, blah, blah. Depeche Mode Ultra, $38.99. Gatefold is technically an import. David Lee Roth is not available yet. David Lee Roth, Jerry, is not available. Unfortunately not. U2 15, U2 16. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And the next auction I have is what? I have no idea. I'm about to pull something out over here. Miles Davis, a tribute to Jack Johnson. This is a U.S. first reissue. The first U.S. reissue. So it's the first one on the 70s label. It's a Pittman Press, VG Plus or better. Miles Davis is a $15 start. $15 start on that. Jackie on Depeche Mode. Thank you, Jackie Reynolds on Depeche Mode Ultra. And the next thing we have is U2 16, U2 20. And was there another question? Sarah McLaughlin. Kristen Barnett. Sarah McLaughlin is Fumbling Towards Ecstasy. That's a music on vinyl with 4-page insert, 180 gram, new and sealed MOV, $39.99. Also, L7, $24.99. I've only got 2 copies. The reissue of their 1988 debut LP. This is $24.99. Miles Davis 16, U2 25, L7's $24.99. Our next 3 singles, 1, 2, 3. We're in a bunch of ends. This is No Submission with a bunch of stickers and inserts. No Parade and Mozart Nasty. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Miles Davis 16, U2 25, U2. Ivan R on L7. That's sold to Ivan R. Thank you on that. L7 is sold to you. And then Scott Smith on Sarah McLaughlin. Let's make sure Sarah McLaughlin, Kristen Barnett doesn't want that. Kristen Barnett. If you don't want Sarah McLaughlin, let me know. If so, Scott Smith, Jeff Breenley on L7, and Rebecca Howitt, you'll be first on a waiting list, okay? I need to order more of those anyway. Those are at a great price. Those are actually on sale. That's why I have them kind of a little bit less than most new vinyl cost. They're only $24.99. Hopefully, I can still grab more for that. Rebecca will be on the first on the waiting list. I'll check on David Lee Roth. As of right now, it was not available to me. So I will double check on that, Jerry and Tim, okay? And then DRI. Here we go. The first DRI tonight is Dealing With It. Restored and remastered. DRI is $29.99. I've only got 2 DRIs, and I've got 2 Skinny Puppies. And this Skinny Puppy is called, I don't know if I've had this one in a while. What is it called? There's nothing written on it. Does this one have a title? Surely. I know it does. It did when I ordered. There's nothing on the spine, though. Dang. Skinny Puppy, $29.99. All right, so here's how we're going to do this. We got 3 auctions up. U2 is the OG pressing with the extended version of the Electric Company. Jason Hughes bid 16. Ben Diger bid 20. Jason Hughes bid 22. Ben Diger bid 25. Jeff Halsworth bid 26. Miles Davis is a second label VG Plus OG Pittman, or reissue VG Plus Pittman. 1 bid for $16. We sold L7. Rebecca first on the waiting list. Next comment is U2 30. Can I do Octung Baby yet? Next, yes. Kristen Barnett got Sarah McLaughlin. So, Scott, I'm going to put you on a waiting list. Scott Smith on a waiting list for Sarah McLaughlin, unless he says otherwise. Rebecca on the L7 wait list. Webster Vance wants a Depeche Mode Ultra. I keep saying Depeche Mode. That's sold to Webster Vance. And now DRI. DRI is sold to John Darden, and this is sold to Justin Deckelman. And then Sean Fairweather wants Skinny Puppy Remission, and so does Thomas Hujar. Okay, so I think those are the 2 only claims, right? Sean got 1 and Thomas got 1. Ivan was just helping me and Steven, not a claim. Okay, thank you. Miles is at 18. And it's called Skinny Puppy Remission. Thank you. So 2 are sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. At the conclusion of this crate, I'll go back through and show you everything that there's waiting list for. Or maybe we sold out on the number. We can do a waiting list for anything. I'll let you know if they're discontinued or something, but most of this stuff is in print, in stock. It just depends if they still have it in stock. We were just talking about this. Joy Division, Unknown Pleasures. Joy Division's $33.99. Rebecca on the Skinny Puppy waiting list. And how about Green River Rehab Doll? Sub Pop, that is a remaster, $33.99. All right, the 3 singles did not get a bid, so those are about now for $10. Miles Davis did get a new bid for $18, and that is Garrett Cypher, 18, and that's a new bid. So that means John Durden, you've been outbid on Miles Davis, and that means you too. The last bid on this was $30 of Jason Hughes. Jeff went out. I'm about to sell it for $30. Okay? Next thing we have is DRI. We had this one last week. DRI, Dirty Rotten LP. DRI is $29.99. DRI is $29.99. And there we have it. Let's go ahead and grab 3 more Fangoria magazines. The next 3 Fangoria magazines are going to be right here. We got 1, we got 2, and we got 3. 3 Fangoria magazines. The British Savini, Blood and Gore from Overseas, Amityville 3D, and Fangoria, Sometimes They Come Back, Stephen King's. It also mentions Nintendo games up here. How cool is that? Definitely 80s, 90s era. These 3 Fangoria magazines are going to go up for a $10 start. John's out on the Miles Davis. Chris Bryant gets a DRI. Rebecca gets a DRI. And John Durden, you're going to be first on a waiting list. What a great crate of new vinyl. So there's lore crates coming, 2 Hatchet Ed crates, vintage discount bins. we have a lot to go through. We might go ahead and either knock out back-to-back new vinyl crates, or I'm going to go ahead and do a Hatchet Ed crate. Hatchet Ed? CDs will be a little bit later tonight. We went through some of the best batch of CDs I've seen all night. We'll do that a little bit later. CDs will be reserved for closer to 11:30. Make sure you're awake and watching, because there'll be some great deals. We sold probably, well, now total closer to 300, but man, there were so many good ones in there. One more quick read through here. Spin Doctors, Pocket Full of Kryptonite. Spin Doctors, $39.99. You should see, we're just pulling stuff out of tubs. You should see our wall of CDs. I think I've posted it before. We have a wall of CDs back there. Oh my gosh. Incredible. Spin Doctors is $39.99. That's a music on vinyl press, Pocket Full of Kryptonite. I've got two. They're new and sealed. So John Durden did get on that DRI waiting list. Let's go ahead and sell you two. And U2 is sold for $30, and U2 is sold for $30 to the winning bidder of Jason Hughes. Thank you, Jason. That's so to you. Donna Cole wants one the discounted Mr. Biggs. I got Mr. Biggs. Unfortunately, they do have a seam split, but they're $7 off, just $29.99. So give one of those for $29.99 to Donna Cole. Miles Davis, the other bidder, went out. So Garrett, I think you're going to get this. And Garrett, that's so do you. Nice slip in there. You get that for $18. And now final call on these three Fangorias. No, William, you've been outbid. Mr. Seth. Now Carla has those at 12. The next comment is Jerry Ferguson on the Spin Doctors. That's sold. And I thought I saw a Depeche Mode comment slipped in there. I did. Sean Fairweather. So we have 2 copies of Depeche Mode Ultra left. 2 copies left. That one sold to Sean Fairweather. And then the next LP was Grim Reaper. I kind of need to recycle that back into Thursday night, Metal Night. Grim Reaper, $39.99. See You in Hell. Wasp Eldorado, we sold one. There's one left. That's colored vinyl. Wasp is $34.99. The Very Best of Billy Idol, we sold one. There's one left, $44.99. Talk, Spirit of Eden, $33.99. We sold one. There's one available. Men Without Hats, Rhythm of Use with Safety Dance. We've sold one. There's one available for $24.99. The Church Starfish, we still got both available. New Sealed, Music on Vinyl Pressings, and Depeche Mode Ultra. We've sold 3. Now there's 2 left, $38.99. Joy Division, $33.99. And then Green River Rehab Doll is $33.99. So Fangorias, these 3, I got to make sure William Seth is done. Carla does have those for 12. Let me know. I'm about to go over the waiting list. First, Mike Massey wants Talk. That will be our first waiting list if anybody wants on there. Talk has now sold out. So if anybody wants one, waiting list, Spirit of Eden, $33.99. The other LPs we sold out of was the following. Let me show those very quickly. We sold out of Sarah McLachlan, Fumbling Towards Ecstasy. Sarah McLachlan, Fumbling Towards Ecstasy. Music on Vinyl Pressing, $39.99. Let me know if you want on a waiting list. I actually just sold out of Whitesnake's Greatest Hits. If we don't have a waiting list, let's make sure we order more. We definitely need Whitesnake's Greatest Hits in stock. I still got Depeche Mode. Also, we sold out of L7 in a GIF, and these are $24.99. That's the reissue of their 1988 LP. I don't think I've ever had an original. To my knowledge, I've never had an original of that. And then here's the first DRI waiting list. The first DRI waiting list is Dealing With It. DRI Dealing With It. If you want on that one, put DRI Dealing. And then Skinny Puppy Remission. We have a waiting list on Skinny Puppy Remission. That one's $29.99. Skinny Puppy Remission. That's a waiting list. And then the other DRI was the Dirty Rotten LP. That is $29.99. That is $29.99. And that is DRI. And that was the Dirty Rotten LP. And then here's what's left. We have Zero Tone on the Church. Now, the resealable strip on the back, unfortunately, has part of a sticker stuck to it. That's very unfortunate. There we go. That made that look a lot better. And that is sold to Zero over on YouTube. He said just call him Zero. There's one left. Unfortunately, though, the Music on Vinyl sticker has got ripped off by the sticky from the other one. But there it is. I don't know if that makes it any better. But $39.99. And then Green River. Yes, why haven't Joy Division sold out? Holy moly. We've only ever had a handful of those ever. Depeche Mode, Men Without Hats, Billy Idol, Wasp, Grim Reaper, and Spin Doctors. There we go. Let's go ahead and do another one. Unfortunately, I lost William on on those 3 Fangorias. So sell these to Carla DeRoche for $12. Thank you, Carla. Those are so to you. Now let's get all new auctions up before I bring over another new crate. What is the next auction, you ask? The next auction is U2 Octung Baby. This is a bootleg, unofficial. It's on red vinyl. It's in VG condition. It's a double LP, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. No, it's a single LP. Wow, they got it. They got everything on one LP. So it's a red vinyl bootleg, and of course, Laura made a note. The OGs from the '90s usually sell for well over $100. U2's on red vinyl, and that's a $15 start. Red vinyl U2, and that's a bootleg copy. This was out of print for a long time before they started remastering and repressing them here recently. So that's a red vinyl bootleg, $15 start on that. Let's go ahead and grab, we're going to do back-to-back crates here of new releases because that crate went extremely well. We got 2 Hatchet Ed crates. Laura's working on marking stuff. I'm marking stuff. Tanner's marking stuff. John's marking stuff, and he's not even here. Seth's marking stuff. He's not even here. Everybody's at home marking stuff. I sent everybody a crate home. I said, here's a crate. Take this home and mark it. Put prices on these. Clean them, sleeve them, price them, research them, discogs, comps, etc., etc. Dust. We'll get dust going very soon. U2 has a bid. Chad needs some purple juice. Let me do that right now. Maybe Chad doesn't need purple juice. I don't know. Here we go. What is in here? There's a really cool new release in here that I missed the pre-order for. Hopefully they sell out. Before I do that, we've actually filled up another crate. Let me go ahead and swap out these crates because this one has filled up. Crate number 2, sold. Don't let me forget to show the Ride the Lightning box sets. I still got to sell one of those. We sold one in the group. Still got to sell one of those. U2 is a single disc. Yeah. They've put everything on one LP, right? Let me make sure. Hopefully it's not missing a disc, but, you know, it's normally a 2 LP. Yeah, it looks like it's got everything. I can count the songs here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think the new LP's 7, 8. Yeah, it's all on one disc. That's pretty convenient, actually. The new ones are on 2 LPs. That's a red vinyl bootleg from 2014. It's at $30 on that. All right, first thing in here is Gary Moore. This is new for Friday. This comes out Friday. Gary Moore live from the Baloo's session. Previously unreleased recordings from 2008, a performance that stands amongst Gary's very best. 2 LP blue vinyl. That is $39.99. $39.99. That's new. That comes out Friday. The next auction is going to go up right now. A lot of people are ready to bid on Dust. Before we put up Dust, let me put up this, and this is Dwight Yoakam, an OG copy of Guitars, Cadillacs, etc., etc. There's a little bit of a stain here on the cover, but it is an OG club copy from '86. Nice EX, a $15 start. $15 start on this. This is Dwight Yoakam, Guitars, Cadillacs, etc., etc. Has the original on her sleeve. There's the cover. Dwight Yoakam's a $15 start. Patrick Johnson wants one of the new Gary Moores. There's one more Gary Moore there. Next thing we have is what? We have U2, which is an unofficial. The bids on those were 15, 15, 20, 15, 18, 20, 25. The next bid was 27, then 30. And then we have U2 at 31, and that's a red vinyl bootleg, and now it's 40. And then Dwight Yoakam is a $15 start. One Gary Moore left, and then one copy of the new Billy Idol. I don't know why I just got one in, but that's the new Billy Idol on purple vinyl, $33.99. That's called Dream Into It. And then, yes, here they are. Oh, boy, I have them on hand. Black Sabbath by Black Sabbath, the Rhino. Here they are. And Chad needs his laptop because we've had a waiting list going for this now. It seems like for 2 or 3 weeks. We order them, sell out waiting list. Order them, sell out waiting list. Order them, sell out waiting list. Order them again, sell out and waiting list. $44.99. This is Black Sabbath by Black Sabbath, all analog. If you don't have one, I'm sad. And so if you want to make me happy, you can buy one. Right, Tanner? Tanner said, yep. I love when Tanner's here because I can bring back the old right Tanner. And the waiting list for this is Trina Long and Justin Deckelman. Trina Long and Justin Deckelman. Trina Long and Justin Deckelman. If anybody else wants one, they are $44.99. There's one for Trina Long. There's one for Justin Deckelman. There's 3 copies left. Danny gets the new Billy Idol. U2's at $40 with Jeff Topping. $40. The White Yoakam's at $20. Our next 3 singles from the Hardcore Crate. 1, 2, 3. Here's our next 3 singles from this hardcore batch. The Nation of Ulysses. The Nation of Ulysses. And Murder Nervous System. Those 3 are a $10 star. Tony Clem wants a Black Sabbath. Thomas Reed gets a Black Sabbath. Did I get my Black Sabbath? You should have been on a waiting list from last week. You was probably on a waiting list for last week. Thomas Hujar. You got one. You were billed on one for Monday. There's one left. There's one Gary Moore left. And we have 3 Doors Down's Greatest Hits. $34.99. 3 Doors Down's Greatest Hits. And there is a waiting list for this. 3 Doors Down's Greatest Hits. Justin Deckelman, you're on a waiting list for 3 Doors Down Greatest Hits. Anybody else? Nobody else. I have more copies available if anybody else wants one. 3 Doors Down is $34.99. That is sold. I've got 3 extra copies here. And now U2's at $45. That is a red vinyl bootleg. The singles are on that. And then what about Dwight Yoakam? I see where Chris Bryant went out. David Tate, $20. Wow, those now sell for great prices. Before that album was reissued, these used to be $50, $75, $100 albums. This is one of the few records I've seen reissues highly affect the value. I remember these used to be $50, $75, $100. Now it's in print. I've got new sealed copies back here, and the OGs sell for less than $30 now. That's very surprising. That's one of the few times I've seen a reissue affect the OG value. That usually doesn't happen. No AC/DC tonight for me. No, I'm going to have to... Paul's on a buying trip, and for me to have went to AC/DC, I would have had to not have a sale tonight. Paul went and bought a really good collection. By the way, he sent me pictures, and I hadn't even looked at them yet. He sent me pictures and videos, and I think he wanted me to show these live on the air. And yeah, look at all these records. Warrant. Look at all these Zeppelins. Whole shelf there full of Led Zeppelin, Sean. Wow, look at all those. Paris, London, looks like bootlegs. There's Robert Plant, Jimmy Page. There's even more. Look at all these Kiss albums, folks. Holy moly. Looks like we've bought a good collection. So Paul's out buying. Because Paul's out buying, I have to be here selling. But yeah, unfortunately, I've missed AC/DC tonight in Nashville. That's okay. Those guys are going to live to be 100. Look at all the David Bowies. Holy moly, that's a lot of Bowie. A lot of Bowie there. Wow, autographed Lou Reed. That's nice. Already JSA authenticated. Autographed Lou Reed. That's nice. And then let's see here. There's a video of the room. Let's open it up and look at this video. Wow, look at that. Wow, that's a lot of cool looking vinyl. Thank you for whoever sold us their collection. We're always buying records. We will travel anywhere we need to in the United States. Dokken, Misfits, Twisted Sister, Rap, Poison, Pearl Jam. I don't know what that is. Prince, Jane's Addiction, Dead Kennedys, Viking Blue. Looks like some really good stuff. Holy moly. Goodness gracious. Next thing we have is Flotsam and Jetsam. My God. That's the name of the album. My God, it is Flotsam and Jetsam. This is from that new label, Reissued Sounds, numbered to 100 on green splatter. This is long out of print, Flotsam and Jetsam. I should have posted a pre-order. I missed it. This album came out in 2001. Flotsam and Jetsam. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4, there's 5, there's 6, there's 7, there's 8, there's 9. I've got 10 Flotsam and Jetsams. $44.99. Just catch them at AC/DC. Patrick, that's a great idea. I had to miss them tonight. How about I just go out to Vegas for a few nights, Tanner? Do I have permission? Tanner said, see you, bye. All right. When is that concert? I'm going to Vegas, folks. Flotsam and Jetsam. Sold to Thomas Hujar. These are numbered to 100. I've got 9 copies left of Flotsam and Jetsam. That's one that there's probably no OGs of. If it is, it's very rare, and it's never been reissued in a long time. It hadn't been in print since I've been selling vinyl. Next thing is these 3 singles. These are, okay, we have actually a tie, or Craig's leading this at $11. Craig's leading this at $11. And by the way, the U2 is still getting bids. Jeff Topping has this for $46. Flotsam and Jetsam is sold to MT Matt. Now there's 8 copies left. I need 8 more people on Flotsam and Jetsam. Now 7 more people. Todd Tipton. I mean, I'm missing a bucket list concert tonight to sell y'all vinyl. The least you could do is buy some stuff. How much is Dream Theater? That is $39.99. It's on clear vinyl. Clear vinyl, Dream Theater, $39.99. I mean, I'm missing a bucket list concert. The least y'all could do is buy everything that you see over and over, just multiple copies. Even if you already have it, buy it again. Neil Young Freedom is $39.99. These 3 singles, Thomas, are at $11. These 3 singles are at $11. Those 3 singles are at $11. We got 7 Flotsam and Jetsams. What number did you get? You got number 67. I don't have any real low numbers. They're all in the 60s and 70s. I've all got 60s and 70s, it looks like. Also, Blind Melon, $38.99. That is the music on vinyl pressing of Blind Melon. If you're okay with that number, let me know. $38.99 for Blind Melon. And let's see what I've got with Blind Melon. The waiting list for Blind Melon is who? Tim Graham. I got 3 extra copies. This has their hit song No Rain on it. It's a new sealed music on vinyl pressing. This is so. Jason Hughes gets a Neil Young. That is so to Jason Hughes. The singles are at $12. And what about U2 over here? U2, Jeff Topping, $46. Now, he outbid Robbie L. So, Robbie L on YouTube, let me know if you want back in, okay? Now, Craig, I never did update these forever because Thomas had bid and basically tied you, and now Craig's back in at 15. Okay, I knew Craig was probably still watching. Jerry Ferguson gets that last Neil Young Freedom. Talk about a tougher to get OG. This is one of them. That's a tougher to get OG record there, 39. We're going to run Dust at 8 o'clock. Dust and them Crooked Vultures at 8 o'clock. Dust and them Crooked Vultures at 8 o'clock. But how about we go ahead and do this right here? Holy moly. Here it is, folks. Weird Al Yankovic, Polka Party. Weird Al Yankovic, Polka Party. This is a 1986 gold stamp promo, out of print since its pressing. No condition notes, a $35 start with the original on her sleeve. Let the bidding begin. Old Weird Al Yankovic back there. Jason Hughes on Blind Melon. Thomas, you're outbid on these singles. Craig Thomas has those for $15. And now U2. U2 is a final call. I've lost Robbie L. Jeff Topping has that for $46. Next thing is Metallica. Master of Puppets is Pulling Your Strings. $33.99. There was actually a waiting list for this. Master of Puppets, I believe it was Kristen Darren Chrisman. Darren Chrisman was on a waiting list. Darren, that's sold to you. I've got 2 extra copies, $33.99. Thank you on that. These 3 singles sold to Craig for $15. Jeff Topping gets U2 for $46. Weird Al is a $35 start. And the last thing in here is Jeff Halsworth wants a Master of Puppets, and then Cinderella, Long Cold Winter. That's a music on vinyl pressing, $38.99 for Cinderella. Long Cold Winter. Cinderella, $38.99. Weird Al, that should already have bids for $35, $40, $45, $50, $55, $60, $65, $70. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Without further ado, hope everybody's ready. It is Funkadelic. This is a 2004 UK reissue. Near Mint Minus, $25 start. It is a 2004 UK, $25 start on that. Next thing is a quick recap of this crate. Is everybody still with me? First thing I have is the new release for Friday, Gary Moore Live. That's $39.99, 2 LP blue vinyl. Black Sabbath, the last copy. Don't make me go on a rant. Do not let me start going on a rant for Black Sabbath. Do you have one? It's a flow chart. It's a simple flow chart. Do I have the Black Sabbath Rhino? I'm not talking about do you have an OG, a US remaster, this or that. I'm asking, do you have the Rhino, RTI, Kevin Gray, all analog? If your answer is no, then use comment Black Sabbath and hit send. If it's yes, then you still hit Black Sabbath and hit send. That way you have 2 copies. If you already have 2 copies or more, the third leg to the flow chart says, once again, buy Black Sabbath. There's 1 copy left, and then we'll have a waiting list. So it's a simple yes or no. But either way, all roads lead to Black Sabbath. 3 Doors Down's Greatest Hits, $34.99. And Flotsam and Jetsam, My God, $44.99. 2 LP green splatter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 copies left. Also, Blind Melon, No Rain. We have 2 copies left. Music on vinyl press. That's always getting asked about. Always. Always get asked about. Master of Puppets, $33.99. And then Cinderella, Long Cold Winter. Do I have night songs? Those should be here tomorrow or Friday. I just ordered more of those. They should be here tomorrow or Friday. If you want on a waiting list, let me know. And let me go ahead and move the leftover crate over here. Let me go ahead and move the leftover crate over here. If you just hopped on, you might have missed stuff from that last crate, which was Spin Doctors, Grim Reaper, Wasp, Billy Idol, Men Without Hats, Depeche Mode, Joy Division, Green River, and The Church. And now I'm going to move that right over here behind me, and we're ready to continue. All right, Justin Deckelman wants on the wait list for Cinderella Light Songs. Did you see that? I did see it, but I hadn't seen it, if that makes sense. All right, where are we at on Weird Al? Paul Brothers bid 35 on Weird Al. Jim Davis bid 35 on Weird Al. Jim Davis bid 37 on Weird Al. Are we out of Fangoria? We're not out of Fangoria. Here's 3 more Fangorias going up right now. 1, 2, 3 more Fangorias. These are a little bit earlier, they look like. We have issue number 54, number 53, and number 106. 3 Fangoria magazines, a $10 start. $10 starts on that. What Wasp Eldorado, $34.99. Wasp Eldorado. And by the way, the Funkadelic is a 2004 UK. I'm looking for a $25 start on Funkadelic, and right now it does not have a bid. Funkadelic, let's take it to the stage. Let's take it to the stage. There's Fangoria. There's that. There's Weird Al. There's Funkadelic. There's Fangoria. And I think it's time we go through a Hatchet Ed crate. Let me take a peek at it. Plus, we got a few new Funkos right over here, 1 of each. There's also some unpaid auctions in here who got blocked, and they won't be buying from us again. Make sure you pay for your auction duties. And let's go through this. So some of this stuff is OG. Some of it's sealed. Some of it is unpaid auctions. And everything is available for sale. Okay? And then here is the Hatchet Ed crate. Ed's in charge of our customer service here. He does a phenomenal job. But did Tanner just say don't get on his bad side? Yeah, you don't want to get on his bad side. Tanner said just don't get on Ed's bad side, okay? So I give him full authority. Okay, I leverage him full authority. I said, Ed, you're in charge of customer relations. That's for the good stuff, and he has to handle all the bad stuff. The bad stuff is when people, unfortunately, don't pay their bills. Now, it's different when something happens and you let us know and we work with you. That's okay. It's really bad when you buy a bunch of stuff and you're not talking to us. Because some of y'all been buying from us for years. You're like, hey, I need another week to pay. And Ed's like, that's okay. But the bad part is when you buy a bunch of stuff and you don't pay for it and you're not letting us know what's going on and you don't have the decency to send us a message, etc., etc. Okay? So make sure you talk to him. He has full control of orders. I don't have time. I wish I did. I would reply to everybody personally, but if I did that, we wouldn't have live sales. I wouldn't be able to sleep. That would take up my extra 5 hours, maybe 6 that I get to sleep. I'd have to reply to orders. So I'm not a robot. So Ed handles everything. Ed handles everything. Once it leaves here, Ed handles it. That's invoice corrections, payments. He does everything else. I have basically cloned myself for customer service with Ed. He handles it exactly the way I would. The demeanor, the tone, he does a great job. But he's also firm with the non-payments. Great job, Ed. If you've ever talked to him on the phone, he's probably the nicest guy you'll ever talk to. Now, if you don't pay, he will bring out the hatchet and he will smash your fingers, which is uncomfortable. Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell, you're all I need to get by. This is an OG pressing that sold for $49 that did not get paid for. Who wants it for $49? It is OG, and it is actually really, really nice. $49. That was the auction price. If no one buys it right now for $49, I'll re-auction it at a later date. But that's what it sold for. $49 for Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell. Elton John's Captain Fantastic with all the inserts. Wow, looks like a nice copy. $34.99 on Elton John. And then we have a set of Kiss picture disc. Gene Simmons, Peter Criss, Ace Frehley, and Paul Stanley, and those are $29.99 each. They're all new sealed pressings, $29.99 each, okay? Let's update our auctions. The last thing that happened was we had a question about Wasp. Steve Weaver, I don't know if I said it or not, but that was Eldorado for $34.99. Weird Al got a bid for $40. Fangoria got a bid for $10. Weird Al got a bid for $43. And then we have Weird Al with a bid of $44. And we have George Sambares picking up that Marvin Gaye for $49. That's sold to George Sambares for $49. And then Thomas Hujar was second. Thomas Hujar was second on that one. So the three Fangorias got one bid for $10, and that was Carla DeRoche. That's going to be a final call, but I'm going to go ahead and make Funkadelic a buy it now. 2004 UK, no copies for sale right now in the United States. It's EX Plus, and it's a $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now. Dust and Crooked Vultures are going up at $8. Also, War, the music band, $29.99. Elton appears to be really nice. Very little wear on the jacket. And when I say inserts, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, very nice. EX Plus or better. So it should have a poster, 2 books, and a merch insert. Jetstream, the merch insert's always gone. Very rarely do I have a complete with merch. But yeah, 2 books and the poster, which the poster's killer. It looks like the full expanded artwork on the cover. All right, there is that. Let's put that right in there. And now Weird Al has got a new bid for $45. So Paul and Jim Davis were still bidding on Weird Al. Now it's at $45. And Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love. Bruce is $19.99. So this is a Hatchet Ed crate. Everything is sticker price. We've already sold all these once, and they either got put back or didn't get paid for. So we'll resell them again. And Jetstream wants Elton John. We've already sold the Marvin Gaye. There's more unpaid for auctions in the front. Looks like mostly OG records in here. Charlie Daniels Band, A Decade of Hits. We had that CD earlier. Here's the album in shrink wrap. Beautiful copy. $24.99 on that. And Chris Christopherson, Easter Island, $14.99 on Chris Christopherson. Some of these could be mistags too. Some of these are records that I pull out that I accidentally say the wrong person. They put it to the wrong person, and that other person never did say, hey, I'm missing a record. I've had some people be, wait a minute, I bought that last week and it didn't get put on my invoice. That could happen too, because sometimes I accidentally mistag or I missay the wrong name, and some of y'all buy so much you don't even realize you're missing something. So these 3 Fangorias are sold for $10 to Carla DeRoche. Carla, that's so to you. And Tanner's still here. We're working on clearing up some space. That amazing collection I just showed y'all, right? That incredible collection, Paul, is on his way back from Atlanta, and he bought an incredible collection down in Atlanta, and they're going to be here tonight to unload everything, and they're trying to make room for it right now. And so here later in the show, you're going to hear more ruckus when a trailer arrives. I can't believe no one got Funkadelic for $25. That's kind of a shocker. But our next auction right now is David Bowie, Low. This is a 1980 pressing. It is a U.S. reissue, but always a desirable album. Low is in VG condition. That's a $25 start. $25 start. The next comment is Weird Al, $48. How much was Bruce? Bruce was $19.99. Chris Christopherson condition. No condition notes. No condition notes, $14.99. Very nice, Danny. If you don't want that, then Joe Salamo does. Weird Al's at $50. What's the Funkadelic? What's the Weird Al? And Hotlanta? And can you describe the ruckus? We have Funkadelic. It's a 2004 UK. It is a 2004 UK, $25 on that. David Bowie's a VG a VG 1980. I think that originally came out in like 76, maybe 74. It was mid-70s, so that's a 1980 pressing. And then over here is Weird Al. This is OG galore. A 1986 gold stamp promo original, near mint minus with the original on her sleeve and beautiful jacket. The last bid that came in on Weird Al was $50 with Jim Davis, now $52. Danny does get Chris Chris Christopherson. Also, we have Glenn Campbell, Letter to Home. Glenn Campbell is sealed for $14.99. And Meatloaf, one of the biggest albums of all time, Bat Out of Hell. Should be on an orange label. If not, it's a second press. It's the first label, $34.99. New and sealed, Back in Black. I Hit the Sack, $33.99. And wow, somebody put back or didn't pay for a Jailbreak. Unbelievable. Vinyl Me Please. And I've got 20 more copies of those on the way. Yeah, 20 more copies of those are on the way. I just ordered 20 more copies of Jailbreak, $34.99, and the best of the Doobie Brothers, $14.99. There it is. Final call to get a bid on Bowie for $25. I'm going to grab 3 more hardcore singles right quick. There's 1, there's 2, and here is 3. And we have Necros, and Natural Law. This Necros was marked for $20. Necros, and Natural Law. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Slicker does take the Funkadelic for $25. Now, Gregory asked about it. He may be doing some research, but if Gregory passes, he'll let me know. Right now, let's go ahead and tag it for Slicker for $25. Thomas on MI. Or that's probably ML for Meatloaf. That's sold to Thomas. D-Kong wants that Charlie Daniels Decade of Hits and Shrink. That is sold. And Weird Al 38. And now the 45s, 10, 21. Weird Al's not 38. No. Weird Al's at $52. Weird Al's at $52, Nick. Jim Davis bid 50. Paul bid 52. Jim Davis is going to let me know if he wants back in. And now David Bowie's on the clock. It's about to be a bite now if nobody bids. New and sealed, Alan Jackson. Don't rock the jukebox. He just announced he's retiring. $33.99. The Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer. That's an OG record for $14.99. Merle Haggard, Kern River. Merle Haggard is $14.99. And Back to the Bar Rooms is $14.99. Those are no condition notes, nice copies. And then there's Willie. Merle, and then here's Willie. There'll be no teardrops tonight. I claim Funkadelic, okay? I must have missed that. Gregory claimed the Funkadelic. I did miss that. Okay, so Gregory gets the Funkadelic. Sorry, Slicker. So Gregory asked about it first, and this is sold to Gregory Roberts. Funkadelic is sold to Gregory for $25. Slicker is second on that. Then we sold Meatloaf, and then we sold Charlie Daniels. Make sure Funkadelic goes to Gregory. And now we have Willie Nelson and Roger Miller. That's in shrink wrap, $14.99. Willie Nelson and Waylon Jennings for $14.99. Somebody bought a lot of classic country, and then there's some classic rock. Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion. $14.99. Details on low. Scott, I was just about to make it a buy it now. It's a 1980 U.S. reissue in VG condition. 80 U.S. reissue in VG condition, and we're about to make it a $25 buy it now. But if you want to go ahead and bid, you can. If not, I'm going to drink some blue juice, and for some reason my mute box not working, so I'm just going to take a drink right here. Y'all can have to listen to me. Delicious. Purple juice. All right. Next. Weird Al still getting bids. The 45, sure. So the first one here on top, the 45s right now are at $26, now $27. Necros. And the song is Sex Drive and Police Brutality, Better Never Than Late, and Cast Something System. Necros. Embryonic Sound original 1980 demo. That's on colored vinyl. Looks like a greenish kind of. And then Natural Law is on black vinyl. And that is Hand and Foot, Poor Taste, Slump, Persona, and Acclimate. All right. And here we go. Going through a Hatchet Ed crate. So these are some OGs, some new and sealed. Charlie Rich, Very Special Love Songs. After this, I'm doing another crate of new and sealed vinyl. Charlie Rich is $14.99. Charlie Daniels Band Whiskey. Charlie Daniels $24.99. Willie Nelson Stardust. Willie Nelson's $14.99. And Loverboy, Keep It Up. Loverboy is $19.99. And the Honey Drippers. That's Robert Plant, Jimmy Page in shrink and with hop sticker. That is $24.99. The 45s are at $30. David Bowie's a buy it now for $25. That's a no bid. 1980 U.S. reissue. $25 buy it now on that. Let me push my auctions around because we got great stuff over here. Holy moly, would you look at all this? Here is the next auction. Pearl Jam. This is a live, unofficial, sealed on colored vinyl. Pearl Jam, the broadcast, 1992. This is a 2012 UK unofficial. Sides A, B, and C was recorded at the Cabaret Metro in Chicago. Side D
VLP is various live performances. Sources for these are on the back cover. So this is all one concert here, and then this is different shows. Saturday Night Live, MTV, Park Plaza Hotel, and that is sealed on colored vinyl numbered, a live Pearl Jam bootleg, a $35 start. Michael Bohannon, you do get David Bowie for $25, thank you. Weird Al still getting bids. The singles are at $36. Final call. It was between Chris and William, unless somebody else gets in. Final call. Willie Nelson Partners. Willie Nelson, $14.99. Boy, somebody bought a lot of country. And then here's Elvis, Burning Love, EX Edition, $12.99. And then Merle Haggard, His Best. And so far, I don't think any of the vintage stuff in here has had condition notes. $14.99. New and sealed, Charlie Rich, Lonely Weekends. Remastered from the mono tapes. That's $19.99. Willie Nelson, Without a Song. Willie Nelson's in shrink wrap for $14.99. Humble Pie, Smoking. VG, $9.99. Charlie Daniels Band, Night Rider. VG Plus, $17.99. Urban Cowboy 2, no condition notes, $19.99. And Eric Clapton Backless is $34.99. No condition notes on that. Let's update these auctions. Weird Al was at 57. Weird Al 58. Pearl Jam 35. Weird Al 59. Jim B is in on the singles. Chris Bryant, you have a new competitor. Jim B has those at $38. Next is new and sealed Metallica live in the City of Brotherly Love. That's a Metallica concert. They're doing nothing but covers. Nothing but covers. It's a 2LP red vinyl, $39.99. Iron Maiden, The X Factor, $64.99. $64.99 on The X Factor. Cody wants the Urban Cowboy 2. That's sold to Cody Wright. New and sealed, The Presidents of the United States of America, $29.99. Now the 45's at $42. Paul Brothers, it's back to you on Weird Al. And final call, just one bid on that Pearl Jam for $35. $35. Cruisin', 1956. These are great compilations. This is $19.99. That's in shrink. That has Chuck Berry, Rollover Beethoven, a Little Willie Johns on here, the Platters, and it has radio ads from that era as well. David Jones, you may know him as Davy Jones, you may know him as Davy Jones from the Monkees, $19.99. Sorry, I was questioning his real name. All right, here's an unpaid auction. Van Halen 2, $27. Now, the bad part is me trying to remember exactly what version. If I didn't keep the sticky note with it, this appears to be OG, and it's really nice looking. So it's not a beat-up copy. Maybe EX or EX Plus. Van Halen, $27. Levi Hilton on EP, and that was for Elvis Presley. And then Iron Maiden is not OG. No, this is the newest sealed import version. It's the newest sealed import version for $64.99. John Durden gets Van Halen for $27. Next is Black Sabbath, Master of Reality. Wow, $50. Let's see what version this was. That's definitely the first label. It actually don't look too bad, folks. Master of Reality. Looks like an Allied pressing or Terre Haute. T1, definitely Terre Haute. It has the original under sleeve. That looked EX or better. That's unusual. Seems like a great price, too. $50 on Master of Reality. And then here's Heaven and Hell. Heaven and Hell was $85. Somebody didn't pay for their Black Sabbath auctions. That's bad. Now they can never buy Black Sabbath records again from Colecco. That's actually pretty sad to me. I don't want to lose anybody, but if you're not paying for records. Here is Heaven and Hell. That is a nice looking copy too. That's $85. And then we have Iron Maiden Power Slave. Wow, $62. $62. Iron Maiden Power Slave. That looks like it's in about VG Plus or EX. Let's call it VG Plus, original under sleeve. $62. And then George Jones, Who's Gonna Fill Their Shoes? That is $20 in shrink wrap. I auctioned that, and now it's $20. And there's a couple singles in here too. The singles are Gimme 3 Steps, Leonard Skinner, Saturday Night Special, and Leonard Skinner. We'll say all three Leonard Skinner singles for $20. These have some dust I need to knock off. All three Leonard Skinner singles for $20. All right, now let's go in order and see who got what here. Those are nice. And the original company sleeves too, okay? Now, time out. Let's update what's happening here. So I remember saying Jim B came back in on the 45s at 45. Pearl Jam got a new bid for 38. I answered the Iron Maiden question. That was for X Factor. And then Weird Al got a new bid for 60. Levi got Elvis. Pearl Jam got another bid for 40. Pearl Jam got another bid for 40. John got the Van Halen 2. Pearl Jam 42. Jeff Hallsworth, you were second on Van Halen. Weird Al got a bid for 61 with Jim Davis. Juanita, you were third on Van Halen. Jerry Ferguson bid 47 on Pearl Jam. The price on 1957. Tanner, is the front door unlocked? Is somebody here? Hold on one second. Did Paul, or was that Tanner leaving, or was that somebody walking out? I heard the door chime, or is that the back door? I bet that was the back door. Is Tanner on the, yeah, I bet they're getting here with a trailer. Okay. I was making sure we didn't leave the front door unlocked. That did happen a couple months ago. Somebody was up front looking through comic books, and I was like, I'm sorry, but we're closed. Joe, the 1956. Joe, the 1956 is $19.99. And then Patrick asked, was there a poster with Sabbath? Patrick, there is no poster with Sabbath. No poster with Sabbath, Patrick. Yeah, no poster with Sabbath. Dust and them Crooked Vultures is being sold at 8 o'clock. Darren went out. MT Mac got Iron Maiden. MT Mac gets Iron Maiden for $62. Shane Devers gets George Jones for $20. Danny was second. And we have Jeff Brindley. Danny Thomason gets the 3 Leonard Skinner singles for $20. Those look really nice, and 2 of them are OG. Those are sold to Danny. Shane was next, then Jeff Brindley, then Tony McDaniel. And then Chris Bryant's at 50 on these singles. Jim B, you're out. Mark's out on Pearl Jam. And then Jeremy Merck wants the Alan Jackson Don't Rock the Jukebox. Thank you, Jeremy Merck. That's so to you. Jim B's done on the singles. And we're good to go. All right, so here's what's going on. The first thing is these 3 singles are now a final call. These 3 singles are a final call to Chris Bryant. These 3 singles are a final call to Chris Bryant. He has these 3 at $50, I believe. Yes. He has these 3 singles for $50. Slum was autocorrected for Skinner. I believe you were still 4th, Jeff. No. You might have been first. Hold on a second. Let me go back and review that then. He got autocorrected. So let me figure that out. First, let me tell you about the other 2 auctions. Pearl Jam is a live unofficial. This is 180 gram colored vinyl. It is a bootleg. A, B, and C is Metro, Chicago, Cabaret Metro, 1992. And side D is other various performances like Saturday Night Live, MTV Awards, and the singles premiere at the Park Plaza Hotel in Los Angeles. So that Pearl Jam is a sealed unofficial. It's numbered on colored vinyl. And the last bid that came in on PJ was Jerry Ferguson at 67. Weird Al's been up for a while. It's been a heck of an auction. It's OG gold stamp promo, out of print and near mint minus, jacket and vinyl with the original inner sleeve. Weird Al's at 61 with Jim Davis. That's moving to a final call. Okay? These 3 singles are sold to Chris Bryant for $50. We've got multiple challenge flags on the Leonard Skinner. I showed 3 Leonard Skinner singles, and I said a $20 buy it now. Here's the correct order for Leonard Skinner. Jeff Brindley, Danny Thomason, Shane Devers, and Tony McDaniel. So Jeff first, Danny second, Shane Devers, and Tony McDaniel, you're 4th. So these are sold to Jeff Brindley for $20. He got benefit of doubt on autocorrect. Okay? There we have it. Now, those are final calls. The only 2 no-bid auctions were Black Sabbath and Black Sabbath. This is OG. Looks like it's Terre Haute in EX with a VG Plus cover and original inner sleeve. $50 is not bad whatsoever. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. Another nice copy, also OG, 85. If no one buys them right now, we'll re-auction them Thursday, tomorrow, for Metal Night. Next time Laura comes up here, I'll hand them to her. So final call if you want to buy these. They were unpaid auctions. We always offer them from the same price. If not, that's it. But that's not bad. We had what, just 5 unpaid auctions out of the last month? That's not bad whatsoever since we sell 50, 60, or 100 every night. Hundreds. So, just saying. Those are available. Now, the only new stuff that's in here, I'm going to move to the front, and then I'm just going to read through these one more time. These kits are sealed, but technically they're pre-owned. And I'm just going to read these titles. If not, we got more to go through. MT Matt on Black Sabbath, Master of Reality. That's sold to MT Matt, okay? Weird Al is sold to Jim Davis. Jim Davis, that is sold to you. And that was $61, I believe. It was. Time for all new auctions. And Pearl Jam is sold. Pearl Jam is sold. PJ, Jerry Ferguson, $47. All righty, moving right along. Yeah, very good. Everybody's very good about paying their bills. I know we make a big scene about it, but that's the bottom 1%, okay? There's always a bottom 1% in everything. And the rest of y'all are the great 99%, okay? So there are a few that get on, they buy stuff just to screw with us, et cetera, et cetera. We filter those people out I usually catch those people live during the show. They start buying a bunch of stuff, and then I click on their account and I figure out they're, fake and whatever. So I can weed it out pretty quick. The rest of y'all are amazing customers, as y'all know. Y'all are incredible. There are some stragglers, though. That's always what we call the bottom 1%, which exists in everything in life. We got 1, 2, 3 more singles. Let's go ahead and do those right now. We got Needles. We got Necros. Oh boy, Necros Tangled Up, and Aguajas. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. It's almost 8 o'clock, so let me go ahead and get one auction rolling, and then we'll do Dust as promised. Right now, the other auction is going to be Echo and the Bunnymen, Heaven Up Here. And Echo and the Bunnymen, this is a 1981 U.S. Allied original. Original on her sleeve, and this is VG condition, but it is OG. Echo and the Bunnymen, a $25 start. That's now up for bid. Echo and the Bunnymen, VG condition, that's a $25 start, okay? And that's an 81 U.S. original. Let's just read the vintage pre-owned titles in here. If you need a price, let me know. War, the music band. Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love. Glenn Campbell, Letter to Home. The best of the Doobie Brothers was $14.99. You always got to have that. The Doobie Brothers, Merle Haggard, Willie Nelson, Pat Benatar, Charlie Rich, Charlie Daniels, Willie Nelson. Loverboy, Keep It Up, it was $19.99. The Honey Drippers and Shrink and Hop, $24. Willie Nelson Partners, that's one I don't see as often, $14.99. Merle Haggard, his best. Here's another sealed record. That's Charlie Rich, Lonely Weekends, remastered, just $19.99. Willie Nelson, Humble Pie Smokin', Charlie Daniels, Eric Clapton, Cruisin' 56, Davy Jones, and then all 4 Kiss picture disc. Gene Simmons, Peter Criss, Ace Frehley, and Paul Stanley. Those are new and sealed for $29.99. Also new and sealed is Charlie Rich again, AC/DC Back in Black, 33, Jailbreak Thin Lizzy's 34, In the City of Brotherly Love is 39, Iron Maiden is 64, and Presidents of the United States of America is $29.99. All right, so first is Robert's In on the Singles at $10. And next is Traffic in Nashville. AC/DC's in town. They're probably about to take the stage in about an hour. Master of Reality is sold. Yes, somebody did that. Gary Wellman wants the Willie Nelson Partners. Willie Nelson's $14.99. There is a bid on Echo for $25. And Gene Picture Disc sold to Gary Wellman. Gene Picture Disc, Gary Wellman. And Echo has another bid for $25. Echo has another bid for $25. Now it's 8 o'clock, time for Dust. Dust has been the most request auction of the night. So let's go ahead and find Dust and let's put it up. Next would probably be them Crooked Vultures. Okay? And Echo has a new bid for $26. And Laura just delivered a Laura crate. Things are starting to get pretty crazy around here. A Laura crate just got delivered, and my heart rate just went up. And now I'm starting to get all shaky and nervous again. And then here is Dust. And this is called Hard Attack. Dust is a 1972 Sonic OG. The band Marky Ramone drummed for before the Ramones. This is a hard rock prog album, VG condition. Some of them have sold for as much as 200 sealed. Dust is a $30 start. There is some writing right here on the front. Dust is a $30 start on that. $30 start on that. Witch Echo, Merle Bundle. I'm going to keep everything in the Hatchet Ed Crate sticker price. I will probably at some point go through those again, BINBO, but right now I'm going to keep everything in the Hatchet Ed Crate sticker price. We've already sold them once. Maybe we can sell them again. Also, there's another Hatchet Ed Crate I'm going to do after I get back over here to some other new and sealed vinyl. So here is more new and sealed vinyl coming up right now. Hope y'all are ready. If not, you need to get ready. Here comes more new and sealed vinyl. There's some new stuff in here. There's some new releases. There's some waiting lists. There's some stuff that I've had for years that I have been restocking ever since they've been in print. And here we are. We're going to do this, probably the Lore Crate, Hatchet Ed Crate, new vinyl crate. I don't know what order, but, you know, we got to savor that Lore Crate. Holy moly, we got to be careful with that one. I might wait, keep y'all up to about 1 a.m. Next thing we have, Gary got the picture disc. Lots of questions on Echo 25, 25, 25, and then Echo 26. So let's show Echo again. Echo is a 1981, thank you, bottle of water. I'm going to need that too. Next is Heaven Up Here, Echo and the Bunnymen. So Echo and the Bunnymen is a 1981 U.S. Allied original. It is OG VG, and the high bid is ST at $26. Now, I have not got past that point. And then the next thing, do I have another Gene picture disc? I don't, but I can order you one, James. If you do, just say waiting list. And then Dust is at 30, Dust is at 30, Dust is at 30, Dust is at 30. 4 people opened it at 30. Echo's at 27, Echo's at 28, and then these 3 singles are sold for $10 to Robert Warner. Now, I'm going to go ahead and try to sell this whole box of Fangoria magazines tonight. Here are the next 3. Here's the next 3, and this is issue number 52, issue number 60, and issue number 111. Those 3 Fangoria magazines, a $10 start. Those are also up for bid. More singles coming up in just a jiff. All right, the first record in here that there's a waiting list for is Ace of Base. Ace of Base is $33.99. Ace of Base is $33.99, and there was a waiting list for Ace of Base. The waiting list was Mason over on YouTube. So Mason, you get one over on YouTube. That's just Mason, and I have 3 extra copies if anybody else wants one. The 1992 debut album includes the singles All That She Wants, The Sign, Don't Turn Around, Wheel of Fortune, Living in Danger, and Happy Nation. That's on clear vinyl. And then I have another one, so did Danny Thomason. Now, the last 2 that I have light seam crackles. So I always offer them live, but if not, we will send them back. Ace of Base, and that's $33.99. Speaking of seam crackles, I misplaced these, if you can believe it. Yes, I have misplaced entire crates of vinyl before. I have Mr. Big on sale. These also have light seam crackles, and they're $29.99 if anybody wants one of those. Now, Ben Diger, you're next on Ace. I have one here of a very light seam crackle. If you're not okay with that, let me know. And then there's another one as well, and that's my last 2 copies there. Next is 2 of the Psychedelic Furs, and this is Talk, Talk, Talk. Psychedelic Furs is $39.99. This has the hit song Pretty in Pink on it. That's an import, $39.99 for the Psychedelic Furs, $39.99. I've got 2 of those. I haven't had that in a while. Let's update all these auctions. So I did say Echo got a new bid for 28. Dust got a bid for 35, 36. Dust got a bid for 40. Dust got a bid for 42. Dust got a bid for 43. Dust got a bid for 45. And then Paul Brothers, same thing for Ace of Base. And they said they're okay with light seam splits, okay? So let's go ahead and sell those. Thank you. That saves me so much trouble. And let's put Jerry Stone on a waiting list. Let's put Jerry Stone. So I'm going to go ahead and order at least one for Jerry, and I'm probably going to order 2 or 3 extras. So if anybody else wants one, let me know. There's the Psychedelic Furs for $39.99. I've got 2 copies of Green River, again, Dry as a Bone. The legendary Seattle featuring future Mudhoney and Pearl Jam members. their classic first Sub Pop EP, plus an additional LP of all their single and compilation tracks, including 5 previously unreleased. That is $33.99. Carla's in on the Fangoria at 10. Echo has a new bid for 30. So ST, you've been outbid, and now Dust is at 60 with Jeff Breenley. We still got Green Rivers. This here, there should be a waiting list for. This is Junkyard. Shut up, we're trying to practice. Junkyard is limited to 500 on red vinyl. Let's look up old Junkyard here. Junkyard, the waiting list for Junkyard was Brad Waits. Shut up, we're trying to practice. Brad, I'm going to give you one of these, and I should have about 3 or 4 extra copies if anybody needs a Junkyard. There's pretty much nothing available from Junkyard except this right here. That's about the only thing in print from Junkyard. None of their other stuff is available. Echo's at 30, Dust is at 70, and we are about to sell those 3 Fangorias in the back for $10 as well. Next, I've got 1, 2, 3 copies of another Skinny Puppy. Cleanse, Fold, and Manipulate. There's another one, Skinny Puppy. There actually may be a waiting list for this one. Skinny Puppy is being looked up right now, and it's Sean Fairweather. He was on a waiting list for this. Sean, thank you. That's so to you. These are $29.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That is Skinny Puppy, and that one's called Cleanse, Fold, and Manipulate. Sean Fairweather gets one. We got a Junkyard sold to Recall, a Junkyard sold to Dwayne Sevilla. We got a Skinny Puppy sold to Thomas Hujar. These 3 Fangorias are sold to Carla. Right? Yeah, Carla DeRoche gets the 3 Fangorias for $10. Thank you. Those are sold to you. Dust is now at 70. Echo out, and we can go ahead and sell Echo and the Bunnymen, the Jim Davis, for $30. OGVG, we never get their OG albums. Tim Graham gets a Junkyard, and that was sold to him, and that was the last copy. If anybody else wants a Junkyard, let me know. Dust, and that is with who? That is with Thomas Reed at $70. Let's go over the details on that again. This is a 1972 U.S. Sonic original. Marky Ramone plays drums on this album, of course, of the Ramones. It's a hard rock prog album. It's in VG condition. About a VG cover. Not bad, just a little bit of writing up here, and that's at $70. A final call on Dust. And then I also promised this biggie right here. Holy moly. This is always getting asked about. It's going up for bid. We have them Crooked Vultures. Here we go. This is a 2009 OG copy, 180 gram. The only time it's ever been officially pressed. And then there's been a bunch of bootlegs of it. It's out of print. The supergroup with Josh Homme, Dave Grohl, and John Paul Jones. Wow, of course, Josh Homme, Queens of the Stone Age, Dave Grohl, Nirvana, and Foo Fighters, and y'all know who John Paul Jones is, I hope, Led Zeppelin. VG++ EX, a $95 start. The cheapest this record has ever sold for is $120. That's the cheapest it's ever sold for. We're starting it at $95. Killer album, them Crooked Vultures. Did y'all hear that lineup? Grohl, Homme, and John Paul Jones. That's incredible. $95. I'd like to get one of those autographed. That'd be pretty cool. $95 start on them Crooked Vultures. It's up for bid. Let the bidding begin. Plus, I got to plug up my laptop right quick. I'm going to do that. Low battery. We don't need my spreadsheet dying. I still got an extra Skinny Puppy. Let's go ahead and show the next record. I went ahead and ordered a bunch of these because they're on sale. I've got them about $4 or $5 less than what they normally was. And this is Tad Inhaler. Tad Inhaler is a limited edition 1000 on magenta colored vinyl. Tad is $34.99. And I've been listening to a song on here, Greasebox. Yeah. So when I was going down some playlists trying to find some stuff to order, I ran across Tad, and it was pretty good. So I went ahead and grabbed 4 or 5 copies there. Tad is $34.99. Inhaler. Inhaler is now up for grabs. It's a limited numbered colored vinyl from Music on Vinyl. I went ahead and got 5 because they were on sale. And Chad's going to plug up his laptop right quick. Like I said, we don't need my spreadsheet dying. Luckily, I've got a new extension cord over here that I've keep really close to me. For this reason, I'm going to go ahead and unplug my cell phone. I don't need that charge anymore. And I'm going to plug this up. And I'm going to drop this right over here. And let me get this plugged up. Okay. There's that and there's that. All right, let's go through the comments and see what I've missed. So right now, here is what's going on. We have Junkyard, Skinny Puppy Junkyard, and then them Crooked Vultures 100, them Crooked Vultures 105. We got a put back on Junkyard, so Rick Hall needs to put his back. If anybody else wants one, they're $29.99. Them Crooked Vultures 105, them Crooked Vultures 110, and then Dust is sold for $70. Dust is sold for $70, and that's Thomas Reed. Thank you, Thomas Reed. That's so to you. Now them Crooked Vultures 120. This needs to get to like $200, $250. Coldplay, A Rush of Blood to the Head. Coldplay, one of the few albums that's in stock. We've had a big demand lately for Coldplay, $33.99, and then Dangerous Toys, which there is a waiting list for this. Dangerous Toys is called Vitamins and Crash Helmets Live. That's a 2 LP blue vinyl, and the waiting list for this is as follows. Danny Thomason and Justin Deckelman. Danny Thomason and Justin Deckelman. This is Dangerous Toys, Vitamins and Crash Helmets Live. This is pretty much the only thing available from Dangerous Toys. This and that Greatest Tricks, but I think it's done. So they don't have any of their studio albums in print. Danny gets one, Justin Deckelman. Danny just commented live, but he already has one. Anybody else? Nobody on a Tad? That's very sad. Sad that no one bought Tad. That's sad. Let's go ahead and put up 3 more singles. The next 3 singles here we have is Needles, Neos, Night with Donald, and R.O. Time. I can't read some of these, of course, but there they are. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Let's go ahead and grab another LP and put it up for auction. And that next LP I'm going to put up for auction right now, without further ado, is going to be Stevie Ray Vaughan, and this is called In Step. Stevie Ray Vaughan is a 1989 U.S. Carrollton original copy. A 1989 OG Carrollton EX edition, a $35 start. Next, I've got 2 copies of Mudhoney, Super Fuzz Big Muff, $29.99. That's on yellow vinyl. Mudhoney, I actually listened to that entire album. Never had done that before. $29.99. And Skinny Puppy, Too Dark Park. We sold out of that one last week. Let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list. There shouldn't be, but there is Skinny Puppy, Too Dark Park. And I think we just had that one waiting list. That's what it's looking like. Yeah, just that one waiting list. So that Skinny Puppy's available. Too Dark Park, $29.99. Also, we got 3 copies of Cinderella Still Climbing. Speaking of music on vinyl, they finally did this one because that was long out of print and a very desirable album. And Anthony Clark was on a waiting list. Anthony Clark, you get this Cinderella. That is sold to you for $38.99. Thank you. And now I have 2 extra copies of Cinderella. Skinny Puppy sold to Thomas. Skinny Puppy sold to Jason Fornerat. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Then Crooked Vultures is at $137. Stevie Ray Vaughan, a $35 start. No bid on the singles, final call for $10. And then Mick Mars, and that's the last 4 records in this crate. Mick Mars was $29.99, the other side of Mars. Mick Mars from Motley Crue. And Mars, there was a waiting list for Mars, Mick Mars, and that waiting list was Mark Morris. Mark Morris was on a waiting list for MM. So Mark Morris gets Mick Mars, and the Mick Mars goes to Mark Morris, and that is $29.99. And now I've got 3 extra copies of Mick Mars in stock. What are the 3 singles? We have Hardcore from Canada, Neos, Fight with Donald, Needles, and this looks like No Time. No time on that one. Them Crooked Vultures. The last bid on that came in was George Sambaraz at $144. That means Thomas Hujar, you've been outbid. Stevie Wonder's at $35 with Jetstream. Danny Thomason gets a Mick Mars. Danny Thomason gets a Mick Mars. Tim Graham gets a Mick Mars. MT Matt gets a Cinderella. That's sold to MT Matt. Thank you on that, MT Matt. Next is some Purple Juice. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Okay. We sold Mick Mars. Tim Graham got the last one. Let's run through this one more time. And then next, let's see. What shall we do next? The other Hatchet Ed crate? We might go ahead and do that next. Okay. First is Coldplay, A Rush of Blood to the Head. This is $33.99. This has the song Scientist on it and Clocks. Clocks is a good one. That's a good one. Coldplay, $33.99. I've got 2 available. How much is Mick Mars? $29.99. Heartbreak Station is not available. No. Vultures 146, and Stevie Ray Vaughan did get does have a bid with Jetstream, and now it's a final call. Now there's a new bid for 36. These 3 singles are a no bid. It's a $10 buy now on those. And then Psychedelic Furs, Talk, $39.99 for Psychedelic Furs. That's $39.99. And Green River, I still got this one, and Rehab Doll. That's $33.99. And then the last Skinny Puppy, Cleanse, Fold, and Manipulate. That Skinny Puppy's $29.99. Then Crooked Vultures, $160. Now it's took a big jump to $200. Jetstream, you've been outbid on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Our third bonus auction is going to be 3 more Fangorias. And I think we're into some like deluxe or modern ones here. I'm not for sure. Yeah, these new cost $20 a piece. These are like a little bit more modern ones here. Here's Fangoria. Here's a vintage one, number 61 from the 80s. And then we got Fangoria Volume 2, number 3. And then here's Fangoria Volume 2, number 4. And yeah, these are more modern. These new were $20. So those 3 Fangorias for a $10 start. 3 more Fangoria magazines. I've sold almost a whole box to just 2 people. Maybe somebody else will get in on the action. Curtis Marachi did want that last Mick Mars. If anybody wants a Mick Mars, let me know. I'll put you on a waiting list. And before I change out crates, actually, we have a waiting list going for Ace of Base. If anybody else wants one of those, that's on clear vinyl. Ace of Base, Happy Nation, the U.S. version with 4 additional bonus tracks. We sold out of that. And then we also sold out of this Skinny Puppy here, which there's a waiting list going for this Skinny Puppy, and that's Too Dark Park. Too Dark Park on that one. And then we just sold out of Mick Mars, if anybody wants on that waiting list. And then we just sold this last Skinny Puppy, Cleanse, Fold, and Manipulate, to Thomas Hujar. And now we have filled up a new crate. So let me swap around crates right quick. Let me swap around crates because this one's full, and I need to get over here to grab a new one. And the quarters here are tight. I'm going to move the lower crate temporarily. Let me move this over here, and we're already on our 3rd full crate of the night. This is going to be a big night. Between all the vinyl we're going to be selling tonight, new vinyl, pre-orders, 45s, magazines, CDs, the shipping department. I hear the sabers rattling in the back. They're ready to unionize and come against me. We demand less records sold. Chad, that's going to be hard to labor against, isn't it, Tanner? They want less items sold in the shipping department. Whew, that's really working against the man there. All right, next thing we have is Vultures, 230. Stevie Ray Vaughan just got a new bid for 40. Fangoria 10, Fangoria 10. Vultures 225, Vultures 230. Mark, you did get a Mick Mars. Mark Morris got a Mick Mars. Fangoria 10, Fangoria 13. Vultures 235. And we have Vultures 242 and Fangoria 15. I've got Tad and Haler. The only thing in here that hadn't sold. I got 5 copies for $34.99. Limited edition of 1,000 numbered on magenta vinyl. 34. I figured those would sell out. The only copy of Junkyard left. That's because somebody just put it back. It was sold out. Red vinyl, $29.99. 3 copies of Dangerous Toys left. About the only thing in print you can get from Dangerous Toys. Vitamins and Crash Helmets live. Blue vinyl, $38.99. Mud Honey, Super Fuzz, Big Muff, yellow vinyl from Sub Pop, $29. And Cinderella still climbing, $38.99. Joshua Cross wants a Tad. Joshua, you want to be watching tomorrow. I went down a Stoner Rock Essential wait list or playlist last night, and I bought a bunch of Stoner Rock stuff just for you and everybody else. I guess just for everybody else and you. And this is so Tad to Joshua Cross. Thank you, Joshua Cross. That's so to you. I've got 4 copies left. Fangoria 15. I'm going to update all 3 auctions in just a second. Jason Fornrat also on that Ace of Base list with Jerry Stone, and Brian Call wants a Dangerous Toys. Brian, I'm sorry, I must have missed you earlier, or your comment didn't come through, but thank you. This is so to Brian Call. Dangerous Toys is $38.99. It's called Crash Vitamins and Crash Helmets Live, $38.99. And this is sold to, I do see it right here, Brian Call on Dangerous Toys. I hope I didn't already pull one of those out. I don't think I did. I hope I didn't pull that out already, but I don't think I did. So that's sold to him on that one. So he says, I'm forgiven. That's good, because if you hadn't have forgiven me, I'd be very upset. That's the ones that need to get listed. No, is those the Silver Eagles?
Is the one I was missing.
Ah.
Where were they?
Well, they were behind the counter. I moved them in there. Yeah. I need to, yeah, those Silver Eagles for sure. They're like $500 a piece right now. Okay, now let's go over here. Curtis Marachi also wants a Dangerous Toys. There's one left. Now, let's go through all three auctions and update details and who has the high bid. First is Them Crooked Vultures, a 2009 U.S. original. The only time ever on vinyl, officially. It's the supergroup with Josh Homme, Dave Grohl, and John Paul Jones. And it's nice. It's VG++ EX with a nice jacket. And the last bid was Thomas Hujar at $266. $266. Going once, going twice. I knew that was going to be a big one. Here is OG Stevie Ray Vaughan. It was nice. It's OG. It's EX or better. And Stevie Ray Vaughan is a final call. Crossfire. Final call. Stevie Ray Vaughan. The high bid is Jetstream at $40. And then we got 3 Fangoria magazines here. 3 Fangorias. And the last bid on the 3 Fangorias that came in was William. You bid 15, William Seth, but you tied Carla. Carla's came in first. Tad is $34.99. We got 4 copies left. I also ordered a lot of just metal. There should be a lot of new metal tomorrow for Metal Night. I have it scheduled where it will be delivered tomorrow, and then some on Friday as well. Tad is $34.99. The only thing left is Cinderella, Mud Honey, Dangerous Toys, Junkyard, Tad, Green River, Psychedelic Furs, and I can't believe we didn't sell a Coldplay. That might be the surprise of the night so far. Both Coldplay still available. Tanner's also delivered some really cool sheet music over here. Is that what this is? Wow, look at this Johnny Cash thing. This is really nice, isn't it?
Yeah. I found a whole box of sheet music that I pulled.
Was that over there by the fridge? Yeah.
I pulled the ones
Jeff Brindley wants a Tad. Yes, CDs at 11. 11-ish. It depends if we're done with all the new vinyl and at least a couple flip crates. Wow, that Kiss thing there, that's a very collectible item. Jeff Brindley gets Tad. Thank you. All right, and now I think I promised the next Hatchet Ed crate. The next Hatchet Ed crate is coming up right now. Just throw it on the floor. I gotta sweep anyway. I throw trash on the floor like this place is a barn. Then my mom says, "What, are you raised in a barn?" I didn't raise you to live like you're in a barn. You act like you live in a barn. All right, here is the Hatchet Ed crate. Some of this is pre-owned, some of this is sealed. Here we go. First, I'm bringing out the gavel for this one. The gavel is reserved for special auctions. I can't do it on all 100,000 auctions we do, but Them Crooked Vultures, this one's bringing the gavel. Okay, we got the gavel for Them Crooked Vultures, and this is sold. Thank you, Thomas Hujar, $266. Tanner's got his ears plugged. Are you ready? Sold. $266. That is done. We also need some fireworks. Tanner's handed me a really cool Johnny Cash item. Here we go. Thank you. Let's bring out the fireworks. Boom. Them Crooked Vultures. That's a big one. Thank you. We got Johnny Cash, Songs and Picture Folio #1. I actually think this is from the 50s. Really cool Johnny Cash item here. Very cool. A young Johnny Cash. And this is sheet music and photos from 1958. Sometimes you'll find autographs in these. Hopefully this one isn't. If so, someone's about to get a killer deal. Johnny Cash is a $10 start. That is a Song and Picture Folio, 1958 sheet music, tab music from Johnny Cash. Really cool item there. And that is going to go up for a $10 start. That's going to go up right now. Mr. Johnny Cash. Okay, and then Stevie Ray Vaughan. It's officially sold to Jetstream for $40. Is that right? Jetstream gets this for $40. Let me make sure there wasn't a bid that got slipped in. $40 on that. That's sold to Jetstream. $40 on that. And then the Fangorias still have 3 bidders. Jerry Ferguson bid 18, Carla bid 20, William Joseph Seth bid 20. So Carla is still leading at $20. Carla is still leading at $20. And then we got Johnny Cash 10, Johnny Cash 10, Johnny Cash 15. Tad is $34.99. We're right in the middle of a Hatchet Ed crate. So we got 2 different print items there up for bid. And now we're going to actually put up what most of y'all are here to bid on, and that is vinyl. Vinyl. And what do we have here? An OG Smiths? Are you kidding me? A 1985 U.S. specialty. The Smiths. Not to be confused with the Joneses. The Smiths, Meat is Murder, a 1985 U.S. OG specialty copy. There is a little bit of cover damage right here. Is this what you refer to, Laura? Probably right here on the edge. It's got some shelf wear and some stress creases. It's a VG, maybe VG minus cover because of that right there. I think she's referring to that right there. The vinyl's VG, but this is OG Smiths. And guess what? Just a $25 start. I don't get to say that too often. OG Smiths. It is VG, though, with a check condition cover. The Fangorias are at 21, now 23. Johnny Cash is at 16. Let's do the Hatchet Ed crate. Nice. Depeche Mode Violator. And I just ordered more of these. Depeche Mode, $33.99. Depeche Mode Violator. Johnny Cash is at $20 with Tim Graham. Very frameable piece there. $20 on that. Depeche Mode. How about Stone Temple Pilots Core? I am Y'all know that song, Dead and Bloated. $33.99 for Stone Temple Pilots. John Coltrane, Blue Train, nice. It's a remaster, EX Edition, $22.99. EX Edition, $22.99. And Black Pumas. This is sealed for just $19.99 on cream-colored vinyl. The Black Pumas, that won a Grammy. And Country Gold All-Star, this looks good. It's a 3LP, $22.99 with Gene Watson and Barbara Mandrell and Rodney Crowell and Alabama and Con Hunley and Gail Davis. That's $22.99. And Alan Jackson, Don't Rock the Jukebox, $33.99. Steve Weaver wants that Last Dangerous Toys if it's still available. Guess what? It's still available. Dangerous Toys is sold. Does anybody want on a waiting list? They may be in on Friday. They may be in next week, but this last one is sold. Now Johnny Cash is at $25. The Smiths just have one bid for $25. BP is sold. Black Pumas, the Thomas Hujar. And where's the Fangorias at? The Fangorias are at $23 with Carla DeRoche. $23 with Carla DeRoche. Also, ZZ Top, DeGuelo, new and sealed, $33.99 for DeGuelo. Smokey and the Bandit in shrink. Smokey and the Bandit 2, I should say. $26.99. Jerry Reed, Mel Tillis, the Statlers, Burt Reynolds, Roy Rogers. $26.99. And the Pretty Reckless. This is Going to Hell. Pretty Reckless, $29.99. Is the camera angle off? Ooh, the camera angle is off. It's a little crooked, isn't it? It's like it's a little crooked there. It's a little crooked. Whoop, now it just fell back over. We might need to tighten this up. Let me adjust this. I bump it enough. I'm surprised it's even. Is that better? I think that's a little bit better. Okay, next thing we have is Fangoria. Black Pumas is already sold. It was their self-titled. And then Fangoria 24, Smiths 28, and then Stacy on SB for Smoking the Bandit. And now the Smiths is at 30. And then MT Matt on Pretty Reckless. And we also have Europe. Hey, I just ordered more of these too. Their Ultimate Collection, new and sealed Europe. It's the final countdown, $34.99. Saxon, The Eagle Has Landed, $1,000 on red vinyl. Music on vinyl, $46.99. And Eddie and the Cruiser soundtrack, nice, $19.99. Eddie and the Cruiser soundtrack. And new and sealed, The Number of the Beast, $33.99. The Number of the Beast, Iron Maiden. And then Drain, Living Proof. Drain is sealed, $19.99. Killer Hardcore. And the note on the back from Laura is Laura loves Drain, 2-heart rating. Somebody didn't pay for a Laura record. She's really going to get mad now. I can already hear the saber in the back, the whatever it is, her weapon of choice. It's being sharpened back there. I thought I heard a grinding stone earlier. A grinding stone in the back? Do not make Laura mad. We have Highly Trained. Vanity Fair, Early in the Morning. This has the hit song Hitchin' a Ride, $9.99. And Tribe Called Quest, The Low End Theory. That is sealed for $34.99. And she's got her shame bell. That's right. Wait a minute. And I do hear it ringing. She is ringing her shame bell. Wow. And now we can negate it because there is a claim from Sean Fairweather. But before I do that, let's keep everything in order. Pretty Reckless, 24. Fangoria's at 25. It's also really hot in here again tonight. Fangoria's at $25 with Carla DeRoche. The Smiths got a bid for 32. The Smiths got a bid for 35. And then Tim Graham got Eddie in the Cruisers. That's so to Tim Graham. The Smiths got a bid for 36. Sean Fairweather did get Drain. And then Michael Butler's out on the Smiths. Darren next on Drain. Melanie next on Eddie. Ben Dygert on Europe, the Ultimate Collection. And then we have what? Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash here. Johnny Cash. We have Song and Picture Folio. Johnny Cash. And the last bid on this was Tim Graham at $25. Danny Thomason bid 26. Tim Graham, just so you know, Danny is out on this, okay? $26 on that. $26. Tim Graham, you are outbid. Ben Dygert got Europe. Chris requested more EPs. And then Juanita Gagney on Iron Maiden. That was Number of the Beast, but I already sold that, didn't I? Did I already sell that, or did I already pull it? What happened to it? Is it in here? No, it is. That is sold. Fangoria got a new bid for 25, and then Johnny Cash is still getting bids. Robert went out, and now Kelly's back in. Kelly has it for 30, and let's update this Smiths. So this is an OG copy from 1985. It's a specialty sire pressing, rough trade. It does have a little bit of cover damage right here. However, it's VG. It is VG, but it's OG, and that's something we won't get very often, right? Not at all. An 85 US OG. OG Smiths album. Final call. I don't think we're done, but it's at 36 with Thomas Hujar. 36 with Thomas Hujar. The Johnny Cash is at 30 with Kelly Vlodarchik. Now Danny's out, and we also have Tim Graham at 28. I didn't know he was bidding. Well, sometimes I don't know if maybe you want something and he doesn't, but y'all end up buying it anyway. And so it's at 30. Tim Graham's at 28. And then we have Tribe Called Quest. And this is sealed for $34.99. Sealed for $34.99. The Best of Keith Jarrett, $19.99. And then what about Saxon? This is Eagle Has Landed. John Nazarko. Saxon is a new sealed music on vinyl reissue of the Eagle Has Landed Part 2. Eagle Has Landed Part 2. That's on red vinyl for $46.99. The Charlie Daniels Band Full Moon. That is a white label promo. If you're just joining us, we are going through a Hatchet Ed putback bin. Charlie Daniels is $27.99. The Galactic Cowboys. I hadn't seen these in a while. That is $39.99. Now, what about the Fangorias? Wow, those just keep getting bids and keep getting bids. William has the high bid at $25. Now, Carla DeRoche, you're out. No, Carla already bid $25, William. Carla already bid $25 on the Fangoria magazines. Carla already bid $25 on those. And now the Johnny Cash is at $32. We have Galactic Cowboys again. The Horse That Bud Bought. That's on orange vinyl, $39.99. And John Nazarko said he will take the Saxon. Nice. And I guess we're done on the Smiths. Congratulations again, Thomas Hujar. This is sold to you, Thomas Hujar. This is sold to you for $36. That's done. There we have it. All righty. So Cash is all of a sudden getting new bids. Kelly, you've been outbid. Williams back in on Fangoria. There's been more bids tonight on miscellaneous and magazines than almost on the vinyl. But I still got a lot of stuff over here to auction. Holy moly. What about Sid Barrett here? The Return of the Crazy Diamond. This looks interesting. Sid Barrett, The Return of the Crazy Diamond, is a bootleg unofficial. This is previously unreleased Sid Barrett tracks recorded between 68 and 70. Detailed notes about each track is on the back cover. So there's all kinds of information. The information on the back is actually accurate. Sometimes bootlegs have a lot of inaccurate information, and then the Discogs experts will correct it and fix it on there. But this is actually accurate, and it's a $25 start. Carla, you're outbid on the 3 Fangorias, and now Johnny Cash. Kelly, let me know if you want back in. Tim Graham has it for $32. Todd Saw's also bidding, but Todd, the high bid on that's $32. And Carla's out, and these 3 are sold to William Joseph Seth for $25. What I might start doing on these is making them buy it nows. That way, because I kind of know what they're bringing now, especially for these modern issues. So Carla, William, Jerry, everybody that's been bidding on those, I would just stand by There may be a couple more in here I want to auction because I think I got some with Halloween covers, aka Michael Myers or maybe Scream, and I know some of those tend to bring and demand a little bit more money. But just stand by. I have another lot coming up. Now the Johnny Cash is at 40, and now we have Steelheart, and I can't get these anymore. So there it is, $33.99 for Steelheart. Also, we got I skipped some stuff. I skipped a lot of stuff. My records fell over. U2, red vinyl, How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb. U2 is $29.99. And Cole Chaney, Mercy. Great stuff there. First time ever on vinyl. Kind of an Americana album there. $39.99. Kenny Stanley on Steelheart. That's sold to Kenny Stanley. Now the Johnny Cash is at 40. Now it's at 40. Sid Barrett's a $25 start. What is the Sid Barrett? Info on Sid Barrett. Sid Barrett is a 1998 unofficial, unreleased tracks from 68 to 70, near mint, no condition notes. It's called The Return of the Crazy Diamond. That should already have bids for $25.30, $35.40, $45.50, etc., etc., etc. Now, I can order those Steelhearts. They're just not in stock. So if anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. So if you want on a waiting list, hopefully, and they probably will, order more copies. So if you do want on a waiting list, just let me know. All right? I will put you on a waiting list. Now, Johnny Cash is at 42, now 46. Steelheart, Kenny Stanley. So Sam Squatch or Mark, if y'all want one, let me know. Sid Barrett, 25. And Charlie, I forgot you, Patrick. Patrick wanted Charlie Daniels. I missed that earlier. I remember seeing your CD. I just didn't pull it. So white label promo sold. And Tracy Chapman, $33.99, Fast Car. Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy, $33.99. And Velvet Revolver, and that's that new 20th anniversary with 6 bonus tracks that's not on the Music on Vinyl pressing, $44.99 on that. The high bid right now on Johnny Cash is $48. Sid Barrett has 2 $25 bids, and let's go ahead and put up another LP for auction. And that next LP for auction is going to go up right now, and it's Daft Punk. This is a big one. A 2001 Euro reissue. That's got to be pretty close to when it came out, though, right? When did this come out? 96. This originally came out in 1996. This is a 2001 near mint, super clean. Some of them in near mint have sold close to 100. We're starting Daft Punk at $55. And so Sam Squatch wants on a Steelheart waiting list. Mark Morris wants on a Steelheart waiting list. Sid Barrett, 27. And the Johnny Cash Folio 1958 original tab book is at $56. An original item from Johnny Cash, 1958. Wow, that's early in his career. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, Music to Kill Bad People 2, Demos and Rarities, Volume 1. That is only $19.99. Tracy's on black vinyl. Yeah, nice catch there. If that was orange, that would have been crazy if I didn't mention it. Yeah, black vinyl. I think everybody paid for the orange copies. I think y'all remember we were very short-handed on those. I think there was 13 orange copies that came in, and I think everybody paid for them. There was one person locally for the longest that didn't come pick it up, but I looked just the other night and they did, because I was like, wow, because that's like a $100 record now, I think. All right. I had to take a drink of blue juice right quick. Welcome everybody to Collectco. Hope everybody's doing absolutely fantastic tonight. It is Wednesday night and it's a busy night. Holy moly. What do we got going on? 10 grams out on Johnny Cash. Final call to George Sambarez for $56. And now Robert Warner on King Gizzard. Sid Barrett has a new bid for $32. And Daft Punk has a bid for $55. And then Juanita on the waiting list for Tracy, or on Steelheart. Juanita on the waiting list for that. Sepultura, Nation. Sepultura is sealed. 2 LP, just $29.99. We're right in the middle of a Hatchet Ed bin. So some of this is like new and sealed. Some of it is pre-owned, but still sealed. And then there's vintage pre-owned in here as well. Machine Head, The Burning Red. That's a Music on Vinyl, $39.99. Billy Ocean, Suddenly, with the hit song Caribbean Queen. That's in shrink, nice, for $9.99. Juice Newton's Greatest Hits, Angel of the Morning. That's only $9.99. In shrink, very nice. And the Cretones, Thin Red Line, that's $14.99. Sid Barrett, 35. Sid Barrett, 37. Daft Punk, just one bid for $55. Wow, about to drop the hammer on it. One bid, $55. And then Johnny Cash is officially sold to George Samberez for $56. Thank you, George. That is sold to you. That is sold to you. Let's grab 3 more singles right quick. I got more magazines and more miscellaneous coming up for those. So here are the next 3. No Tolerance, No Remorse, No Tolerance, No Tolerance, Boston Straight Edge, and Nubs. Those next 3 singles are a $10 start. Jeff Brindley on the Sepultura. Sid Barrett's at 37 with Jennifer Schrader. Javi Soto on Juice Newton. Sid Barrett 40. And Michael Salazar on he wanted Sepultura, so you were second on that one. And George Samberez would love to gift that item to the Vladarchuk family. The Vladarchuk family is going to get a gift from George Samberez. George Samberez is the #1 most gift-giving customer, I think, in Coletco history. This guy gives out a lot of gifts. Thank you, George Samberez, and thank you for being so kind. Appreciate that. Always nice acts of kindness here on the feed every night. We have people buying gifts for each other. It's like Christmas in May, right, Tanner? Next thing we have, Sepultura is already sold. What is going on? Sepultura sold quickly to Jeff Brindley. Michael Salazar, you're second. Rick Haight, you were third. The 45's 10, 45's 10. Sid Barrett, 42, 45's 11. And Firefall Elon. Firefall, $9.99. Oh, man, another Thin Lizzy. $34.99. This one's actually marked 36. $34.99 for Thin Lizzy. That's the orange vinyl. Vinyl me, please. I'm not going to go into the full dissertation on that. Or this. I do a lot of hype on these 2 records because they're at great prices for what they are. Pink Floyd is $34.99, and the Globetrotters, that's on orange vinyl. The Harlem Globetrotters is $33.99. And Foghat Stone Blue. Foghat, unfortunately, has a name written on it. It is an OG copy. Very beautiful from the Connery collection, the personal collection of Sean Connery. And Dizzy Gillespie, KMIH Jazz. Dizzy Gillespie's a white label promo, VG Plus condition, $12.99. Arnold, did you message the page on that? Gift certificates. How can somebody buy a gift certificate right now? We just put them down for one website. Is it on our website? I think it's on our website. I think if you go to shopcoletco.com, there's a link on there, Arnold. Yeah, here's our website here, shopcoletco.com. There should be a thing for gift certificates. Yeah, gift cards. So shopcoletco.com. Boy, I never even get on our website. This is honestly the first time I've been on our website in, boy, I don't know when, months. I never get on here. Gift cards. And that will take you to Square, and you can send them digitally. And, yeah, you can send them digitally, and I think there's an option where you can get but yeah, you can just get on here and buy a gift card. SquareUp.com. Well, it's actually shopcoletco.com. Shopcoletco.com, and then that will take you to this tab, and then you click on gift cards. And then it'll take you to Square. You can pick out a digital one. You can send them to everybody at Coletco. You can send a group one. You can get a custom amount. You can get a Coletco gift card for the small price of $100 million. Now, if you buy a gift card for that amount, I will definitely blow the air horn for you. That will be worthy of air horn. If you buy a $100 million gift card, I will get down on the floor and bark like a dog. And we will post it on Facebook with Laura laughing in the background. So that's the only way you'll ever see me get down on the floor and bark like a dog. $100 million gift card. Eurythmics, Revenge. This does not have a price on it. I don't know why, but we'll lay it right over there. This doesn't have a price on it either. I'm going to lay it right over there. Next thing is Diana, Working Overtime, VG Plus, $14.99. We have Dinah Ross and the Supremes, Funny Girl, EX, $12.99. And Tina Turner, Acid Queen. No condition notes on Tina. She's $24.99. And the Supremes, I Hear a Symphony, $14.99 on the Supremes. And the Endless Love soundtrack, sealed with Kiss, I Was Made for Loving You, $14.99. Next thing we have is the following. A lot of activity. Daft Punk was at $55 with Tim Colino. Tim, if I get to the bottom and there's not a bid, it's yours for $55. Sid Barrett was at $40 with Jerry Ferguson. $40 with Jerry Ferguson. Same thing. If there's not a bid, Jerry's getting it. The 45's got bids for 10, 10, 11. Then Jennifer Schrader bid 42 on Sid Barrett. Then Jerry Ferguson bid 45 on Sid Barrett. Chris Bryant went out on the singles. Daft Punk has a bid for $48, and now 60, and now 58, and now 59, now 47 on Sid Barrett, now Sid Barrett for 48, and we have Sid Barrett for 49. Okay, so those are all still getting auction bids. Sid Barrett's at 49. Darren Johnson has the singles for 12. No Tolerance, and Nubs. Those three are with Darren Johnson for $12. I think you actually tied him. No, William had him for 11. So now, William, you're out. Okay? Sid Barrett, Daft Punk still getting bids. And Toto. That was a Japanese buy it now for $35. Marvin Gaye is $34.99. It has a corner ding. It's the all analog 2LP. It does have a corner ding. Still a great price for $34. Clutch is $38.99. Clutch also has a corner ding. This is Impetus. Impetus has a corner ding. Duran Duran, Japanese for $25. The Beatles for $125. And Huey Lewis for $36. This is a Hatchet Ed crate. This is a Hatchet Ed putback crate. Everything in here is sticker price. So technically, they are new arrivals. This is the Hatchet Ed crate, and that's the end of it. I'm about to put up more new stuff. I still got a Laura crate over here. I still got new vinyl over here. I still got everything. But I'm about to sort these, and I'm about to quickly read through these one more time, okay? This is a Hatchet Ed crate. The last thing was Sid Barrett 50. He went out. And then two people have asked what the Sid Barrett was. Daft Punk, Tim Colino still has it for $61. Carla, you've been outbid. And Mark Riley, you've been outbid. This is at $61. First, Kathy said she will take the Marvin with the corner ding. And then next over here is Darren Johnson gets the clutch. And then there were several unpaid auctions. I'll show those in just a second. Final call on Sid Barrett. The high bid is Jennifer Schrader at $50. This is called The Return of the Crazy Diamond. It's an unofficial, unreleased tracks from Sid Barrett from 68 to 70, near mint minus, cover and vinyl. William Drugovich, you're out on these three singles. The last bid on those three singles. Never mind, Darren Johnson, you're out. William has it for $13. Daft Punk got a new bid for $63. So I'm going to move all the, like, quote, new sealed stuff right up here. And then some of this is sealed, but it's pre-owned, if that makes sense. Okay? And then the auction stuff. And so here's everything that's new and sealed. Very quickly. Depeche Mode Violator, $33.99. So is Stone Temple Pilots Core. How much is for? That was an unpaid for auction, Japanese. It's a $36 buy it now. Alan Jackson, Don't Rock the Jukebox. I thought I pulled that already for somebody. Or was there one in another bin? There was maybe one in the other Hatchet Ed bin then. So there's Alan Jackson, $34.99. Don't Rock the Jukebox, $33.99. That's available. Now the singles are at $15. Now Daft Punk's at $64. Now Sid Barrett's on the clock. ZZ Top DeGuelo, $33. Galactic Cowboys, $39. Galactic Cowboys, $39. U2, Red Vinyl, How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb, $29. Cole Chaney, $39. Tracy Chapman, $33. Rat, $33. Velvet Revolver of bonus tracks, $44. Machine Head, $39. Jailbreak Thin Lizzy, $36. And Pink Floyd, $34. And Globetrotters, $33. That stuff's all new and sealed. First, Sid Barrett is sold to Jennifer Schrader, and that is sold to Jennifer Schrader for $50. Now the 45s are at $16. Now Daft Punk's at $65. I thought for the longest that was awfully cheap. Heath Norman says, I'll take it, and that was on the Japanese copy of 4. That is sold to Heath Norman. And then we have John Coltrane Blue Train, and these are pre-owned records. If you win a price, let me know. John Coltrane, Vanity Fair. This is sealed. Tribe Called Quest, that's sealed for $34.99. The Best of Keith Jarrett, Billy Ocean, The Cretones, Firefall, Foghat, Dizzy Gillespie, All-Star Country Gold, Dinah Ross, Tina Turner. The Supremes with Diana Ross. Endless Love was a sealed original, $14.99. We have Toto for $35, Duran for $25, and the Beatles was a superb Magical Mystery Tour. Somebody didn't pay for it, $125. Matthew, sorry, Sid Barrett's already sold. The singles are now at $17, and now the Daft Punk's at $65. Here comes the next auction, and the next auction is what? Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson from South Africa to South Carolina. A 1975 USOG with the original Arista Company sleeve. No condition notes, a $25 start. No condition notes, a $25 start. These singles are at $17, now $18. And then is Duran Duran Japanese? Yeah, that's a near mint minus Japanese pressing for $25. Billy Ocean Caribbean Queen was just $9.99. Caribbean Queen. So it's actually called Suddenly. And then if you don't want it, Darren, it looks like Billy Ocean does. And Jeff, if you don't want Duran Duran, Heath does. And now Daft Punk's at $65. Carla already's in at $65. And then we have Jeff does want Duran Duran, so Heath, you're second. Billy Ocean's going to be sold to somebody. Singles are still getting bids. We're tied on Daft Punk, and Gil Scott-Heron's a $25 start. The Tribe Called Quest was called The Low End Theory. It's sealed for $34.99. Darren Johnson said sold, and that was on Billy Ocean. So he gets Billy Ocean, and that's sold, and that means somebody was second. Patrick Lear wants the white label promo Dizzy Gillespie. That's sold to Patrick Lear. Now the singles are at $20. And folks, we have a busy night. We're already about to fill up our fourth crate, and it's already 9 o'clock. Wow. Pretty amazing. So here's what's left. Unpaid auctions. Just two. Toto and the Beatles. If they don't sell tonight, we'll re-auction them tomorrow after we get them re-tagged. And then pre-owned, some of it's sealed, but it's all pre-owned. Endless Love, the Supremes, Tina Turner, Diana Ross, Country Gold, Foghat, Firefall, Cretones, Keith Jarrett, Vanity Fair, and John Coltrane was a remaster, new EX2299, and then sealed Tribe Called Quest. The rest of this is actually new and sealed. Globetrotters, Pink Floyd, Thin Lizzy, Machine Head, Velvet Revolver, Rat, Tracy Chapman, Cole Chaney, U2, Galactic Cowboys, ZZ Top, Alan Jackson, Stone Temple Pilots, and Depeche Mode. Let me make sure that Alan Jackson, I'm thinking I sold, was from the last Hatchet Ed crate, because I know somebody bought one. And if there's not one in here, then I didn't pull it for... Yeah, okay, I did. We did sell one earlier. I didn't even see... I missed that one the last time. You know why I missed it? Because it's hiding behind this... The Guelo is an oversized jacket. So here's a normal LP jacket, right? And you see how the Guelo kind of covers it up? It's got an extra 10% there. So, and this is cut from the original master tapes, packaging replicated to the finest detail, which is very true. It's in the original slip sleeve it came in. All right, these three singles are sold to Darren Johnson for $20. Mason wants the Depeche Mode Violator. And now the, what happened here? We're tied. I never did hear back from Kevin Johnson. Final call to Carla DeRoche on this for $65. Kevin, you tied her, and no one has bid on Gil Scott-Heron. It's a $25 start. Right now, there's only 2 unsold lots of singles. So instead of 10 and 10, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 6 unsold singles for $12. Just $2 a piece. 6 singles for $12. This other stuff over here is supplies I hadn't shown. All right, here's what we're going to do. New vinyl, lower crate, new vinyl. Coming up. New vinyl, lower crate, new vinyl. And if y'all like that, whoa, I'm glad I caught that. Oh, I just caught a 20-pound tub of CDs mid-flight. Oh, man. Whew, that's going to hurt in the morning. Okay, if y'all like the Johnny Cash thing I just sold, I've got other stuff like that. And books over here. Let's see what these other ones are. Oh, that's some cool ones there. Yeah, these are pretty cool pieces here. Very, very frameable. Let's go over here and grab this new vinyl crate. Thanks, everybody. I have been noticing a shortage of likes on the video. That's very sad. Surely on YouTube, y'all could hit the like button to the video. And surely on Facebook, y'all can hit the like button on the video. Oh man, there's mini guitars too. Holy moly. And we got mini guitars. Wow, Tanner did really clean this place up. He just left. He's been cleaning this place up. It don't even look the same. Holy moly. Oh, we got pre-orders. Let's do that. We'll do that one next. We'll do the pre-orders later. All right. This is a pretty cool piece. Dean Martin and Jerry Lee Lewis, original sheet music at war with the Army. You and Your Beautiful Eyes, words by Mac David and Jerry Livingston, starring Dean Martin and Jerry Lee Lewis. That's an original sheet music from the 40s there, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Now, what just happened? So, Carla's out on Daft Punk. Kevin Johnson did come back in at 66. Michael Ruttman got the 45 bundle for $12. Then Kenny, then Sean. And next is that sheet music for a $10 start. I think we're good to go now. And the next thing I'm going to do is what? Okay. Jerry Cantrell, this is pretty sweet. Jerry Cantrell from Alice in Chains. Degradation Trips, volumes 1 and 2. 4 LP, orange and brown colored vinyl with a 28-page book. A 4 LP box set, Jerry Cantrell, $99.99. Nobody bid on Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson. That was OG 75 for a $25 buy now. And Daft Punk is sold. Daft Punk is sold to Kevin Johnson for $66. The sheet music has bids for 10 and 10. Our next LP is going to go up right now. And that next LP is Linkin Park, Minutes to Midnight. This is the yellow vinyl Walmart exclusive for a $20 start. Linkin Park. Also, Mudhoney. Every Good Boy Deserves Fudge. $33.99. Even You Deserve this deluxe reissue of Mudhoney's landmark 1991 album. This is $33.99. It's remastered and it includes a poster. Mudhoney, $33.99. I haven't had that one in a while. There's 3 of them available. And Danzig Skeletons, which there's a waiting list for. Danzig's $29.99. So, Guy, you're out on the sheet music. And let's look up Danzig right quick. Danzig is sold to Cameron Lingafell. He was on a waiting list. So, Cameron, thank you. You get Danzig Skeletons. Now the sheet music's at 11. Jetstream, you're out. I've got 2 extra copies of Danzig. Danzig is $29.99, and that is on purple electric blue vinyl. Or, excuse me, it's pressed on purple and electric blue vinyl. Linkin Park does have a bid for 20. The Jerry Lee Lewis, Dean Martin sheet music is at 10, now 11. What year is Jerry Cantrell? Is it limited? This is Jerry Cantrell Degradation Trips 1 and 2, 20th anniversary, 4 LP, 28-page book. It should be 2023. It should be 2023, $99.99. It don't actually sell on the Hype Limited, so I can't really vouch for that for sure. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Thin Lizzy, Bad Reputation. And boy, this thing looks beautiful. This is a 1977 U.S. Pittman original. About the only flaw is a clip corner where it was in a cutout bin, but the jacket's nice and glossy. It has very little wear. It has the original on her sleeve. And Thin Lizzy, Bad Reputation, is beautiful vinyl. Near mint minus. That's a $25 start. The Dean Martin sheet music, 15, now 16. Linkin Park going once, going twice for 20. Danzig is $29.99. And I've got 2 copies of Mr. Big, Lean Into It. We've been selling the self-titled album. There's the 30th anniversary remaster of Lean Into It. That's $34.99. And then Joni Mitchell Blue. Joni Mitchell's the Bernie Grumman remaster, $33.99 for Joni Mitchell Blue remaster of that. Very, very good. One of the greatest albums ever. Now regarded, up there, way up there on the list. I'm going to take a drink right quick. Very cool night. Lots going on. A lot of cool miscellaneous stuff being shown too. First thing we have is Dean Martin 20, Thin Lizzy 25, Thin Lizzy 25. Jeannie Potts gets a Joni Mitchell. Carrie's on there. Amazing song. Anthony Clark wants a Mr. Big. That's sold to Anthony Clark. Curtis Marachi wants a Danzig. That is sold to Curtis Marachi. Also, I got 2 copies of Haircut 100, 100% live. This is $24.99. This was originally a Record Store Day release. Haircut 100, $24.99. Hammersmith Odeon, 1982. That's $24.99, and I've got 3 copies of Alcatraz live, and that is with Ingve. Alcatraz live, Ingve Malmsteen. That is on yellow and purple split vinyl, and that is officially sold on a waiting list. There should be at least one. Did I pull a Danzig for somebody? Hold on a second. Danzig Skeletons. Is that what that one was? Hold on a second. Danzig Skeletons. That's what that one's called, isn't it? Yeah. Who is on a waiting list? Cameron Lingafeld. What about the other Danzig wait list I just seen? That one says Ghost. Oh, that's Ghost Skeleta. Okay. That's the new Ghost album. I almost got confused there. Danzig does go to Cameron Lingafeld and Curtis, and then I am looking for Alcatraz. And Alcatraz Live is Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. Alcatraz Live is Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. And now we got 2 extra copies left if anybody else wants that. Thank you. Now, over here, we have the following. We have Dean Martin at 30. Mike Massey got a haircut 100. That's sold to Mike for $24.99. Thank you, Mike. Edwin Riviera gets the other Mr. Big. Thank you, Edwin Riviera. And then... we have Sheet Music 31, Ed Riviera also on Alcatraz, and then SC Ben Condition, if not already sold. SC Scott, what was SC by now? Where do you see that at? Meant Gil Scott. Yeah, Gil Scott Heron has no condition notes. It's a 75 OG near mint minus for just $25. Thin Lizzy 30, Thin Lizzy 32, and can I thumb through it? I sure can. It's in a resellable baggie. Was Metallica worth $109? That's the price for Sunday in Philadelphia. Oh gosh. Yeah, I paid $225. I paid $450 for a 2-night pass, general admission. $109. It's worth $309. Especially when they open with Creeping Death. It gets real quiet, and then all of a sudden, da 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 da. It's amazing. Copyright, let's see here. Let me do some math. It is MCM XX 1944. MCM XXIX. MCM XXIX. This is detached, but I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be. And then there's the back. And this is copyright 1950. I may have done that Roman numerals wrong. 1929? That might be the copyright for the music. This movie is not 1929. Yeah, MCM 29, but there's no way this movie, this movie's from the 40s. The music might be 49. It's MCM, well, there's different ones everywhere on all these. This here on the back says MCM ML. Of course, that's the copyright for the music. This movie's obviously World War II era, which is when this was printed. This was printed in the 40s. The music's probably piano scores from the 20s or something. Okay. Next is what? We have, we sold Ed Riviera and Alcatraz. We sold Jason Boxall, the Gil Scott Heron for $25. Thin Lizzy 30, Thin Lizzy 32. And next is Thin Lizzy Out. And we had... Dean Martin 35, and next is Lincoln Park, and Lincoln Park is $20, and that only had one bid, and that is sold for $20 to Ben Dygert. Ben Dygert, thank you. That's sold to you for $20. Next is 3 copies of Bauhaus, the Bella Session. Bella Lugosi's dead. This is on red and black vinyl, $33.99. Bauhaus is $33.99. Sean Fairweather was on a waiting list. Thank you, Sean Fairweather. If anybody else wants one, I've got 2 extra copies. Red and black vinyl, we've been selling the heck out of these. So right now, the Dean Martin Sheet Music is officially sold to Jetstream for $35. That sold. Guy Shar went out. Thank you, Jetstream. I know you're a big Dean Martin, Jerry Lewis fan. You bought a lot of posters as well. Y'all should have seen all the posters from Fred Goodwin's collection we've sold and still have of Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis. I'm pretty sure we still had a bunch of duplicates left. They're around here somewhere. That sold. Thin Lizzie's at $36. And then we've got 3 copies of this. Oh, this is the new album from Sparks. This comes out Friday. New album from the band Sparks, $34.99. All new Sonic Gut Punch from the award-winning Sparks, $34.99. I didn't know it was a lenticular cover. It's called Sparks Mad, and there's 3 of them for $34.99. Thin Lizzy still getting bids. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. That's the new Sparks album that comes out Friday. Next is REM, Eponymous. REM is a 1988 OG. Some of these have sold for as much as $168 sealed. This is in VG condition with the original inner sleeve, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. This is REM Eponymous, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. Thin Lizzy's now at $41. A beautiful copy. 2 copies here of the new Stereo Lab album. The new album from Stereo Lab, $39.99. Stereo Lab and Sparks both coming out with new albums this Friday. And then there's the Ghost Skeleton I was talking about, the newest album from Ghost. Scott Corcoran was on a waiting list. Pink vinyl. I have 2 extra copies if anybody else wants one. Ghost is $33.99. And I have 1 copy of George Harrison's Dark Horse album. That's the new remaster. They reissued and remastered 3 George Harrison albums all at the same time. That's one of them right there. So Thin Lizzy, MT Matt, it goes back to you. REM is a $25 start with that. And let's put up some more singles. Ow. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Hope everybody's watching. What a wild cover this is. Murder Something, USSA, A Distant Hissing in Your Ear EP. I guess that's supposed to be Ronald Reagan. Nudes. Nuke Hammer, Soviet Rust Belt EP, all kinds of thrash. I don't know sometimes what some of these are even supposed to be signifying. I don't know. I don't know if some of these hardcore punk are like anti-Russia or anti-Soviet Union time or anti-US. I don't know what's going on sometimes. I'll read the titles and it's like anti-war, and then there'll be like bombs and destruction on the cover. Those 3 singles for a $10 start, and let's go through this again. JK, do you want back in on Thin Lizzy? REM does not have a bid. Edwin Riviera, the Alcatraz was $33.99. REM does have a bid. Wow, still got the Jerry Cantrell's. MT Matt, I feel like you need one of these. It's a 4 LP, 20th anniversary on brown and orange vinyl. $99.99. Jerry Cantrell, $99.99. Anti-government, anti-politics. That's usually the thing I'm getting here. I think the hardcore bands, I think they're like, nothing, we don't want anything. No government. No government. Jerry Cantrell, $99.99. Also, that is volumes 1 and 2. We have Mudhoney, still got all 3 of those. Every Good Boy Deserves Fudge, 2 LP with poster. Danzig, last copy, $29.99. Joni Mitchell, last copy, $33.99. Haircut 100, $24.99. Alcatraz is $33. Bauhaus is $33. And we have the new album from Sparks, still got those for $34.99. New album from Stereo Lab, still got that. Got the new album from Ghost, still got that. And George Harrison's $38.99. REM has new bids, now $32. Now Thin Lizzy's at $45. And the singles, Rebecca has those for $10, and they're going once, going twice. And then, what was the Jerry Cantrell? That is Degradation Trips, volumes 1 and 2, 20th anniversary, 4 LP with 28-page book on colored vinyl, orange and brown. Let's go through a Laura crate. How about that? Laura crate coming up righty now. Final call on those singles. Final call on Thin Lizzy. Oh, actually, Thin Lizzy's still getting bids. It's between JK and REM definitely getting bids. How about final call on the singles? And if anybody decides you want anything in that crate, they're just right here behind me. We have gone through a lot of stuff already tonight, and there's still plenty more. Brett Thies says, I'll take a new Sparks album. Thank you. I take chances ordering some of these new releases without posting pre-orders. And I'm like, well, a band like Sparks, surely we'll sell at least 3 of them out of the hundreds, if not throughout the week, thousands of people that's going to be watching the stream. But sometimes I'll order 3 of a new release and I'll never be able to sell it. And I'm like, wow, that's surprising. But that is so to Brett Thies. Now the singles are at 11. Rebecca, you are out. Did I miss a half offer? Buy it now, best offer. You have not. Cantrell is $99.99. Cantrell is $99.99. And now we're about to bring up a new Laura crate. And these have never been shown before. They're being shown right now for the very first time. Are you ready? First come, first serve, new releases. Let me move a few things around here. I got to grab this box. I got to grab this. I got to grab that. And then I've got to grab some of this. And I've heard the door chime multiple times. I hope there's somebody either walking in or out that's supposed to be walking in or out. Hello, anybody up there? Paul, Laura, Tyler, Tanner, Ed, Steve? It's Laura. Okay. I was making sure. I was like, I'm pretty sure I've heard the door chime. Someone's going either in or out. Oh, it's Chipotle. She got Chipotle. Oh, man. How could Laura do that to me? She just walked by with a big bag full of Chipotle. Dang it. Now I'm heavily distracted. There's fresh food in the building. Holy moly. $99.99 on Cantrell. All right. Next thing we have, a nice Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur. I know that one. Pokemon. Laura Crate Hop Sticker. Are you ready? Jim B, you're out on the singles. We can go ahead and sell Thin Lizzy. These crates have been crazy busy here lately. Thin Lizzy, beautiful copy. That is sold to MT Matt for $45. That's really nice. There's that. Oh, man. A burrito bowl. I don't know. It's expensive. I wouldn't put that burden on y'all. That if I told somebody to buy me Chipotle, I would feel bad because it's like $20 for a burrito. If I was like, knowing that I was like asking for it, because I'd be like, dang, because that is, they're pricey. All right, these are final call to Rebecca. And then where are we on REM? The final bid on REM is Brett Thies at 37 and Pat Frat's out. OGVG, we're about to sell it. Y'all ready? I'm going to show 5 records. 5 records quickly without stopping or as fast as I can read the details. And then the first person gets the Laura Crate Hop Sticker. Hope you're ready. Pokemon theme this time. This looks like the Smiths. It is. The Smiths is a 2012 Euro reissue of their self-titled $34.99. There's Coplay. Hey, there it is. Milo Exo Loto. Coplay is $24.99. Somebody's asking for that the other night. Black Rebel Motorcycle Club Howl, a 2012 Record Store Day. Black Rebel, $39.99. Also, Intervals, The Shape of Color. A 2020 Canadian repress, limited to 500 on Pink and Green Swirl. That's a prog metal album, $49.99. And Primus and the Chocolate Factory with the Fungi Ensemble on Chocolate Brown. Primus and the Chocolate Factory, $39.99. Why does that look tasty? That looks like something I should be eating. Okay, and then REM is sold. REM is sold, and that is sold to Brett Thies for $37. Thank you, Brett Thies. That's sold to you. I've never eaten Chipotle. It's very high quality. They use the freshest, best stuff. It's just, you know, you're going to have to open your wallet. You pay for the quality for sure, and the convenience. They're very fast. Rebecca gets these 3 singles for $15. I understand their business model. Fast and high quality, high prices. But, man, it's worth it. It's not too expensive. It's just for fast food, it's expensive, but it's high quality. Romelu on S for Smiths. Thank you, Romelu, the Smiths, and you get the very desirable, now iconic, Boy, I messed up my line. The Laura Crate Hop sticker, so do you. That's so do you. I was about to do my famous Laura line, but I missed it. And then JK, you're second. Jerry Ferguson on Promise. And here we go. We have new auctions going up right now. New auctions going up right now. And the first one we have is Thelonious Monk. Almost said Thelonious Monk, what's going on? Thelonious Monk, Solo Monk, is a 1965 USOG in VG Plus condition. This particular record has sold for as much as $200. I love the artwork on this one. VG Plus, a $25 start. How much is Intervals? Intervals is called The Shape of Colors. It's a prog metal album, $49.99. Brett Thies says, I'm back, baby. I broke up with my girlfriend, and now the money goes back to vinyl. I've been missing you. I've noticed you hadn't been on the chat. Brett's dumped his girlfriend. Now he has all kinds of extra money. That's what I like to hear. Who needs a girlfriend? See you later. I've got to buy records. I got to buy records, Brett said. Great financial decision. Neil Young, A Letter Home. Neil Young, produced by Jack White. That's that album that's recorded in the talk box or whatever that thing's called that Jack White owns. Very cool, $27.99. And played by Dave Grohl. This is an amazing recording. Once again, the Laura Crate is packed with great stuff. Dave Grohl is sealed, $29.99. That's the 2008 original with hop sticker, $28.99 on that. And we have the Flaming Lips Embryonic. The Flaming Lips is $37.99. Rebecca wants the intervals. Rebecca gets intervals. That is sold, Rebecca. Thank you. That's so do you. Monk was a $25 start in OG VG Plus condition. OG VG Plus condition. And the next thing I have is Monk has a bid for $25. Jerry Ferguson gets play. And that is sold to Jerry Ferguson. And Jim B said take. Let me review the intervals here because I think I messed up. I think Rebecca, Jim, earlier said, let me figure out when I showed that. Rebecca says, I want the prog before Promise. Oh, okay. I thought she was just saying, I would rather buy the prog album than Promise. Kind of like that album's better than Promise. But what she was actually saying is, I want the prog album, and then Jim, you asked the price. So this is actually sold to Rebecca. This is actually sold to Rebecca. Sorry about that, Jim B. And now Monk's at 30, and then we have Thelonious Monk at 33. Thelonious Monk at 33. Can you auction Kraftwerk? Can you auction Kraftwerk? You could say, please. Kraftwerk, The Man Machine, is an early 80s U.S. Jacksonville reissue. This label design was used from 1977 to 1983. With the original inner sleeve, EX edition, a $25 start. $25 start. Kraftwerk, The Man Machine. That's now up for bid. And then Thelonious Monk's at 33, now 38. Chris Bachek says, I'm here. You can show all the good stuff, okay? I've had a special crate over here of good stuff. I've been holding back until Chris Bachek got on the chat. Now Chris Bachek's here. We can bring out all the good stuff. The next singles are going to go up right now. 1, 2, 3. These are going to go up right now. I don't know what they are, but here they are. This is Uzaru, and Omega's Sonic Order. And those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. So one more time, Kraftwerk is EX, and it's an early 80s U.S. Jacksonville reissue on that one. Now, Purple Capital label, if you're talking about Beatles records, Purple Capital label's a good thing. Very high quality pressings on the Beatles on Purple Capital. Just saying. Chad needs some purple juice. I said purple, my brain got triggered a few times. I was like, oh boy, purple juice. What is going on the screen right now? Did y'all see that? That was a little bizarre. I don't know what that was, but interesting. Next is Lord Huron, Lonesome Dream. So far, an incredible Laura Crate, $29.99. I'm surprised no one got Flaming Lips. That Neil Young album's really cool. I still got Black Rebel Motorcycle Club and a Coldplay album. What is going on? Next, Green Day, Dookie, $22.99. 180 gram, Green Day Dookie, $22.99. And this is Era, E-R-R-A, Neon. And this is a blue, it's on blue vinyl. It's a prog metalcore album. This is $24.99. $24.99. Also, what a bizarre cover this is. It's spiritualized laser-guided melodies. Laser-guided melodies. A space rock shoegaze album, $39.99. Wow. All right, let me pause there for a second and figure out what else is going on over here. So without further ado, 1 second. Okay, so I left off by saying Monk got a bid for 38, Kraftwerk 25 with Sean, Thelonious Monk 41, Thelonious Monk 46, The Orb, Thelonious Monk 49, Carla DeRoche on LH, and LH was for Lord Huron. That's sold to Carla DeRoche. And then Nicholas Hollister on the GD for Green Day. And then Monk 54. And then Ben Digert on Era, E-R-R-A. Sean, it looks like you're about to get the Kraftwerk for $25. Never mind. Tim Colino just bid 30. Info on Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. This is called Howl. And it's a 2012 Record Store Day exclusive for $39.99. These 3 singles did not get a bid, so they're a buy it now for $10. And then also we have, boy, that looks scary. Counterparts, a eulogy for those still here. Counterparts is $34.99. It's a melodic hardcore album, a 2012 U.S. reissue, limited to 2,000 on purple and magenta galaxy colored vinyl. Purple and magenta galaxy colored vinyl, and that is Counterparts. And Scott D. Roche wants Spiritualized. That's so does Scott D. Roche. Nice. Sean Fairweather back in on Kraftwerk at 35. Now Monk is at 54. Now Rebecca gets Counterparts, and now we did a new auction. These are brand new arrivals, Laura Crate. These are sticker price, and they might be no more, and they could be more. These are no more, but could be more. No more, but could be more. I've never done that kind of crate before. That means I have the right to increase the price. No. Here is our next really cool sheet music. Kalijah. Boy, take a look at this. Early Hank Williams Sr. sheet music here. Let's see what year this is copyrighted. 1952. Wow. By Hank Williams and Fred Rose. Kalijah. By Hank Williams and Fred Rose. Take a look at that. That's pretty dang cool. Original sheet music there. And I bet, if I'm a betting man, that's got to be actually from 1952. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Awesome items here to have framed and display. $10 on Hank Williams Sr. there. All right, next thing we have was Counterpart. And then Andrew's out on Monk. So that's a final call to George for 54. JK on C. And C was for something. Kraftwerk 40, Kraftwerk 50. And then Hank Williams 10. Next is Luminous, The Horrors. Luminous, The Horrors. That's a Psych Shoegaze album, $24.99. And Wolfmother, Victorious. Boy, look at that cover. It looks like lasers are shooting out of the wolf's eyes. Wow. Wolfmother. That album's not in print. I just looked up Wolfmother this morning when I was ordering records. There's one album in print by Wolfmother. It's called Wolfmother. I just ordered 2 copies. None of their other albums are in print. That has a lenticular cover, $34.99. Also, we have Drive-By Truckers Decoration Day. That is $24.99. Drive-By Truckers. And let's go ahead and show Kings of Leon Mechanical Bull. That's $27.99. JK said that was for Counterparts, but it's already sold to Rebecca. Okay, so his C was for Counterparts. Tim Colino, you're out on Kraftwerk. Let me know if you want back in. Tim Colino says he's done. Final call to Sean. When I get to the bottom, I'm also selling Monk for $54. The next comment was Brent bid 10 on the Hank Williams Sr. And then how much was Flamin' Lips? Flamin' Lips was right here, Chris Knapp. It's on blue and yellow vinyl. It's $37.99. It's a 2009 U.S. original. It's supposed to include a CD. There is no CD. Tim Colino, first on Wolfmother. Tim Colino does get the Wolfmother. Jeff Dedman was second. Bob Riger third. Tim's out on Kraftwerk. And then Ben Digert got Kings of Leon and Drive-By Truckers. Those are already sold, and then Dennis asked. But before I do anything, our crate has filled up to the gill. The gill over here. So let me pick this up. Holy moly. And now that's full. And now let's put up another empty crate over here. And the first two things that's going to go in it are a few auctions and these two sold records here. So these are sold to Ben Digert and Ben Digert. Brent's about to get the Kalijah sheet music from Hank Williams Sr. for $10. Craftwork is sold to Sean Fairweather for $50. And Monk is going to George Samberes. And George, thank you. And Sean, thank you. This is sold to George for $54. Thank you. And both of those are sold. I just completely knocked my phone off the table. Chris Knapp wants Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. And then the pressing 2023 orange and black vinyl. Or orange and brown vinyl. All right, new auctions. What's the condition of what record? Next is going up right now. Still got some cool stuff. Let's see what's up with this Jimmy. This obviously caught my attention. Jimmy Page, Burn Up. Obviously some kind of unofficial. It's a 2012 reissue. Is this official? They don't list this as a bootleg? $20 start, Jimmy Page, Burn Up. Wow, I figured this would be a bootleg. John Paul Jones, Nicky Hopkins. Oh, this is the Screaming Lord Sutch sessions. This is Screaming Lord Sutch. Nicky Hopkins, Chris, right down here, David Sutch. Yeah, this is the Lord Sutch stuff. Yeah, that looks like Screaming Lord Sutch sessions. Jimmy Page is a $20 star. Burn Up. All right, Brent, you get the Kalijah for $10. Thank you. Figured that one would do more. Where's my sleeve that was in? I had that in a resealable baggie. What have I done with that? Here it is. All right, thank you, Brent. That's so to you. Put that back in its board and bag. It will be shipped in a board and bag. So will the other ones we sold tonight as well. Boy, Fred has all kinds of stuff like this still boxed up over here. This actually came from that big record store buyout we did. They was doing some digging. They found more cassettes and even more CDs, but they also found all these miscellaneous items. So that's been fun as they work on unearthing more stuff. Okay? I think it's technically an official Discogs, yeah. Yeah, I doubt Jimmy Page is getting any money for that. Okay, next is the Black Keys, the big come up. The Black Keys, it has the DVD with it, and that's $19.99. $19.99 on that. And this is, let me fix the records. This is Mos Def, black on both sides. Mos Def is $29.99. Conscience Hip Hop, is that what that says? $29.99. $29.99. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it is George Strait, Beyond the Blue Neon, a 1989 USOG, a nicer VG Plus copy, and George Strait's going to go up for a $25 start. If you're just joining us, we're in a new arrival Laura bin, and before this thing's done, almost everything in here is going to sell. Hope everybody's paying close attention. Mark Riley gets Black Keys. Ivan R gets Mos Def. Jimmy Page 26. Upstairs at United, this is Colts. That's the name of the band. Record Store Day exclusive. Appears unopened. That is $9.99. And we have Ships Out of Water, Speaker Eater, a shoegaze stoner rock album, $14.99. And this is called Speaker Eater, Ships Out of Water, $14.99. See the ship? It's out of the water. $14.99. $14.99. All right, so let's put up 3 more Fangoria magazines. It's been a while since we've done these. 3 more Fangoria magazines coming at you right now. These look pretty cool. And these are the modern ones that are like $20 a piece. Halloween Kills. Justice for Mary Lou. and Godzilla versus King Kong. And of course, there's Michael Myers on the front of that one. This is 3 Fangoria magazines for a $10 start. 3 Fangoria magazines for a $10 start. The next comment is Jimmy Page 26, and then Jimmy Page 30. Travis Wade on Cults. Travis Wade gets Cults. Joshua Cross gets Speaker Eater, of course. Joshua on the Stoner Rock. Garrett next on Ships. Chris Knapp next on Speaker, same thing. I can't get my phone to stand up. Let me get it angled right there. There we go. And we have Dinosaur Jr. This is on purple vinyl. Dinosaur Jr. is $24.99. The Fangorias have bids for $10 and $10. No bid on George Strait. Jimmy Page, George Strait, and Fangoria magazines. There's Dinosaur Jr. Also, the White Stripes is a 2006 UK reissue on red vinyl. $39.99 on the White Stripes. A 2006 UK, $39.99. William, you're out on the Fangorias. And Right Thoughts, Right Words, Right Action, Franz Ferdinand. That is $17.99. One more, and then I'm going to update and do a final call on the auctions. Sierra Farrell, long time coming. That's in shrink. Sierra is $19.99. Now, the last thing was Jimmy Page just got a new bid for $34 with George Samberez. That means, George, you've been outbid by George. George Jones, you've been outbid by George Samberez. We're about to make George Strait a buy it now for $25. That's a lot of Georges. And now the Fangoria's 10, and now 10, and now 12, and Sean got Dinosaur Jr. That's so to Sean Fairweather. Dinosaur Jr. is already sold. What year's the Jimmy Page? 2012, I believe. Jimmy Page was a 2012 U.S. compilation. Next is Jeff Lynne's ELO, Alone in the Universe. Jeff Lynne is sealed, $19.99. We put mostly sealed because the shrink is starting to open right here, but it's no way it's ever been opened. Jeff Lynne is $19.99. Fangoria is $15 with William Warner. Next is, boy, I gotta get something with a, usually my phone lays perfectly over here on these records, and tonight it's been a little, it's been difficult. Fangoria 15, Fangoria 17, and what was the other thing? Ben Digert on Sierra Farrell. Ben Digert on Sierra Farrell. That is sold. Also, we have Smashing Pumpkins. This is $49.99. That is Siamese Dream. Nice. Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream, $49.99. And the Dandy Warhols live. 13 Tales from the Urban Bohemia live at the Wonder. The Dandy Warhols is on gray vinyl. $29.99. $29.99. Fangoria 17, Fangoria 20, Fangoria 20, Fangoria 20, Fangoria 22. George Samberez, you get the Jimmy Page. That is sold to you for $34. George Strait's a buy it now for $25. No bid on an OG George Strait. That's pretty amazing. That is now a $25 buy it now. I'm sure somebody's about to grab that. The Fangorias are at $22. Refused, Everlasting. That is a hardcore punk album. $19.99 on that. And we have Queens of the Stone Age, restricted to everyone, everywhere, all the time. That is Queens of the Stone Age, rated R, $29.99. $29.99 on that. Next thing is Fangoria 25. Garrett Cypert gets the George Strait for $25, then Michael Ruttman, then Robin Glenn. I was shocked no one actually placed a bid on it. The Fangorias are still getting bids. And Chad, can you give a shout out to MT Matt for his kind grill gift? MT Matt sent you a record. I see there's a conversation going on over here, but sometimes I don't get to read all that. I'm usually just reading bids, and sometimes if there's a side conversation going on, I don't even know what y'all are talking about. But I will give MT Matt a shout out for you, and he says give MT Matt a shout out for his kind grail gift. A lot of gift giving in this group. I don't ever get gifts. That's a fallacy. I get gifts every day. My mom's like, you got more V8s, more crab chips, more goldfish, more Oreos, more weapons, more hammers, more gavels, more t-shirts. I'm like, wow. I guess I need to hire somebody just to take care of gift giving for me. I give y'all the gift of my time every night. How about that? We have George Strait, and then Jerry Ferguson on Refused. Sean Fairweather second. J.K. was third. Chris Knapp on Queens of the Stone Age. Ronnie Ritchie was next. And then Melanie Jennings on ELO. That is sold. Hope everybody's locked in. We're right in the middle of a lower crate. You're going to be missing some stuff. We have Boards of Canada, the Campfire Head Phase, a down-tempo ambient, a note from Laura, spectacular album, $29.99. Pass on Queens of the Stone Age. That's only a $35,000 restocking fee. And this is sold to Ronnie Ritchie. And Ronnie, Chris is going to send you the restocking fee money. That is sold to Ronnie Ritchie. Thank you. Chris passed. Next was ELO. And Todd sent me Oreo subs. Yes. And we have Out West, Coal Creek Boys. That is $24.99. That's on gold and black splatter, $24.99. And yeah, that's right. What happened to my Chris Cornell record? Nick Bargeron bought me a Chris Cornell record. I don't even know what's happened to that thing. It's around here somewhere before it accidentally gets shipped to him. He told me to keep it or he would be mad. So I was like, okay. Yacht Club, and this is Santa Lena, and that's 2023 U.S. original pink and white split with a screen printed B-side, and this is $19.99. Wow, look at that. $19.99. Okay, so what about the Fangorias? I hope we're done. The last bid on the Fangorias was Carla DeRoche at $25. And Patty, are you done bidding? Patty never did say out. The high bidder with Carla at $25. We're about to sell them. And next is Chris Kirkley wants Out West. And then Yacht, that's YOT. That is sold to Rebecca Howitt. And then the last two records in here is The Doors, LA Woman, 2009 US, $34.99. And then the Pixies, Excuse the Nudity. Surfer Rosa is $27.99. She's fully exposed there on the front cover. $27.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. The next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Talking Heads, Speaking in Tongues. Talking Heads is a 1983 U.S. OG Carrollton club with the original inner sleeve, Burning Down the House. $35 start on that. New bid on Fangorias for $27. Jerry Ferguson gets the Pixies. Any info on the Boards of Canada? And Boards of Canada. This is down-tempo ambient spectacular. I don't have the exact pressing for you. The latest copyright on the bottom is 2013. I don't have an exact year on this one. Black vinyl, Boards of Canada, $29.99. I did get crab chips and V8s from Rodercheck. I do. I get stuff every day. I was just joking. I get a lot of stuff. Todd Saw sent like a $36 pizza the other night. He sent like $50 worth of subs and Oreos the other night. That pizza came in clutch though. That was pretty good. That gave me a boost unlike anything else. There's Fangoria still getting bids. Now we got new bidders in. Patty's still in at 30 though. Talking Heads is a beautiful copy. OG Club with the original inner sleeve. Very nice, always desirable. What a great crate. Everything in here is sticker price. These just got marked. These are new records. We've bought them in a collection. Had to drive to Wisconsin, brought them back here. We've cleaned them. We've priced them. They're sticker price, no more, no less. Next time I show them, they may be best offer. They may be on sale. Right now, they are definitely sticker price. Always showing records the first time they are sticker price. And then we have another crate of new vinyl to do. And I've told y'all there's a lot still going on. There's a lot going on. A lot. A lot. A lot. Sorry, I was replying to a text message. Okay, next thing we have is Coplay, Malo Exo Oloto, or however that one's read, $24.99. Neil Young, A Letter Home. Neil Young is $27.99. Also, Luminos, The Horrors. Luminos is Psych Shoegaze, $24.99. Laura just delivered another crate. Wow. Another Laura crate just got delivered. Hope everybody's had their coffee tonight. There's the flame, the Flaming Lips. It's $37.99. Boards of Canada is sold to Garrett Cypret. Thank you. Seth's dad just said AC/DC's louder than Metallica. Wow. Seth sent me that a screenshot where his Seth's dad's at Metallica or AC/DC tonight in Nashville. He said they're way louder than Metallica. I was like, Are you sure about that? We have the white stripes. This is on red vinyl. This is the leftovers of a lower crate. Also, Franz Ferdinand is $17.99. Franz Ferdinand is $17.99. There's not, I can tell you when there's not much left when they keep on wanting to fall over. We have Smashing Pumpkins for $49.99. The Dandy Warhols is $29.99. And we have the Doors for $34.99. Here we have Fangorias. These three are sold to Carla DeRoche for $32. Next thing was new vinyl coming up right now. New vinyl coming up right now. Those three are so, boy, we've sold a lot of magazines tonight and a lot of singles and a lot of vinyl. Nobody has bid on Talking Heads. Final call on Talking Heads for $35. And here's all that's left on the first lower crate tonight. The Doors, the Dandy Warhols, Smashing Pumpkins, the White Stripes, the Flaming Lips, Franz Ferdinand sold to Autumn Betts, Luminous, Neil Young, and Coldplay. That's it. That's it. We're ready for all new auctions. The first newest auction is right now, and that is David Bowie, the man who sold the world. David Bowie is a 1976 U.S. Indianapolis reissue. Now, they're all reissues. If you see them on RCA, the true OGs of these are very rare. This is the true first RCA pressing. The Man Who Sold the World. It's also on Mercury, and then it's on the UK. So this is like the first RCA version. The Man Who Sold the World. $15 start on that. Yeah, I guess I just need to figure out where AC/DC's playing next and go see them. Paul decided to book a buying trip on a night I was supposed to go to a concert, so I got pretty screwed out of that deal. But I told y'all it was going to be a great night. If I'm missing a bucket list concert to sell you vinyl, then I need everybody fully participating, and I'm going to try to bring the best I can bring. Otherwise, I'm going to be like highly disappointed. I'm going to be like, man, we had a bad night. I didn't get to see AC/DC. But so far, it's been a great night. So far, it's been a great night. And here we go. Here's another crate of new with a lot of pre-orders. And I got a box set of an album we've been selling the fire out of. And I was like, well, I better go ahead and get the box set while I'm at it. That way I can, because some people might want this bonus material. Okay? Let's see what's going on. First thing is that. Is there any Kiss albums? Hundreds of Kiss albums. Yes. We have Bowie Condition, VG. Bowie, $15. Todd Saw. Nothing is available from Insane Clown Posse. Very rare to find their stuff on vinyl. They have nothing in print. What is the color of the Flaming Lips you just moved from the lower crate? The Flaming Lips, Chris, is on blue and yellow vinyl. 2009 U.S. original OG pressing on colored vinyl, blue and yellow, $27.99. Blue and yellow. And I also have the other Flaming Lips that I sent you the information of last night. Luckily, I saw your message come in. Wow, I turned my back and look what's happened on the screen. Wow, I better not turn my back too many times to the camera. Goodness. All right, here's the first item in here. The Black Sabbath Paranoid Ultimate Super Deluxe Box Set. $139.99. The original album remastered. A 1974 quadraphonic mix in stereo on LP for the first time. A live 3LP concert featuring previously unreleased on vinyl. Live in Montreux 1970 and Live in Brussels 1970. A 1971 Paranoid Tour book and a 40-page book with photos regarding the era of Black Sabbath Paranoid. It has a poster, $139.99. Paranoid Super Deluxe box. Amazing. That live material in there on vinyl is incredible. Talking Heads has one bid for $35 of Tim Colino. Since that has a bid, and I was about to make it a buy it now, it's a final call. Danny Thomason gets the Black Sabbath box set. If anybody else wants one, I will order those on demand. Amazing stuff in there. one of the greatest albums of all time. Metallica Live Unofficial, a well-known recording, high quality, Seattle, 1989. $39.99 for Metallica Live in Seattle, 89. That will be the And Justice for All tour. Ecstasy of Gold Blackened, For Whom the Bell Tolls, Welcome Home, Sanitarium, The Four Horsemen from Kill 'Em All, One, wow. Seek and Destroy, wow. Creeping Death, wow. Harvester of Sorrow, wow. The Thing That Should Not Be, wow. To Live Is to Die and Master of Puppets, wow. Frayed Ends of Sanity, Battery, Last Caress, Am I Evil, and Injustice for All. What a show. Do I have a time machine? $39.99. That's live in Seattle, and it's on colored vinyl. Another unofficial, Black Sabbath, $44.99. Paranoid, live in New Jersey, 1975. Black Sabbath, Killing Yourself to Live from Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, Hole in the Sky. Then they do Snowblind and Symptom in the Universe, War Pigs, Sabra Kadabra, Sometimes I'm Happy, Servant, Iron Man. Then they end with Black Sabbath, Spiral Architect, Children of the Grave, and Paranoid. New Jersey Convention Hall, 1975. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. All right, so Tim Colino gets Talking Heads for $35. JK has the David Bowie. JK has the David Bowie for $18, going once, going twice. George Sambaraz gets a Metallica, sold. Oso gets a Metallica, sold. Sabbath box says Tempted. You Need One. Sabbath boot Ozzy. Yes, this is Ozzy on vocals. Definitely. That's Ozzy on vocals. Ozzy on vocals, and that is Metallica. And those are still available. Chris Ridlings wants the Flaming Lips Embryonic. He wants this, and Laura is currently working on the third Laura crate. So here's the lineup tonight. We got this crate, probably a quick recap of all the amazing vinyl from tonight, very quickly, because I started showing it early. Then a Laura crate, and then probably another Laura crate. Wow. So that is sold. The Bowie is The Man Who Sold the World. This originally came out in the UK, very rare. Then it was pressed on Mercury, very rare, heavily bootlegged. And then this is the first time RCA had the rights. First RCA pressing in 76. I don't think this was on an orange RCA label. I think that was the first time it was on that tan. It's still classified as a reissue, though. It's in VG condition, and it's a final call for $18. I'm about to put up 3 or 2 new auctions. The high bid on that's JK at $18. And then we sold Metallica. Brian C. wants a Black Sabbath. And the box set is Paranoid. Box set is Paranoid, Super Deluxe, $139.99. A lot of great content in there, including great mixes and unreleased live stuff on vinyl. No CDs, all vinyl. David Bowie has a new bid for $20. Doug Reeder wants a Black Sabbath live. Alex Kane wants a Black Sabbath live. And Metallica on Seattle, $89. I think Seattle is on Binge and Purge. I think that's a well-known live concert. Seattle 89 is one of their best live shows from that era. I think I've listened or watched it on YouTube at some point. So there's 2 Black Sabbaths left and 2 Metallicas. And then here's another Metallica, Hammersmith Odeon. And we had those last week. That is 1986 Lagoon colored vinyl. Those are numbered on the back. And this is Master of Puppets, For Whom the Bell Tolls, Sanitarium, Ride the Lightning, Whiplash, The Thing That Should Not Be, Fade to Black, Seek and Destroy, and Creeping Death. Fade to Black is one of the greatest recordings ever. If you've never sit down, for anybody out there, even if you don't think you're not going to like Metallica, if you've never sit down and listened to Fade to Black, I mean, it's just incredible. Moose, my friend, the first time he heard that song, it was playing here in the store, like in our store speakers. He was in here shopping, coming by to visit. And he told me earlier today in our group chat, that song has, quote, changed his life. And it's now top 5 favorite songs of all time. And he's the same age as me, and he just heard it for the first time a couple years ago. And he says, it changed his life. And I was like, that's what I do. I turn you on to great music. I turn you on to fantastic music. That song from beginning to end is a journey. It's incredible. I think you'll like it, even if you don't think you're going to like metal. It's just incredible to read. Incredible to listen to. All right, here's the next 3 singles. This is ATSE, and this is, we have, I don't know what this is, Loser's Game, Time to Move Voting, and I don't know what that says. Some very cryptic font there. $10 start. Okay, next thing we have is, we sold Metallica Live, David Bowie 25, and next thing we have is David Bowie's out. Randy Klein wants a Metallica Hammersmith. Sean, that's $38.99. And B Smoker, it's $38.99. Brandon says, I don't think anyone has never listened to Fade to Black. Has anybody here, there's 273 people watching. Has anybody never listened to Fade to Black? If so, I want you to leave the chat and go listen to it. I hope everybody has. If not, then you got permission to leave the chat and come back, okay? And let's go ahead and pull up this pre-order, and let's put up some new auctions. I got a Don Henley here that's a pre-order, and let's look it up. Man, run da da run da 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 da. It is run da da da. I wish I could play it for y'all right now. We just all pause and listen to it together. Okay, here's our next auction, Johnny Cash. This is Johnny Cash, American 4, The Man Comes Around. Johnny Cash is a 2014 U.S. reissue, 180 gram, original inner sleeves, EX. The Man Comes Around, Johnny Cash, a $25 start. So we have George Scherer on Metallica Hammersmith, Rebecca on Metallica Hammersmith, and then if anybody else wants this, let me know, okay? If anybody else wants this, let me know. It's now a waiting list. George got one, Rebecca got the last one, and now here's the Don Henley pre-order. This is called Inside Job. This has been long out of print. Don Henley is $39.99. Of course, Don Henley of the Eagles. One is sold to Autumn Betts. These are $39.99. I have another one sold to Catherine Lutz. I have another one sold to Catherine Lutz, and then I have one sold to Marsha French and Jerry Stone. Thank you, Marsha French. Thank you, Jerry Stone. And then this is a pre-order over in our group, Whole Lot of Records. We have Scott Beebe and Tim Holloway. Scott Beebe and Tim Holloway, and then we got Angela Lewis and Lily McCurry. Angela Lewis and Lily McCurry, and the last one on the pre-order goes to Scott Smith. There are 3 Don Henleys available, and that was a pretty big pre-order. Thanks everybody on that, and that pre-order was Autumn, Catherine, Marsha, Jerry, Scott, Tim, Angela, Lillian, and Scott. Thanks everybody on that. And let's make sure I didn't miss any waiting list or pre-orders over here. So give me 1 second and let me take care of this. And the first thing I have is the following. We have Cash at 25, Cash at 25, Cash at 28, and my crate's full. Sean Fairweather on the Hammersmith. So my notes on Hammersmith, the very first one was sold to Randy Klein. And then there were several people who asked about it, but then George and Rebecca Howitt got one. And now we can go ahead and sell the David Bowie. And these 3 singles are about now for $10. Sorry, some of these I can't even read, and I don't know what they are. There's nothing on the labels. It would take us 10 hours to figure it all out. So it's kind of just like rolling the dice. And this is sold for $25 to JK. And this is sold to JK for $25. Now, I see y'all's Don Henley claims, but I have filled up another crate, especially with that Black Sabbath box, and especially with those. And somebody just said, hold on a second, I say that, but I just listened to When the Levee Breaks for the first time yesterday. Oh my God. I can't believe I just read that. You just now heard that song for the first time? Did your socks get blown off? Now that's a great song. It is fantastic. I just can't believe you've never listened to it before. Okay, cocktail soundtrack. I have not ordered that yet. I will check on it. Let's make a note for the cocktail soundtrack. And then also, are you pre-ordering the Rhino cars? To my knowledge, that's not available to me yet. They just announced that on Rhino. So that's not available to me yet. I'm working on getting information. And let me grab a new empty crate here. New empty crates on the way. New empty crates on the way. I got a Tom Petty box to auction. I got a surprise Tom Petty box to auction. And then Tim Graham and Jamie Kendall. So Tim Graham and Jamie Kendall on Don Henley. The cash is a final call to Robert Barnett for $30. A Laura crate is coming up right now. And the first thing I have, though, is Queen, A Kind of Magic. And this is always a tough Queen album to get. I always like the artwork on this one. Queen, A Kind of Magic. It took me forever to realize that's actually supposed to be Queen. I thought it was just some guys. And I was like, oh, that's actually Queen on there. And this is an 86 US original OG, near mint for a $35 start on that. Okay, and then the next thing we have, Don Henley. I've got one copy left, Kevin. That's $39.99. George Samberez wants Black Sabbath Live. And the only thing left in here is the Metallica Live in Seattle for $39.99. That's a 2 LP colored vinyl. Black Sabbath Paranoid Live in New Jersey for $44.99. And we have Don Henley Inside Job, $39.99. You've changed me, Chad. Been jamming to Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin. Well, it's just great music. Those guys are on different levels. That's why their music is still selling the way it is in 2025. That's the stuff that's on different levels. Kevin Willis on Don Henley. That was a unique time for the world. Everything from the mid-60s, I would say all the way, maybe even into the mid-90s. Then it, in my opinion, trailed off. But as far as just the art of recording and writing music from the mid-60s through the mid-80s, especially through the mid-70s, if you really want to try to narrow it down, just an incredible time. I think that's why it's still selling here today. And that's why probably like if you go to like AC/DC tonight in Nashville, there's going to be little kids at AC/DC, and there's probably people walking around on walkers and canes, and their music is hitting all generations. Let's bring over this Laura crate. And I think that's why we're all still here buying music and collecting music. But there's a lot of good new stuff out there. It's just hidden. It's really hard to find the good new stuff. I usually rely on y'all. It's like there's so much new stuff out there, and I have to find it out. It's like really hard to find out about it. It's just like all the mainstream stuff they used to push back then, and then all the good stuff sometimes was underground. So it's like it's hard to find the good stuff that's out there. It's like you really got to know people like y'all. Because I get turned on to stuff all the time. I'm like, wow, I've never heard this before. And it was recorded, let's say, in the last 20 years or something. I consider that new. Maybe 15, 10. All right. Johnny Cash and Queen. Speaking of legends. Okay. First thing I have is Don Henley. We sold that. George Samberez got one of the Black Sabbath Lives. Kevin Willis got that last Don Henley. That's sold out if anybody wants on a waiting list. Queen got a bid for $35. Randy wants on the waiting list for Cars if we get them. Queen $36. James Rayner wants a Metallica Seattle. James Rayner is going to get a Metallica Seattle. Those are right here next to me. And next is what's next to Cash. That's Queen. And then I said I had a Tom Petty surprise, and John said, what's the Tom Petty box set? And then Queen's at 50, and then Cash is at 33, and then Queen's at 55, and then next is, and now my wife insists I buy more Rush. I said, don't tell Chad. Oh yeah, that's another game changer. Nobody sounds like them either. And then I said I had a Tom Petty surprise, and then John Robb says, what's the Tom Petty surprise? And then Sean Fairweather wants a Black Sabbath boot. So we're sold out of Black Sabbath. And now we have Metallica. That's the only thing left from that last crate. One Metallica Seattle concert left. And then Patrick's out on Queen. We need to order Wet Leg. And then Queen's, let's make a note to order Wet Leg. Queen's at 58. And we have Queen out. Okay. Here we go. One Seattle, Robert Vlodarchek. Thank you. Yeah, they're incredible too. Metallica. You know, for years, I always thought, oh, that's like, you know, being the music I like, I was like, you know, and then I just realized, oh, they're just overall just really special. They're just a really special band. You don't really have to like, quote, metal to like Metallica. They're just really good. Robert Barnett, $33. Robert Barnett, $33. The other bidder was Nick Bargeron. I don't think Nick has went out, Robert. This is a final call to you for $33. Final call to you for $33. And Queen, A Kind of Magic. Queen, A Kind of Magic. The last bid was Robert Vlodarchek at $58. And that's a final call on that. Okay? Final call on that. Very little Japanese. Actually, no Japanese tonight. No Japanese. That's our current 2 auctions. Let's grab 3 more singles. Maybe this next lot I can actually read y'all some titles. It looks like there's actually legible font on these. Here's our next 3 singles. We have Arctic Flowers, Atomic Brains, and a Spiga by Surprise. Those 3 are for a $10 start. And are you going to do a pre-order for Slaughter and Blue Murder? I will check on Slaughter. Blue Murder, I will check on those. Let's make a note on those 2. I know one thing. If there was a new announcement for a Warren album, it's been pulled. It's been pulled. All right. Here we go. Next thing is Dinosaur Jr. Farm. Dinosaur Jr. Lore Crate. 2009 U.S. Original. Hope everybody's ready. $44.99. Muse Showbiz. Muse is a 2009 U.S. reissue. Limited edition clear vinyl. $54.99. Also, we have Wilco, A Ghost is Born. What an interesting cover. 2011 U.S. $32.99. Fourth record is Spider-Man 3. That's pretty cool. It's on red and black vinyl. Spider-Man 3 soundtrack, $29.99. And Boards of Canada again, Tomorrow's Harvest. A down-tempo ambient, spectacular album. Another Boards of Canada, $24.99. And earlier, we had Bulbasaur, and now he's, I guess, Laura evolved. Am I using my right Pokemon terminology here? He's evolved from the last one we just had. He's Ivysaur. Oh, my bad. Oh, I'll lose my Pokemon badge. I just got everything taken away from me. That's right. He's evolved to Ivysaur. We had Bulbasaur. Whoever got Bulbasaur earlier, he's now evolved into Ivysaur. Sorry. Man, I'm weak on my Pokemon knowledge. I should be. Pokemon's one of the hottest. I do own a collectible store, and Pokemon happens to be like hotter than it probably ever has been right now. It's pretty incredible. I just don't have time to order the cards, and I'm in with all the distributors to get cards and collectibles. For Pokemon, I just don't have time to do it. It would interfere with vinyl. So Jerry Ferguson on Dinosaur Jr., that is sold to him, and he gets the Laura Crate Hype sticker. Thank you. I told y'all this was going to be another great crate. Brett Thies on Wilco. Thank you, Brett Thies. That's sold to you. Ronnie Ritchie on BOC, Boards of Canada, another BOC band. Blue Oyster Cult and Boards of Canada. Chris Kirkley was next. And let's sell these auctions. So we have Queen. Queen is sold, and Queen is sold, and that's sold to Robert Vlodarchek for $58. These 3 singles are a $10 buy it now, and then cash is over here. Cash. And this is so we're ready for all new auctions. All new auctions. Robert Barnett, $33. Robert Barnett, $33. So we still have Muse, Showbiz, $54.99, which that's out of print, and Spider-Man 3. One more record, Genesis, Calling All Stations. That's a half-speed master, 2 LP, $39.99 on Genesis. $39.99 on Genesis. Let's make me a sticky note to order more Metallica Seattle and more Black Sabbath. We sold out on the number. We sold out on the number with those, so I don't have any more, but we don't have a waiting list, but I need to order more. Those will always sell. Those will always sell. They're not in print officially. Devo. Devo is called New Traditionalist. Devo is a 1981 U.S. Allied original. It's missing the 7-inch and the poster. The 7-inch is supposed to be working in the coal mine. That's why I see that single all the time, because it's supposed to go with this album. Devo is a $20 start. $20 start on that. And then Kevin Willis on TP. And that was for what? It's already sold, if so. And then Skying. Skying is a sock, 2011 UK original, $27.99 for skiing. I guess that's Skying. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Don't forget about the Fangorias over here. But I also got some other stuff over here that wasn't advertised, like this. This is King Crimson on 200 gram. I got a whole crate of surprise auctions I'm about to get into. And I got to put up Tom Petty. I almost forgot about it. John Robb asked so much, he almost made me forget about it. King Crimson, The Power to Believe. It was supposed to be a surprise for a reason, John. That's why I can't tell you what it is. King Crimson, The Power to Believe, 2009, US, Euro, UK. It's a 2LP, 200 gram, near mint minus. King Crimson is a $25 start. Devo's a $20 start. King Crimson, a $25 start. And Rush, Hold Your Fire, a U.S. original club copy, $34.99. Time Stand Still with the original inner sleeve. That's a great one there. Rush is $34.99. And this is Drive By Truckers, English Oceans. Drive By Truckers is $24.99. And Circles by Mac Miller. That has never been opened. Sealed, $29.99. And Black Country Communion. Black Country Communion is $19.99. Told y'all, great crate. Are you with me? New singles coming up right now, but not before we bundle the no bids. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 no bids. Instead of $30, $18. $18 on those 9 no bids. $2 a piece on the bundle. The next thing we have is Curtis Marashi on Rush. Curtis gets Rushed. Hold Your Fire. Time Stand Still. One of my favorites. One of the best lyrical Rush songs ever. King Crimson's at $25. Dennis Jackson on Drive By Truckers. That's sold to Dennis Jackson. And then Chris Ridling's on Black Country Communion. That is sold to Chris Ridlings, then Danny, then Curtis, then Edwin. And then the 45s are sold to Kenny Stanley for $18. Sean was next, and then Brett Thies. And now Devo's a no bid, a $20 buy it now. Devo is a no bid, just $20. That's surprising. That's really surprising. That's honestly very surprising. I'm actually pretty surprised by that. Let me go ahead and figure out what's going on here with this. Here we go. Are y'all ready for this? The moment that 3 people have been waiting on, but it could generate a lot of interest. Some people's probably being quiet about it. They're probably like, you know what? Actually, I'm just going to be really quiet and see what Chad says on this Tom Petty box. Otherwise, it could stir up a lot of emotions, and we could get into some absolute bidding wars here. Let's figure out what this is. I really don't know what it is. I'm trying to look it up right now. What is this? I know it's expensive new. Is this it? Okay. This is Tom Petty. This is Wildflowers and all the rest. These new were $250. This is still sealed. It's a 9LP Super Deluxe. Wildflowers Remastered, the unreleased album, All the West, 15 tracks, solo home recordings, 16 exclusive alternate versions. This has 70 tracks, 8 unreleased songs, 35 unreleased versions. It is in this gigantic binder, and it is a 9LP Super Deluxe with hardback book. Tom Petty, sealed, is going to go up for a $85 start. $85 start. There is some tears in the shrink, but it is brand new. $85 start. It's going to cost $23 to ship it. $85 on Tom Petty. Next is Devo. It's sold to Brett Thies for $20. Next thing we have is Tom Petty, $85 start. King Crimson is sold, one bid, $25, and that was sold to John Dodd. I almost did, I don't know if I almost said, I think I was going to say said or something, and I almost said Seth because I looked down and I had a notification from him. He's probably sending videos. He's probably sending videos of Bo to the group. He is. Okay. Next, Kelsey Ultraviolet. We're right in the middle of a lower crate. Orange vinyl, $22.99. Kelsey Ultraviolet. We have Circa Survive. Circa Survive is sealed on clear with red and blue and yellow splatter. Sealed for $34.99. Pink Floyd Animals Remastered. Sealed. The original remaster, $29.99. And what do we have here? Blame My Ex, The Beaches. The Beaches is $22.99. That's a pop punk LP. Next LP is going up right now. The Sound from the Lion's Mouth. The name of the band is The Sound from the Lion's Mouth. Is a 2012 US. It's a new wave post-punk. EX, a $30 start. $30 start on that. Here's where we're at. The last thing was Tom Petty 85, 87, Tom Petty 120, Tom Petty 125, Tom Petty 140, Tom Petty 160. Next is Interpol El Pintor. Interpol is on white vinyl, $29.99. And this is Tonight, Franz Ferdinand, $29.99. It wouldn't fit in our outer sleeves. This is an oversized jacket. Oversized jacket on that. Now Tom Petty is at 160, going once, going twice. The Sound already has bids. And now the next thing, I've got 3 Fangoria magazines. There's been some battles for some of these tonight. Here's the next 3 Fangoria magazines. Werewolves Within, Scream, and there's actually a vintage one. Fangoria volume, or maybe it looks vintage. I can't tell. No, that's another new one too. Yeah, and those 3 Fangoria magazines, those are going to go up for a $10 start. All right, back to the bin. Now, if we don't sell everything in here, Laura's going to be highly upset. She might not make another sticker, and nor will she finish the other crate. So, y'all are off pace about 7 records right now. So, hope everybody's paying attention. Jack White Lazzarato. This is $29.99. This is the Ultra LP edition. Jack White's $29.99. Dinosaur Jr., Where You Been? Dinosaur Jr. is a 2013 UK reissue, $22.99 on that. And this is The Strokes. Is this it? The Strokes is $22.99. And what do we have here? This is Blind Mr. Jones Stereo Musical Retrospective, and that is unopened. It's on multicolored vinyl, $19.99. $19.99 on that. So the last thing was Tom Petty was a final call to Jerry Ferguson for $160. The Sound got a bid for $30. The Sound got a bid for $31, and then $35, and then $38. And then Tom Petty originally sold for $250. MT Matt wants JW Laz. That was Jack White Lazzarato. That sold to MT Matt. Sean on Dinosaur Jr. Bradley, You Were Next. C-Note on Strokes. That sold to C-Note. Kristen next on Jack White. Danny next on Dinosaur Jr. Robert Barnett next on Jack White. JK next on Dinosaur Jr. Then Thomas Clark. Then Darren Johnson. And then what was this one called here? Blind Mrs. Jones. That sold to Travis Wade. Patty in on the Fangorias for $10. We have Mac DeMarco, another Demo 1 Record Store Day, $64.99. A 2016 Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 5,000 on red vinyl. That is $64.99. minus the bear. Minus the bear is on custom pink vinyl. That is sealed for $24.99. And Wilco Hot Sun Coal Shroud. Wilco is sealed for $19.99. Final call on the 3 Fangorias for $10. Final call on the sound. The last bid on the sound was JK at $38. Pat Fratt, you've been outbid. Jerry Ferguson, this is sold to you for $160. I can't put this in a crate. It's too big. So I'm going to lay it right up there. Thank you, Jerry Ferguson. That's sold to you. Next thing is Tim Colino on Minus the Bear. That's sold to Tim Colino Jr. Next thing in here is Zach Bryan, self-titled, recent album. I think it's his newest one. Zach Bryan's just $19.99. Great price for a pre-owned. We're about to sell Fangoria. We're about to sell the sound. The next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Radiohead. Can't believe more people hadn't asked for this. Radiohead is live in Germany. A 2 LP. It's called Radiohead Rocks. It's an unofficial, recorded live at Rock AM Ring Festival in Nuremberg, Germany on June 1st, 2001. That's a $35 start. $35 start on that. Tim Colino on Bear. And then we have Carla on the Fangorias. There was already a bid for 10. There was already a bid for that 10 on that. Also, this is Peter Gabriel, and that one's called Us, Real World. I think it's just called Us. And then it's numbered on the back, $54.99. I have filled out the new buyer message. They're probably going to ask if you have a record in stock. You can ask if I have something in stock. We really don't do requests. We really just are selling whatever's in the crate and whatever's back here for auction. But if anybody new is out there, welcome to CollectCo. You can throw something out there. I really can't go hunting for something if we do have it. Everything's kind of showed at random. Actually, the records we're going through, I've never seen them myself. These were all priced by somebody else earlier today, and I'm really just showing them for the first time. Actually, they were priced about a half hour ago. So let's go back up to the top, and we sold Minus the Bear. Fangoria's got another bid for 10, and then John Darden said there. And then next was Radiohead 35. Pat Fratt back in on the sound at 40. Fangoria's got a new bid for 12. Patrick Lear on Peter Gabriel. And we have Chris Kirkley next on Peter Gabriel. And Chris Bachek third on Peter Gabriel. Half Moon Run, Sun Leans Beyond. That's an indie rock album. $17.99 on Half Moon Run. Rush, Moving Pictures. That is $29.99, the 180 gram. Also, Black Rebel Motorcycle Club, live in Paris. That is $37.99, another Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. And the Smiths, The Queen is Dead. That's a 2012 sealed, $32.99. Fangoria's an hour 14, the Sound's at 43, and Radiohead just has one bid with David Cordell for $35. Rebecca Howitt wants Half Moon. That's sold to Rebecca Howitt. So looking for Elton John Record Store Day. I do not have that. Now, stuff like that could pop up at any time. So we obviously buy major, large collections all over the country. We bring them back in here. We bring them back and they're priced. So we recently, if you go through our community page on our YouTube channel or Instagram or Facebook, if you scroll back about 7 days, you'll see where we just bought 22,000. That next day, we went to Wisconsin and bought 3,000. Our buying crew right now, which is Paul and Tyler, they're on their way back from Atlanta, Georgia, heading back here to Lebanon, Tennessee with 6,000 more. And then we've got a guy bringing us 1,000 metal records here to the store on Sunday. So we buy constantly, and even when we buy large collections, we're still buying even more and piling it on top. So the kind of the stuff we show is at random. Really, the only thing we advertise we're going to sell is the auction items. So the auction items are shown at random, or the crates are all randomized. I mean, these were literally just decided we're going to put these out like a half hour ago. The auctions are prepared the day before, so we give at least a couple hours notice, maybe 30 minutes notice. But everything else here is like randomized and surprised. So no one really knows what we have or what we're going to sell. I like to keep it that way. We really don't have stuff in stock unless I know where it is, and that's over here. That's all the new vinyl. I pretty much know all the new vinyl we have in stock. It's stored up in my brain. I don't have it on a website. It's not listed. We just sell it here. It's sold here, right here. So, here we go. Next thing we have is the following. We have Radiohead at 35. The Sound got a bid for 40. The Fangoria's got a bid for 12. Peter Gabriel was $54.99. And that sold to Patrick, then Peter, then Chris. Fangoria 14. Chris Kirkley got Wilco. And have I pulled that for you, Chris Kirkley? I haven't. Chris Kirkley got Wilco. And then Rebecca got Half Moon. And then the Sound is at 43. And then Darren Johnson got the Smiths. The Peter Gabriel we sold was it was numbered. I don't have a year for you, but it was numbered. And Buck, it was $54.99. Then the Fangoria is 46. Do you ever get copies of the Bastards Black Crows? I can order that for you. Randy, I can order that for you. And then Mac Miller details for Jim B. Mac Miller is sealed with the hop sticker. It is 20. If you call that a hop sticker, it's very tiny. How about sealed with sticker? $29.99. Fangoria, 16, and Radiohead has a new bid for 38. I've been watching for about a week. I'm blown away by the albums you move. Thank you and welcome to Coletco. Thank you and welcome to Coletco. And next is the Sound OG or reissue. It's a reissue. So we have over here the Sound from the Lion's Mouth. It's a 2012 US reissue, an EX, a nice high quality gatefold jacket. And the last bid on the Sound that came in was a final call now. Pat Fratt went out. JK has it for $43. JK has it for $43. Radiohead, David Cordell, you've been outbid. It's at $38. And what about the Fangorias? Patty bid $16. Carla DeRoche, let me know if you want back in. The other Mac Miller, okay? There's another Mac Miller in here. There's another Mac Miller in here. There is? Are you sure? I don't think there is. Let's just recap the bin. If I come across it, Jim, I'll let you know. That one's still available. Mac Miller. Let's try to sell everything in here. Sealed, $29.99. But yes, welcome all first-time viewers. I sometimes get so zoned in, I don't even think that maybe new people's watching and don't know what's going on. But it's very simple. These are auctions. These are buy it nows. You just claim in the comments. $8 in limited shipping. And that's an open box for 7 nights. We had a show on Sunday. And then Monday, Tuesday, tonight's Wednesday. I will be back here tomorrow, Thursday. It's going to be a big night tomorrow. And then, of course, the weekends are always great, Friday and Saturday. A lot of people don't have to worry about getting up the next morning. They can stay late. We go late. We go late anyways. We go late every night. I'm here till 1:30 a.m. tonight, 1:30 Central Time. I usually get started between 5 and 5:30 every night. And we'll go till 1 or 8 hours. If I go any longer than that, it really interferes with me being able to get ready for the next night. So that's where we're at. Carla said she bid 16 first. Patty, Carla already bid 16. She's right. Patty, you're out on the Fangoria magazines. She already bid $16. And about 1 hour tonight, I'm going to do CDs. We got a lot to cover in the meantime. Out on Radiohead, Mac Miller from the previous bin. There's a Mac Miller in the previous bin. No, there's not. If there was, it's gone too. Okay, here we go. I'm a first-time buyer. If you're on Facebook, send us a Facebook message. We need your email address and your mailing address. Email address and mailing address. If you're on YouTube, if you have a Facebook, you can come over there and send us a message. Or Instagram. Instagram goes to Facebook as well. It's all the same platform. Or if you're on YouTube and you don't have any other social media, there's a link to our website and you can fill that out. Okay? Mac Miller. He was wanting Mac DeMarco. Mac DeMarco right here. I hope I've answered everybody's questions. If not, throw them at me. Mac DeMarco, another demo one. This is sealed for $64.99. We've got Muse Showbiz. Muse is $54.99. A 2009 US reissue, limited edition clear vinyl. That's out of print. $54.99 clear vinyl. There's Mac DeMarco and there's Mac Miller. We have Spider-Man 3 soundtrack on red and black vinyl. $29.99. Red and black vinyl. The Facebook. Yeah, somewhere Mark Zuckerberg just went, what? We have Genesis, calling all stations. Genesis is $39.99, half-speed master. Shout out to Mark Zuckerberg and Google for allowing us to stream here live without charging any fees. Big shout out. This platform's amazing. I can sell stuff here without being charged any seller fees. Otherwise, we would be selling stuff for a lot less net to us. So hopefully it stays that way for a long, long time. all the streaming here is, all the selling is feeless. Just the cost of operating the business. It's an amazing thing they provide us for free. Jim B gets Mac DeMarco. Thank you. Also, we have Skying, SKYING, $27.99, and then Kelsey Ultraviolet, that's on this color, $22.99 on Kelsey, and this is Circa Survive, and that is Blue Sky Noise Remastered, sealed on clear with red, blue, and yellow splatter, $34.99. Radiohead, that is officially sold, and Radiohead, and let's get back to putting up some new auctions. Shakedown, thank you, that sold to you for $38, and then the sound here, the sound is sold, and this was to JK over on YouTube a long time ago. I got really distracted there, but that's okay. We got some new people watching. That's sold to JK for $43, and now these Fangorias are sold. The Fangorias are sold. Fangorias are sold to Carla DeRoche for $20. There it is. Welcome. And yes, we've been doing this. My first live stream was back in 2019. So you've missed years of Collecco's entertainment and seen us grow throughout the years, but we're just getting started, I feel like. I've got big plans. It's just I'm at the phase where if I grow anymore, it's going to be, I got to have a lot of extra help, and I got to find the right people. So, but we're still getting there. We're still seeing growth in sales. Pink Floyd Animals, sealed, $29.99. Also, this was Beaches. Somebody asked about this. Beaches was $22.99, no condition notes. Who asked about Beaches? Beaches was sold to who, or asked about who? Somebody asked about that. Beaches, whoever asked about it, there it is, $22.99. Robert Barnett. Interpol was on white vinyl for $29.99, and then here was Franz Ferdinand in this large oversized jacket, gatefold, thick, gigantic Stoughton jacket, $29.99 on that. Robert Barnett did get the Beaches. Kristen Roberts, same person. Tim, they asked about that earlier on that. Thanks everybody for the positive reviews. That really helps because new people get on and they're like, can I trust this place? Or they know what they're doing, et cetera, et cetera. $19.99 for Zach Bryan. Also, Rush Moving Pictures is $29.99. And then Black Rebel Motorcycle Club, live in Paris, $37.99. Yes, there's only about 6 new guitars. And yes, I'll try to do those very quickly. New auction. Yeah, we still got a Jesus and Mary chain and a Marvin Gaye here. Here we go. Still great auctions. And I got surprises. Here's Marvin Gaye. What's going on? Wow. It looks like a UK copy. Whoa, a 71 OG UK. A 71 UK OG. I almost said UJ OK. What's going on? Brother, mother, there's too many of you crying. Brother, there's too far many of you dying. I'm not going to try to sing like Marvin Gaye. There's only one Marvin Gaye. Wow, so many great songs on here. Save the Children. What's happening, brother? Wow, Marvin Gaye. It is a 71 OG. A 71 OG UK. OG UK. This at Near Mint has sold for as much as $160. Here's the original Tomlin Motown inner sleeve. We're going to put it up for a $30 start. We got a cardboard backer because it is in one of those UK covers. Those UK covers, I kind of like them, but they are kind of, flimsy. But they usually hold up really well. That's an OG UK of Marvin Gaye's. What's going on? You got to have that. $30 start. The Jesus and Mary chain, Stoned and Dethroned. A 2012 U.S. reissue, and this has been out of print since 2013. Out of print. I've never seen this one before. A $35 start. It does have a little bit of a seam crackle up here, like a lot of modern pressings. The vinyl's Near Mint. This sealed has sold for as much as $125. That's also a $35 start. All right, back up at the top, we sold Beaches to Robert Barnett. And then John Dodd wants Interpol. And then Echo and the Bunnymen did sell. And Marvin Gaye 30 and 35. Moving Pictures is a 180-gram reissue remaster. Yes, direct metal mastering. I will say though, as a Rush fan, it's very nice. $29.99. Okay. And here's what's left. Rush, Black Rebel, Zach Bryan, Franz Ferdinand, Pink Floyd, Circa Survive, Kelsey, Skying, Genesis, Spider-Man 3, Muse, and Mac Miller's. Now, here's what I promised. What did I promise? I promised I would do the following. Laura, there is another crate in progress, right? Or was that the third one? Was that another? No, I think Laura's working on another crate. So Laura's working on another crate. Tonight we had 6 crates of new vinyl, and I am going to do the following. I'm going to show you some of the very first new vinyl crates, quick and fast. I'm probably going to do a discount crate right quick until the other Laura crate arrives. And I think that was the second, and there was 3 tonight. There was. So, that's what's going on. Marvin Gaye. There's another Laura crate on the way. I'm going to do a quick new vinyl recap, and then we're going to do a couple discount bins. We're going to do a couple discount bins if I have time in between the Laura crate or before the end of the show. It just all depends on when that other crate gets up here. So essentially, to recap what I just said, new vinyl, very quickly, because we've sold most of it. And then discount crates. And those discount crates could be Paul crates. They could be John crates. They could be Laura crates. We've almost sold all these Fangorias. And we're going to put up more singles. So we still got a lot of cool stuff to show. So Laura crate, new vinyl, discount bins. And then around 11:30, I did promise CDs. Around 11:30. I did promise some CDs. So here we go. One of the first things I showed tonight was Mr. Big, and he's on sale. They're on sale because they have sing splits. They're brand new. It's a one-step pressing, 180 gram. I've heard people say this sounds really good. $29.99. They were $36, but they're damaged. They are damaged. Now, over here, we got Marvin Gaye 35, Marvin Gaye 30, Marvin Gaye 40, Marvin Gaye 45, Jesus 35, and then Marvin Gaye 50, Jesus 36, Jesus 38, and Rebecca wants skying from the last crate. Rebecca wants skying from the last crate. We can do that right now. So that's new. That's new. Is this new? Yeah, this stuff's new too. Is this new stuff? Yeah, that's new stuff too. Okay, great. Let's put all this together. I'm glad I had room tonight to stack. Everything in the proper order. And we've gone through 2 Hatchet Ed crates too. I doubt I'll recap those. The next time I show those, they may be, best offer or something, except for the new sealed stuff. Or sometimes I post it in the video. The last time I posted a Hatchet Ed crate in the video in the group, it did really well. Did I show skying? Where is that at? Did I already pull that, Rebecca? I might have already pulled that. Did I pull that? I didn't. Where is it? Skying. Black Rebel. There's that. Franz, Pink Floyd, Kelsey. There it is. All right, and this is sold to Rebecca Howitt. Thank you. Now, where are we at? Jesus is at 38. Marvin Gaye's at 50. And Jesus is at 39. Let's go ahead and put up 3 new singles from the hardcore crate. We have Los Siberios Impetados, Barge, and Atari Skate Tough. Those 3 singles are a $10 start. This is new for Friday. Comes out Friday. Gary Moore Live, 2 LP from By Loose Sessions. Blue vinyl, $39.99. The Black Sabbath Rhino, all analog. Beautiful jacket, $44.99. That is available, all analog. You got to have it. 3 Doors Down, greatest hits like Kryptonite and Here Without You and Not My Time. That is $34.99. 3 Doors Down. This is new for Friday. A reissue of an album that's been long out of print. Flotsam and Jetsam. I'll definitely show this again tomorrow for Thursday Metal Night. My God, it is on green splatter, number to 100, $44.99 for Flotsam and Jetsam. Blind Melon, music on vinyl with their hit song No Rain. That's $38.99. Metallica, Master of Puppets is $33.99. Cinderella, Long Cold Winter, $38.99. And Spin Doctors, Pocket Full of Kryptonite. Speaking of Kryptonite, $39.99. Grim Reaper, See You in Hell, music on vinyl, $39.99. And Wasp, Hell Dorado. Wasp is on colored vinyl, $34.99. Jesus and Mary Chain, Kristen Barnett, You've Been Outbid. Marvin Gaye's A Final Call. Tim Graham has it for $50. An original 71 UK OG with insert and company inner sleeve. Rich Recore on Blind Melon. There's now one Blind Melon left if anybody else wants one. The Very Best of Billy Idol, that's a 2 LP, $44.99. Men Without Hats, Rhythm of Youth with Safety Dance, $24.99. Depeche Mode Ultra, that's been out of stock for a long time, $38.99. It's an import. Joy Division Unknown Pleasures is $33.99. Green River Rehab Doll, that's $33.99. And the Church Starfish, the Music on Vinyl sticker got a little messed up, but that is $39.99 for that. Final call on those 3 singles for $10. Are we done on Jesus and Mary Chain? Tim Graham, I think you already got a Blind Melon. Tim, I'm pretty positive you was on a waiting list already. Let me double check. I don't want to give you 2, and then come Monday we have to take it off and put it back, etc., etc. Let me make sure. I think you already got one. BLIND, Blind Melon. Tim, you've already got one. You've already got one, okay? I've already been through these, so you've probably missed when I pulled one. All right, and are we done? I told y'all that would be a quick flip. I'm about to do some vintage discount. Sorry, my lip is killing me. I need some chapstick. I have it around here somewhere. Doing a lot of talking. It's painful when your lips are falling off. Okay, next thing, just a quick read here. Gary Moore, Black Sabbath, 3 Doors Down. Don't forget about the Flotsam and Jetsams. I'm probably going to post that in the group arriving this week so everybody knows that it's out, but I do have them in stock. Blind Melon, Metallica, Cinderella, Spin Doctors, Grim Reaper, Wasp, Billy Idol, Men Without Hats, Depeche Mode, Joy Division, Green River, and The Church. And we sold 1 Blind Melon. Perfect. Rich Record. Now, let's sell Marvin Gaye. This is sold to Tim Graham for $50. And Jesus and Mary Chain is still getting bids. This in near mint has sold for as much as $160. Wow. Yeah, if this was a high-grade copy, I don't know if I'd let it go. If she would have brought this up here and she said perfect top copy, I would have been like, I don't know if I want to sell Marvin Gaye or not. Let me put it back in this nice sleeve, though. I'm going to put it, we've got it stored with a cardboard divider here, so it helps protect the cover and the disc. And then I think C-Note wants that last copy of Blind Melon. Blind Melon, as usual, selling very, very well. Still got the Spin Doctors in there. Other 90s albums still in there. 90s stuff, obviously very, very popular. A lot of people buying that music now, and very little was originally pressed on vinyl. And everybody wants it on vinyl, and very little was pressed back then. C-Note on that, thank you. Nobody bid on these 3 singles. Those are a $10 buy it now. What else do I have over here? I've got some other auctions over here, like Miles Davis, 7 Steps to Heaven. Miles Davis is a 1971 US. It is a Columbia repress. It's VG++ EX with promo sticker. Miles Davis is a $25 start. $25 start. Dirty Rotten Filthy Stinking Rich. Dirty Rotten Filthy Stinking Rich is currently out of stock. I think I've got them back ordered. James, those are currently out of stock at the moment. Out of stock at the moment. All right, then one more quick read through here, and I think we're going to be ready to go into some discount crates, okay? First thing I have here, very quickly, we sold out a Blind Melon. Let's make a note to order more. I've got Coldplay, A Rush of Blood to the Head for $33. Psychedelic Furs was $39. Also, Green River, Dry as a Bone, that's $33.99. Tad, Inhaler, 1000 numbered magenta colored vinyl, $34.99. Junkyard, Shut Up We're Trying to Practice, that's $29. Mudhoney's $29. Also, Cinderella Still Climbing, $38. I still got those Jerry Cantrells, $99.99. 20th anniversary 4 LP on colored vinyl. Mudhoney, Every Good Boy Deserves Fudge, that's $33.99. Danzig Skeletons is $29.99. Joni Mitchell Blues, $33. Haircut 100 was $24.99. Kristen Barnett, You're Out on Jesus and Mary Chain, it's now at $45 of Chris Ridling's. Let's do 3 more Fangoria magazines. 3 more Fangoria magazines are going up right now. And we have Working for the Weekend. That's interesting looking. The Night She Came Home, Halloween Ends, and Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. Those 3 Fangorias are going to go up for a $10 start. Also, we have Alcatraz Live in '83. That's $33.99. Bauhaus, the Bella Session, and that is $33.99. Blind Melon is $39.99. The new album from Sparks, that comes out Friday. Lenticular cover, $34.99. New album from Stereo Lab, that comes out Friday, $39.99. Ghost, their newest album, Skeleton, on pink vinyl for $33.99. And Dark Horse is $38.99. Fangoria has bids for $10 and now $15. Nobody's been on the Miles Davis 71 US repress. And that's VG++ EX. We're looking for a $25 start. And Jesus and Mary Chain is between Chris Ridlings and Kristen Barnett. Chris, you're out. Kristen has it. Chris, you're out. Kristen has it. I told y'all that'd be a fast recap. And if anybody wants anything else in there, just let me know. And also thanks to everybody who bought something in the flip video this morning. That was a major success, and now I'm highly motivated to do it again tonight. Right now, we're going to go through a vintage bin of pre-owned records. I don't know if this is going to be John, Paul, or Laura's. I've got a stack over here I've been working my way down on. I have no idea, but we're about to find out. But everything in here is going to be buy it now or best offer. I feel like we hadn't done like vintage all night. We really haven't. And guess what? It's 10:39. I also promised CDs between 11 and 11:30. It's probably looking closer to between 11 and 11:30, and we'll definitely do those because those have been hot and heavy. Really good stuff. There's some people like right now just watching, waiting for me to show those. Junkyard, sold. Junkyard, you got it. Junkyard, and that is sold for $29.99. My body's almost ready for that 11 o'clock. My body knows it's ready for that 11 o'clock V8 and slice of bread and peanut butter. It's 20 minutes away, and I got to go up there and get that. Luke Rosenberger got Junkyard. Fangorias are 18. Jesus is at 50, and Miles is at 25. So definitely final calls on those. Let me read off some of the artists I have over here for auctions that haven't been put up. First, the stuff that Laura marked. Kenny Rogers, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Brian Eno, Robert Plant, Fleetwood Mac, and Love. And then here's some stuff that Seth got ready for me that he dropped off the other day I forgot about. And that's Muddy Waters, Super Blues, Pink Floyd, maybe this White Line. I may have to keep that for Thursday night, though. Pink Floyd, Muddy Waters, Miles Davis, Sonny Rollins, Jimi Hendrix, The Beatles, Black Sabbath, Miles Davis, David Bowie, John Lee Hooker, Miles Davis, Muddy Waters, John Lee Hooker, and The Beatles. Wow, that's a good batch of stuff, isn't it? Fangoria is 21. Buy it now, best offer. You can go ahead and buy these, or you can make an offer. If you make an offer, I'll either say sold or I'll counter. I'll rarely say pass. The Haywoods, Bo Donaldson and the Haywoods, VG Plus, $9.99. The Jaggers, we went to different schools together. It does have a promo sticker, Kama Sutra label, VG condition, $9.99. Also, we have Derringer, Rick Derringer Live, EX edition, $17.99. Edgar Winter, they only come out at night. EX edition, $27.99. Orange Epic label, $27.99. Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush, Tales of the Unexpected, EX edition, $17.99. And one of my favorites here, Elton John, Madman Across the Water, original label, gatefold, VG Plus, $24.99. Hold Me Closer, Tiny Dancer. Jesus and Mary Chain. This is sold to Chris Ridlings for $50. The Miles Davis is gotten one bid, and it's sold for $25 to Rami Lucy. And now the Fangorias are at 24 of Carla DeRoche. Patty says she's out. So Carla has those 3 Fangorias for 24, going once, going twice. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got 9 Fangorias left, so that will be about 3 more lots of those, and they will have been all sold. Yeah, let's see what's going on with that David Bowie back here, and this John Lee Hooker. And we had a request for Eno. How about we do Bowie and Eno? Those were the first that popped up, but I know some people are interested in Hooker and Miles Davis. So here's David Bowie, Diamond Dogs. And this is a 1974 OG Indianapolis press, a strong VG, almost a VG plus. It does have some cover damage up here on the corner, but that is OG Bowie, a $15 start. And then we got David Bowie and Brian Eno with David Byrne, My Life in the Bush of Ghost. That's an 81 Jacksonville original, VG plus, just a $10 start on that. Next is Tim Graham on EW, and that's for the Edgar Winter. We sold one of those earlier in the flip video. Robin says she'll give 7 for Bo Donaldson listen to the Haywoods. And if you don't have Elton John, nor have you ever listened to this album, it is loaded with incredible music, like Levon and Tiny Dancer. You definitely know those. You've probably heard maybe Indian Sunset. He played that a lot live, especially on that most recent last tour. Holiday Inn, so good. Rotten Peaches, Madman Across the Water, All the Nasties. VG Plus $24.99. Shades of Deep Purple, VG Plus $14.99. Shades of Deep Purple, VG Plus $14.99. Bowie does not have genitals on it. No, instead of a $15 start, it would be a $25,000 start. No genitals. No genitals. It is OG. If I ever say an OG Diamond Dogs, it's just an OG. It's not the first jacket. That's a very rare album. I don't think they've really... we looked that up the other night, didn't we? They've only ever sold a couple times publicly. So, if that's what you're talking about. Okay, and then we have Fangoria. Fangoria is sold to Carla DeRoche, these three for $24. Deep Purple, VG Plus $24.99. For those that don't know what we're talking about, the very first Bowie cover exposed the dog genitals on the back. And actually, when those came out, they weren't really ever released. I don't think any ever really made it to the public. They were airbrushed and corrected. And so that is actually one of the rarest, probably the rarest of Bowie records you can get. It's huge money. I think a couple have sold at big auctions, we found out, for north of $10,000. But yeah, you're just not going to find that. That's not something you can really find in the wild. I don't think there are. Those don't really exist in the wild. You're not going to just find one. They're probably like in collections and stuff. Like really rare. I think the people that have them know what they have. If you do find one in the wild, something slipped through somehow. But there's only a handful known. Very handful known of those. Okay, back up the top. But that is a regular OG copy. VG 15, and this Deep Purple. This is the first line of Deep Purple. This Deep Purple is Richie Blackmore and Ian Peace and John Lord and Rod Evans and Nick Semper. That's the earliest of the Deep Purple lineups. VG Plus $24.99. Eno 10, Eno 15, and then we have Red, White, and Blues Image. The name of the band is Blues Image. EX $17.99. Blues Image, Red, White, and Blues. That's EX $17.99. Argent in Deep. Argent is VG Plus $14.99. Argent in Deep and the Moody Blues 7th Sojourn, VG Plus $9.99. Yeah, the Deep Purple has a long history of different lineups. About every album features some sort of different lineup. The Who Live at Leeds, that's VG Condition, $9.99. And Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Brand New Day, that's VG $9.99. And then is the Quran on the Eno LP? I'm assuming far as a track. Yes, it's first track on side 2. 81 US Jacksonville, OG, VG Plus condition. Let's go ahead and put up 3 more Fangorias. And the next 3 I have are right here. And we have this one. We have Volume 2, number 20. We have Volume 2, number 21. And Volume 2, number 22. And those 3 Fangorias are going to go up for a $10 start. Next is Eno $20. Have you ever heard of a guy called Diamond Cafe? The band? I believe so. Eno's at $22. Dusty Springfield, A Brand New Me. VG Plus $14.99. OG Dusty Springfield? Yeah. OG Dusty Springfield. VG Plus $14.99. Bob Dylan, Highway 61 Revisited. Nice. Vintage classic Dylan album. It's not an OG, but it's a 70s pressing. VG Plus $24.99 on Dylan. And Navy Blue, Diane Renee. And that's VG Plus $14.99. I feel like she played on something else or was on something or something like that. VG Plus $14.99. And there he is, sitting on a park bench. Jethro Tull is VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99. And Creedence Clearwater Revival, 2 albums in one, self-titled and Bayou Country. No condition notes on this, $39.99. So these were check condition. If you're new, if I say the grade, that's the actual grade they've assigned. If I don't say the grade, we simplify it by, if I never say a grade, that means it's a nicer record, EX Plus or better, essentially. Okay, so Eno is now at 22 with Brett. Alex, you've been outbid. And the last bid on David, sorry I hadn't updated it. Bowie opened with Randy at 15, and I think he's the only bidder. These Fangorias, I'm looking for a $10 start so we can keep them rolling. Right now, there's no bid. Robin Glenn gets Dusty for $11. Thank you, that's sold you. Dusty Springfield is sold to you, Robin Glenn. Also, Elton John, Rock of the Westies, $19.99 on Elton. Rita Coolidge's Greatest Hits, that's $9.99. And Eric Clapton was here. It looks like there's a stain down here on the cover. Eric Clapton's $29.99. No condition notes on that. And the Rolling Stones, Why Don't You Start Me Up? OG with Bob Lugwood mastering, $34.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Now Eno's at 25. Now the Fangoria is at 10. And final call to Carla for $10 on the Fangoria magazines. Final call to Carla on those. Next is Hall & Oates, Pastimes Behind. That's $19.99. And Jan and Dean, Dead Man's Curve. That's $9.99. Randy, you're the only bidder on Bowie. And that's sold to you for $15. A lot better than $15,000 for the original. Whoops, there went the Fangorias. Some of these may be possessed and wake up at night and talk to you. I hope not. They're very scary looking, though. Here's the Hughes Corporation. Don't rock the boat, baby. Hughes Corporation is $19.99. And Jackson 5 Skyrider. Jackson 5 is $29.99. Looks like we're done on Eno. Alex has it for $25. Our next auction is John Lee Hooker. John Lee Hooker is a 1973 USOG. It is a quadraphonic mix. It is a VG Plus copy, and it needs to go up for a $30 start. Kabuki Wookie, John Lee Hooker, a nicer VG Plus, or I'll call it a VG Plus, a $30 start on that. Stones, Pat Frat, $25. I'll go ahead and sell it to you. I'm looking for fair offers, and I'm going to take fair offers when you send them. Stones is sold to you for $25. Carla, you're the only bidder on those three Fangorias. Carla DeRoche gets those three for $10. Thank you on that. Let's go ahead and knock out three more. We've got two more lots left. Here's the next Fangorias. Who would win? It looks like a battle of all the monsters. Jason, there's Leatherface, Freddy, Michael, the Predator or Alien, whichever. Freaky, Smells Like Teen Splatter, and Hex in the City, Evil Dead Rise. Those three Fangorias for a $10 start. Most of these cost originally like $19.99 new. Next is John Lee Hooker 30. Also, we got Levon Helm. You may know him from the band. $19.99. The best of Dwayne Allman. This is a Polydor sampler from that Dwayne Allman collection. It's actually a retail copy, though. $34.99 single LP. And 10cc Bloody Tourist. 10cc is $19.99. The Laura crate has been delivered. Wow. Wow. It has been delivered. And free, tons of sobs. Free is $29.99. The Fangorias does have a bid for $10. John Lee Hooker, Patrick, you have that for $30. I'm about to sell it to you. You're the only bidder, and Eno is sold. Eno is sold to Alice Kane for $25. I repeat, the Laura crate has been delivered. Uh-oh, we'll probably do that one next. Hope everybody's ready. Everybody ready? Elton John, A Single Man. Elton John is $19.99. Free, live, all right now. Boy, the cover on that's really nice. These are for some reason always worn out. That's a beautiful copy. $24.99 on that. And Focus 3. Focus is a 2LP with the die-cut cover, $29.99. Let's not forget about Stevie Ray Vaughan over here. This is one of the other tagged auctions for the night. It's a 1990 U.S. original with the original on her sleeve. Just a $25 start for Vaughn Brothers, Jimmy and Stevie. And this originally came out in 1990. That is a $25 start. And let's keep going through this check condition. Speaking of the band, there they are. This is a buy it now best offer bin. The band is $34.99. Up on Cripple Creek, She Sent Me, If I Sprang a Leak, Something Else. The Dregs, Unsung Heroes, $9.99. Mad Dog, John Entwistle's Ox. That's John Entwistle from The Who, $19.99. And Johnny Winter, Steel, Alive and Well. Johnny Winter, $19.99. Carla, you were the only bidder on these 3 Fangorias. Those are sold to you for $10. She's all of a sudden racking up now. Those are all sold to you. John Lee Hooker, just 1 bid, sold to Patrick Lear for $30. I'm glad y'all are still participating in this live event. Everybody else has fell asleep on me. I'm going to have to blow the air horn to wake everybody up for Laura's crate. Martha Hoople, great stuff here, $19.99. This is their self-titled album. Beautiful gatefold jacket, 4-digit Atlantic textured cover. Ambrosia 180. Ambrosia is $9.99. And CCR Chronicle. This is actually a foreign copy. Yeah, this is a French-Canadian copy, $29.99. Both free albums for $40. Sold. There's one free, there's another free. Thank you, Joshua. That's sold to you for $20 and $20. Fam Star, they're already sold. Stevie, oh, maybe the Family Style? Family Style is a $25 start. Great deal. $25 start. The Vaughn Brothers Family Style. $25 start on that. I'm surprised it only had bids for $25.30, $35.40, $45.50. And there it is. I hope everybody's looking at the screen right now. If not, you just missed it. And now we have the final lot of Fangoria magazines of the night. And we've sold this entire box tonight. Amazing. Here's the next 3. I bet either Carla, Patty, Jerry, or William Seth he must have already got off tonight. There is Creep Show. There's Seasons Bleedings. And there's Game On, the Uncanceling the Hunt. And those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Those are now up for bid. Family Style has a bid for $25. Marshall Tucker Band, Where We All Belong, that's $24.99. Marshall Tucker Band, Running Like the Wind, $14.99. Dixie Dregs, Night of the Living Dregs, Dixie's $9.99. Elton John Live, 11/17/70. This, I remember this one. It's a beautiful copy. Original uni label for a black jacket with very little wear. Very, very nice copy. $34.99 on that. And Jethro Tull Benefit, $19.99 with You Here to Help Me, Nothing to Say, From the Inside. So many great songs on there. $19.99. Fangoria's, the last lot. Surely the last lot can get a bid for $10. Surely. And then a steal back there for Stevie and Jimmy Ray Vaughan, a 1990 OG, just $25. I'm about to drop the hammer. And now our next auction is Fleetwood Mac. You get 2 albums in one. You get Fleetwood Mac self-titled and Fleetwood Mac English Rose. A 73 Terre Haute original repackaging, 2 of Fleetwood Mac's earliest albums. VG, a $15 start. Finally, Nick Bargeron, you've been outbid on Stevie Ray Vaughan. I was about to start bidding myself. Fangoria, 10. Fangoria, 10. There we go. And Aretha Franklin live at the Fillmore West, $39.99. Gatefold, very clean. Jacket, nice vinyl, EX or better. The Haywoods, Bo Donaldson, we sold a different album earlier. There's another one, $9.99. The next thing was there a question on something? Ambrosia for $5. I'll sell you Ambrosia for $7. And that would be 30% off. How about that? Fangoria Family 30, Fangoria 12, and Stevie Ray Vaughan 28. And now we have A and A32. A and A32. Jason gets Aretha at sticker. Brent was second. Next was Asia, Astra. Asia is $19.99. And Hall & Oates Along the Red Ledge. Hall & Oates is $19.99. Johnny Winter Before the Storm. Johnny Winter is $34.99. That's called Before the Storm. So Fangoria, and she's out. These 3 Fangorias here are sold to Patty for $12. Let me go ahead and take these into the operations room because let me show you the stack. And we've already sold some already, but look how many we've sold tonight. Golly. Those are all sold. Let me take them over here because I've had quite the stack I've been building. Let me run these righty over here. And now we can focus on hardcore and 45s the rest of the night. If probably I didn't have those magazines, but I was like, man, we'll go ahead and sell all these tonight. Lots of 3, 10, 10, 10. I think I got what I needed for them. We had, if y'all remember, we had really early ones. We had some really early ones, and we sold them for like $10 starts. All right. Ambrosia is sold for $7 to Romelu C. That's sold to Romelu C. Elton John is a U.S. pressing, not a Japanese. No. Stevie Ray Vaughan 33, Stevie Ray Vaughan 35, Fleetwood Mac 18, Stevie Ray Vaughan 36. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $36, the double pack Fleetwood Mac's at 18, and the last few records in here was Fleetwood Mac again, mystery to me. No condition notes, $24.99. The Byrds, Mr. Tambourine Man, $24.99. The Band, Rock of Ages, nice looking copy there, $44.99. The Rolling Stone Steel Wheels for $44.99. That one's tougher to get. And another Aretha Franklin, running out of fulls, Columbia 2i Mono, EX or better, just a little bit of cover wear, and a demonstration promo stamp on the back. Wow. Fleetwood Mac condition again. Both discs average out to be a VG copy. Both of their first albums packaged into one. Final call for $18. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $40. And I'm just going to read the titles in here. If you need a price, let me know. Here's what's left. We had the Jaggers, Rick Derringer, Frank Marino, Elton John, Deep Purple, Blues Image, Argent, Moody Blues, The Who, Blood, Sweat and Tears, Bob Dylan, Diana Renee, Jethro Tull, CCR, Elton John, Rita Coolidge, Eric Clapton, Hall & Oates, Jan and Dean, Hughes Corporation, the Jackson 5, Levon Helm, Dwayne Allman, 10cc, Elton John, Focus 3, the Band, the Dixie Dregs, John Entwistle, Johnny Winter, Mott the Hoople, CCR again, Marshall Tucker again, the Dixie Dregs again, Elton John again, Jethro Tull again, the Haywoods, Asia, Hall & Oates again, Johnny Winter again, Fleetwood Mac, the Byrds, the Band again, the Rolling Stones, and Aretha Franklin again. Aretha Franklin was $39.99, running out of fulls, mono, $39.99, EX or better with promo stamp. Next is Stevie Ray Vaughan, $40. And then A price, I answered that, thanks. Fleetwood Mac price, and then what Jackson 5? It's called Skyrider. Jackson 5 Skyrider. No condition notes. It does have a little bit of a cutout notch at the top. It does have the original inner sleeve advertising the Jackson 5's catalog, $29.99. So Brent has first dibs on Aretha. He offered $32, going once, going twice. And then there's the Jackson 5 again. Jason said he would do $33. Brent, it's yours for $33 if you want it. The Fleetwood Mac is sold for $18 to Cheryl Smith, unless that's what Chris Frazier was asking about. And before I do anything else, my crate's really full. Unbelievable how much stuff is still left in here. If you're talking about that Fleetwood Mac, Chris, it's $24.99. Unbelievable. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to take some of these and post them in a flip crate tomorrow, and we're going to sell like this entire crate. Or you can make an offer right now, and I'll sell it to you right now. Or you might just not want anything in there, or you already have it. It's going to be one of the two. But first, we just filled up our 6 full crate tonight. That's pretty legendary. Plus, we have another lower crate to go through, and maybe like one more quick half-off bin before we start some other stuff tonight, like, as promised, CDs. So who knows what's about to happen? Only I really know what happened. All right, so first thing we have is this and this. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 44. Jackson 5. Jim B said he would do 20. And Fleetwood Mac, 15. Okay. This is, let's see what happened here. 32, 33, or 32 and 33. Who got this? Jason, who asked first about it originally? Aretha Franklin. Let's see what happened here. This was Aretha Franklin, A price, and then A32, A33. And so it's either Brent's or Jason's. It's going to be Brent passes, and so I guess Jason's. Brent says he said Brent can have it. So who's actually going to get this record? I guess it's between one of the two, and it's within very close I guess technically it's Brent's for $32. Okay, and then Fleetwood Mac, Chris Frazier gets this for $15. That's sold to Chris Frazier for $15. Now, Guy Shard offer $30 for the Jackson 5. And yes, that's how much, that was marked for $29.99. So that's sold. And then the Stevie Ray Vaughan is at $40. Nick Bergeron, $44. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $45. Okay? And that means Nick almost got it for a steal. And then the bidding awoken. I think this is Brent's for $32 unless he says otherwise. Brent's for $32 unless he says otherwise. Now, that's sold, and now we sold the Jackson 5, and then Johnny Winters was mid-pack price. This one right here, Johnny Winters, still alive and well. That is $19.99. No condition notes on that. It has the original under sleeve. Johnny Winters, still alive and well, $19.99. And then Vaughn Brothers is at $45.46. The Dwayne was $34.99. And before I swap out bins and put up this new lower crate, just so everybody knows, everything is up for bid. Jim B said no Jackson 5 for me. Oh, I missed that bid. Jim B offered $20. I guess, let me see what happened here. That was in between the Aretha Franklin stuff. Okay, so Jim B said $20. Jim B, it's yours if you want it for $29.99. You basically just got out offered by Guy Shard. Well, for some reason, my records don't want to balance over here anymore. I used to lay a record in that corner, but they don't want to do that anymore. Let me move all this stuff, and I don't even know what all this stuff is. And we're about to go to this new crate. Chad's got to go get a V8 first. It's that time of the night. My body's like, Chad, you need a V8. You need a V8. All right? And then there's that. And then Dwayne Allman is sold to Jim Ciascio. And then, are we good? Jethro Tull Aqualung. Jethro Tull Aqualung, VG Plus, $14.99. And that's on the green chrysalis label. It's in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Now Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $46. And now Jackie's out. And now that's sold to Nick Bergeron for $46. Now we are ready for more. We have Love DiCapo. Love is a 1966 Terre Haute original. It's in VG minus condition. That's why we're going to put it up for just a $5 start. $5 start on that. Jim B, it's up to you on that one. And we have a Robert Plant 12-inch single, which is an 85 original, Little by Little collector's edition. And this is Little by Little, easily led, rocking at midnight, live with the Honey Drippers and 6s and 7s. It's more like an EP. 4 tracks, Robert Plant, $10 on that. So Guy Shard does get Jackson 5 at sticker. All right, now if anybody else decides you want anything in there, let me know. Okay? Let me know. Let's go ahead and get the lower crate over here. I need to push these tables over. I'm actually not wide. I'm too wide to try to get through this little crevice, and I always knock stuff off the table. And we have the final evolution of obvious. What's those evolution names? Laura's going to have to update us on some Pokemon terminology. So, there's a lower crate coming. Jethro Tull sold for $10. Hope everybody's ready for this. 11 o'clock lower crate. I'm going to go front and get a V8. I'm going to be back in 1 minute. This is the time of night where I ask everybody where they're watching from. And here's the agenda. Brand new arrivals. Brand new arrivals. New arrivals. We're going to try to knock out one quick half-off crate. One quick half-off crate. And then we're going to get into CDs. Venusaur. So we've had Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and now Venusaur. The complete evolution of the Pokemon has happened tonight. I'll be right back. I want to know where everybody's watching from in America and around the world. That's where I want to see on the comments. I'm going to step up front. I know you're not going to go anywhere because we're right in the middle of about to start a lower crate. If somebody says, where's Chad? Says he ran up front right quick for 2 minutes to grab a V8, and I hope there's some in the fridge. There should be. Oh. When I walked away, we had just sold a Aretha Franklin, a Stevie Ray Vaughan, a Dwayne Allman, and a Jethro Tull. I put up Love for a $5 start, a VG minus, and then Robert Plant was a $10 start. We got viewers in Cleveland, Ohio, West Virginia, Naples, Florida, Santa Cruz, California. Robert Plant got a bid for 10. Phil's up in Michigan. Jason's in Las Vegas, Nevada, about to head to San Francisco. We got viewers in Texas, Mexico, Texas, West Virginia, the United Kingdom, Pennsylvania, Southern California, Illinois, Washington State, Pittsburgh, or Pennsylvania for Kelly, Utah, Massachusetts, North Carolina, Maryland, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Arizona. Laura's back there working on tomorrow's metal auctions. Antarctica, Kentucky, Niagara Falls, Gordonsville, Tennessee, Serenity Now, Mexico, a black FBI surveillance van, Pennsylvania, Ohio, New Jersey, Limestone, Tennessee. Here we go. Oh my gosh. I'm so sore. Sorry. My second day of post-muscle, whatever that's called, is hitting me bad. I skipped last night. I was like, man, there's no way I can go in there and lift weights. I can barely walk. And tonight's even worse, but I've got to go in there and try. Lindsay Foster. Does she go by the name Lindsay Hall? Is that her married name, Lindsay Foster? Okay, so Phil Freeman has Love for just $5. It is an OG VG minus copy on Love DiCapo. And then Robert Plant is at $10. And Robert Plant, the $10 bid on that is, that was a long time ago, but Jeff Hallsworth has it. And we're about to drop the hammer on those, literally. And here we are. We're right in the middle. We're about to start a Laura crate. And the first 5 records are going to be shown in succession rapidly. And whoever gets the first one gets the Laura Crate Hype sticker. Hopefully you're a Pokemon fan. First thing we have is Smashing Pumpkins Adore. That's the 2014 2LP $44.99 for Smashing Pumpkins. Circa Survive Jutunra. That's a prog emo hardcore 2016. $44.99, and Laura says this song rips, and it's called "Stop the Effing Car." That's a funny title to me. We have the Rancantors. That's $32.99. The Rancantors also. And we have Minus the Bear, Planet of Ice. Minus the Bear is $34.99. And Dinosaur Jr., You're Living All Over Me. Dinosaur Jr. is a 2011, $27.99 on that. And Chad, instead of weights, lift a few crates of records around the store. Oh, I did. Yeah, when I realized I stayed at the store too late last night and I wasn't going to go to the gym, I actually took a crate of one of these Fred crates over here that's packed. And I just stood up and pressed it about 100 times in sets of 10, and then I left. That's the last thing I do before I left. I took a Fred crate, standing up, and just pressed it in sets of 10, which one of those probably weighs about 80 pounds. So I got in enough, at least getting some muscle exercise. Empty Matt on Smashing Pumpkins. I was like, that's going to be funny. I need to go pull that up on the video camera and show it, post it in the group of me pressing records for a workout. MT Matt got Smashing Pumpkins. That's sold to MT Matt and the Laura Crate sticker. Lindsay Foster. Her dad was David and Larry Watson. I know all those people. Ronnie, I know all those people very well. Yes, those are all people from my hometown, Gordonsville. I know all those people extremely well. Jerry, you're second on Smashing Pumpkins. Greg Galley, you're third on Smashing Pumpkins. No MoFi tonight unless just we got our new sealed copies. Danny on Dinosaur Jr. Danny got Dinosaur Jr. And Darren Johnson wants Minus the Bear. All right, Jeff Hallsworth, you get Robert Plant for just $10. And Phil Freeman, nice pickup on the OG Love, just $5. Wow, that's going to be probably one of the cheapest auctions you'll ever see us run. Phil Freeman gets Love for $5. Let's go ahead and put up Kenny Rogers. This is one of the last tagged auctions that Laura did. Plus, I've got other bonus stuff over here. So here we go. The first edition, Kenny Rogers. I just checked in to see what condition my condition was in. It's either a 68, it's either a 67 OG or a 68 repress based on the catalog number. So you don't know what pressing it is until you open it. But it is a sealed early Kenny Rogers here, The Gambler, one of his early albums with the smash hit. I just dropped in to see what condition my condition was in. That's going to go up for a $35 start. Also, we have Gorillas The Fall. The Gorillas is a 2021 sealed, $29.99 with a note from Laura. Laura loves Gorillas, a 4-heart rating. Wow, $29.99 on that. And there's Cage the Elephant, $22.99. On Milophobia. Cage the Elephant is $22.99. Milophobia. And Sonic Youth Daydream Nation, $29.99. $29.99. That's Sonic Youth Daydream Nation. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and you heard it here first. Miles Davis in Europe. It's a 1964 OG pressing. A 1964 OG pressing. The vinyl, the note I have on this, it looks nearly unplayed. That's a near mint minus LP. It is beautiful. This is a beautiful copy of Miles Davis in Europe. A Columbia 2i, y'all are going to be like, wow, that's a beautiful copy. Miles is a $35 start as well. Kenny Rogers has one bid for $35. Kenny Roasters Rogers, yeah. That's a great episode. They're all great episodes. Worked M1 Mine before I got a job at T2. Yeah, M1 Mine. I could probably name you 50 people that's worked at the M1 Mine that I know. A lot of them have tried to sell me rocks out of there. Jerry Ferguson on Gorillas, which I'm like, no, I'll pass because that is kind of illegal. Jerry Ferguson on Gorillas. Kenny Rogers is at 35. Susie next on Gorillas. Carla on Cage the Elephant. Carla, thank you. That's so to you. William Drugovich on Sonic Youth. Sherry Darnell on Cage the Elephant. Miles Davis at 35. Man, those mine rocks are extremely valuable. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? So in Smith County, there's a mine, and it's like world known for having some incredible specimens come out of it. And I've seen some of them sell at auction houses for tens of thousands of dollars. It's pretty incredible. People be like, hey, Chad, you want to buy some rocks? And I'm like, no, I don't. The A-Team. And then Avon Ladies, the A-Team. And then the next single I have over here is Anxiety Hammer. And those three are going to go up for a $10 start. Next thing I have is Piahi. And this is a surf indie record, $22.99. And we also have Wilco Sky Blue Sky. Wilco Sky Blue Sky is a half-speed master of 2020, $37.99 on Wilco. And Mind Control Uncle Acid. Mind Control is Stoner Rock, and it's on red vinyl. Uncle Acid, $34.99, and In Flames, Siren Charms. In Flames is on white vinyl, $27.99. $27.99 on that. Miles Davis is at $35. George Lyle, make sure if you want to bid, you let me know. Chris Baycheck has it, and Bert, you're about to get the sealed Kenny Rogers. Those three singles are a $10 start. Rock Plant Crusher, mine on that. Yeah. Jaime Ponte on In Flames. I've heard a lot of people's like paid for their houses and cars taking specimens out of that mine in their lunchbox. Of course, they're mining for zinc. They'll be in there mining for zinc, and then they'll find one of those formations that are like, and the mine don't even want them, but they're also not supposed to leave the mine. So I'm like, well, that's weird. If I own the mine, I would tell everybody, hey, bring those out. We might even like give you a bonus or something if you can keep it in good condition, because they're worth like a lot more than zinc is. The Rancantors is sold to Mason. That's sold to Mason. I guess that's why they've closed again. That mine has went out of business again. Rush Vapor Trails. Rush is sealed. Boy, I hadn't seen that too often recently. Too often recently. I used to have them in stock. Rush is $29.99. Vapor Trails, that's sealed. And Muse, the second law. Muse is $32.99. No bid on these singles. They're a $10 buy it now if anybody wants those. Burt Jordan, you get Kenny Rogers for $35. That is sold to you. And Miles Davis, wow, what a beautiful copy. Chris Bachek bid $35 on that. And then MT Mac got Rush Vapor Trails. Darren Johnson on Muse. Wow, I can't believe no one's got Uncle Acid yet. We still got, what was this one here? Wilco, still got Wilco as well. Let's go ahead and introduce a few more auctions right quick. The next LP I have is Super Blues, and this is Bo Diddley, Muddy Waters, and Little Walter. It's called Join Forces. It's an 84 US reissue. It is VG Plus, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. Chris Bachek second on Rush, and no, this has nothing to do with a TV show. No, nothing to do. These are all hardcore bands. Avon Ladies, Anxiety Hammer, and A-Team. Those three are a buy it now for $10. Next in the Laura Band, a classic, a highly regarded album, Nick Drake, Pink Moon, 2023, $27.99. Very tough to get originals of. And we have Sound City 606. This is Dave Grohl and many of his friends playing on here. That is a very popular album, $34.99 on that. $34.99 on that. And the next thing I have is let's put up a let's see what's going on with this Hendrix here. Anybody ever heard of him? This is this is the first press because it's numbered. Oh, I need to show these too. Very quickly, I got promotional record flats. These are obviously not albums, but they're pretty cool. These would have been displayed in a store. And these are all $6.99 each. They're promotional record flats. So here's what they look like, front and back. And there's some really good ones in here. Prong, Beg to Differ, Violence, Eternal Nightmare, Public Enemy, Apocalypse 91, Faith No More. I've got 2 Faith No More. Ministry, in case you don't feel like showing up. I've got 2 Ministries. I got Jane's Addiction, Ritual Delo Habitual, ZZ Top Afterburner. I have, that's kind of perforated together. The Cars Door to Door, and Venom, and Venom, and Venom. And those are all $6.99. And there's also, on most of them, stuff on the back, except on Venom. But yeah, most of them have stuff on the back. Those would have been sent to record stores. Those would have been sent to record stores that kind of been put up and displayed. The next thing we have was Chris Knapp on ND for Nick Drake. And then Autumn put singles, but she meant Sound City, Jerry Ferguson second. And then first on the record flats is Danny Thomason on Violence, Eternal Nightmare. That's sold to Danny for $6.99. Awesome artwork. I mean, they're really well made too. That's sold to Danny for $6.99. How much was Wilco? Wilco was $37.99. It's the 2020 reissue half-speed master version. Next is Jerry Ferguson on Public Enemy. Public Enemy is right here. That's sold to Jerry Ferguson. Danny Thomason on Faith No More. Danny Thomason gets Faith No More. There's one of them. And if somebody else wants one, you can have one as well, unless Danny wants 2. Rebecca gets Ministry. There's one sold to Rebecca for $6.99. Darren wants Prong. Hiram got ZZ Top. That's sold to Hiram for $6.99. Susie next on ZZ Top. Chris Bachek, I do have another Ministry for you. That's sold to Chris Bachek for $6.99. Shakedown gets the other Faith No More. Shakedown, that's sold to you. John Durden, I'm fresh out of Ministries. But Paul Harden, I will give you Jane's Addiction. Alonzo, you're next on Prague. And then Pat Fratt next on Ministry. And then we have Susie, I'm fresh out of Public Enemy. But I got Venom, and Cars left if anybody wants those. Venom, and the Cars. That's the only ones I have left. Danny says he wants both Faith No Mores. He did have first dibs, so who did I say got the other one? Let's make sure Danny gets both of them. I'm going to put it up here with his first one. Sorry for the quick distraction from the lower crate, but those were over here in the auction crate I'm pulling out of, and they keep falling over. And I was like, before these fall over or get bent or creased, let's just go ahead and sell them. Now, Muddy Waters did not get a bid, and we're going to make that a $15 buy it now. That's going to be a buy it now for $15 on that. And that just left the Cars and Venom. If anybody wants those, I'm going to put them right over here before somebody thinks it's an auction. And then next is Coldplay, A Rush of Blood to the Head, $27.99. Coldplay, $27.99. Also, we have Russian Circles, and this is on translucent red vinyl, $34.99. And this is Empros, E-M-P-R-O-S, $34.99 on that. Danny gets the Muddy Waters buy it now for $15. Chris was second, and then Paul Harden. So those are all sold. Let me try to stack all these things up. There we go. Now, Scott Kennedy got Coldplay. I have these new and sealed tonight for $33.99. I got this exact version in stock tonight, new and sealed, for about $5 more if anybody else wants it. Actually, about, $5 or $6 more. They're $33.99. Next is John Mayer. This is called Sub Rock, and it is in shrink. It's $22.99. John Mayer Sub Rock, $22.99 on that. New auctions going up right now. I was in the middle of talking about Jimi Hendrix. It's a 2008 US OG, and I know it's the first pressing. It's at QRP, and they're numbered on the back. It's numbered on the back. Jimi Hendrix, Both Sides of the Sky. It is EX Plus, very clean. A $25 start on that. $25 start on Jimi Hendrix. John Mayer, so did Danny Thomason. Also over here, we have what? We have Circa Survive, the Amulet. Circa Survive is on blue, white, and clear vinyl, $34.99. Neil Young, nice. That's a 2009. I tried to order these the other day. They were out of stock. I think they hadn't been pressed in a while. My favorite from him, probably next to Harvest and Freedom. It's definitely top three. $44.99 for Neil Young, his first solo album. Wow, this is long out of print. Sting, the Soul Cages. Sting is $24.99, the Soul Cages, and Royal Blood is $22.99. Jimi Hendrix has a bid for $25. How about another auction? Next auction I have is, drum roll please, Muddy Waters again. Muddy Waters is a 1987 US reissue. It's VG++, almost EX, 87 Gloversville, a $25 start. Hendrix, Muddy. Next is Scott Kennedy on Sting. Scott, you get Sting. Richard Group wants NU. And NU, Richard Group on NU, that was for, he said that was an error. Ronnie Ritchie on RB for Royal Blood. Chris next on Sting. And now Hendrix is at 26. Warm, Jeff Tweedy. Wilco, $17.99, Jeff Tweedy. Cake, Pressure Chief. Cake, $22.99. And the Ravenettes, In and Out of Control. Alternate Rock Indie, $27.99. The Ravenettes. Chad's going to mute his mic right quick. Chad's going to take a drink right quick. It's been a wonderful day here at Coletco. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. All right, next was Muddy Waters, 25. Darren Johnson gets cake, and what was the color on Circa? Circa Survive was this one, right? Yes, Circa Survive, the Amulet. Foil cover, really cool. It's on blue, white, and clear. $34.99. We're not done on Hendrix. It's still getting new bids, but Muddy might be quick. Going once, going twice to Patrick. I'm going to grab 3 more singles right quick from, quote, the Hardcore Collection. And we got 1, we got 2, we got 3. Let's just see what I grabbed here. I have no idea. We have Baby Godzilla, DTTD, Bad Mammals, and the Swan King, The Approach. Those 3 for a $10 start. Next in the bin is Beck, Dreams. I've never seen that before, probably because it's record store day, and it's a single. Beck is on blue vinyl, $19.99. My Chemical Romance, the Black Parade, the picture disc, with a note from Laura. Laura loves My Chemical Romance. 4-heart rating, $19.99 on that. Drive-By Truckers, The Big To Do. $27.99. We have Red Hot Chili Peppers. That is $34.99. That's Blood Sugar Sex Magic, big album by them. And there it is, Gorillaz, a 2024 reissue, $32.99. It's got a 4-heart rating from Laura. Let's not forget, Laura loves Gorillaz. $32.99. Laura, you wasn't here the other night. Somebody said they wanted you to start putting stickers on stuff you hate. I thought that was a pretty funny comment. Somebody's like, I want to start seeing what Laura hates. I was like, that would be interesting. Laura hates whatever. I don't know if she hates too much. I don't think I could put a sticker on anything to say I hate this. I don't know if I've ever listened to anything and like I'm like, man, I think this. Maybe a few things. I don't know. I'm trying to think of something. I mean, even the most 90-ish and 2000s boy groups, I get why it was popular, and I respect the commercial success, but I guess some of that would probably be my most least liked music ever. I'm not much into NSYNC. I don't know what I hate. Yeah, I don't know either. It's not like I hate it. I'm definitely not going to be listening to it, or Britney Spears or stuff like that. I'm trying to think. It's probably a lot of stuff from the 2000s, like the most poppy stuff from that era. But I love everything. Blues. I'm not really into rap, but like when I listen to it, I'm like, I like NWA and I like Post Malone's early stuff, but I don't really listen to it. Like, you won't hear it played here in the store. You know, I don't like listen to it on daily, but I love Nickelback. Nickelback's great, and I'm not joking. Hendrix is at $29. Circa Survive genre. That would be a great question for Laura. They've probably already answered that. Chris Ridling's on My Chemical Romance. That's sold to Chris Ridling's. Wes Wilt is second. Autumn's in on the singles at 10. Scott Kennedy got Gorillaz. Circa Survive is emo, prog, and hardcore. And then next is Cotton Eye Joe, Nickelback, and I'm a certified hater for a few bands, artists, but it's top secret. Okay. And I can tell you, Laura, I can tell you who Doug doesn't like. Doug was very vocal about people he didn't like when he worked here. Old Town Rose and Jimi Hendrix 30. All right, so Muddy Waters just got one bid, $25. That's sold to Patrick Lear for $25 on that. Autumn has these 3 singles. Those are sold to her for $10. And then Jimi Hendrix just got a new bid with Chris Bachek for $30. And let's read through this Laura crate once again, okay? Bye. Yeah, NSYNC. Yeah, I mean, like, I understand why it was successful. That was really the only thing being pushed on people back in the day, and girls were obsessed with them, but it's not really like artistical stuff, right? Okay, here's Circa Survive, Jutundra. Circa Survive is $44.99. Prog Emo Hardcore, $44.99. That is Circa Survive. Piahi is Surf Indie. That's $22.99. And Mind Control, Uncle Acid. Mind Control does have a sing split, but a Stoner Rock from Uncle Acid still available for $34.99. Wilco is still available as a half-speed master. That is $37.99. Sky Blue Sky, Wilco. Also, we have on translucent red vinyl, $34.99, Russian Circles by Impros. That's $34.99. Neil Young, so many great songs on here. The Loner is good. If I Could Have Her Tonight. I love The Old Laughing Lady. I've Been Waiting for You. That's a good one. I've Loved Her So Long. $44.99. Also, we have Jeff Tweedy. That's $17.99. Also, The Ravenettes, In and Out of Control. $27.99. Also, $34.99 for Circa Survive. $34.99. Bet Dreams is sealed, $19.99. And Drive By Truckers, The Big To Do, $27.99. And Red Hot Chili Peppers is $34.99. Birds Out on Hendrix, so Chris Bachek, that's sold to you for $30. Now, I was ordering last night a lot of black metal and death metal and speed metal. I was going through playlist ordering stuff. Now, when I listen to them playing, I think it's pretty incredible. Because they're like shredding on guitars and they're double bassing the drums and all that stuff.
Incredible.
Hey, Tyler, how did you even get in here?
Incredibles in that trailer.
How did he get in here? Did you come through the front door? Did you come through the roof?
I made a new upstairs.
Golly, Tyler scared me to death.
Yeah, we just pulled in.
Awesome. Tyler and Jeff's here. I mean, Tyler and Paul. I said Jeff because somebody just claimed Jeff Tweedy. I forgot what I was saying, too. Jeff Tweedy is sold to Autumn Betts. And then C Note said he will take Wilco. Anybody else on anything in here? What was I saying about death metal? Oh, yeah. Those vocals, though, I don't get the, like, growling vocals. I love the music, though. I mean, some of that metal is like, you know, it's like amazing that they're playing that fast. But when the vocals get like the, I'm entertained by it, but I don't understand it. I guess because I don't understand I just don't understand it, you know. But not the words. I know you can't understand the words. You can't understand, like, I just don't get the whole deal with it. But I'm impressed by it. One, that somebody can sing like that, and they're actually singing words, but also the bands are like just shredding usually, and it's like, wow, this is pretty incredible. Okay, I promised CDs at 11:30, and what happened? You have to read the lyric sheet. Yeah, I did on some, and I was like, wow, he's actually singing. I thought they were like just making noises. But yeah, I listened to a lot of death metal this morning. Oh my gosh. I listened to probably 2 hours of death metal this morning before I went to bed. And I was about to go to bed ordering vinyl, and I was listening to all that stuff, and I felt like I needed to, you know, like take a deep breath after every song. Okay, so here's what we're going to do, though. We're going to try to do one more half-off crate. One half-off crate. And then we're going to do CD. We got an hour and a half for CDs. The half-off crate's going to be quick and fast. I've promised CDs, and CDs I will deliver. We've got to. There's probably been some people waiting all night. If I make a promise, I got to keep it. But I also said we would do one more half-off crate. We've already recapped new vinyl. Laura's crates have been great. Let's find that half-off crate. Let's go through it. And then that will leave us at least an hour and a half, about the same time last night for CDs. And let's do it. So I'm sure y'all don't want to go anywhere. I didn't show the guitars like I told Tim I would. We might just have to do that tomorrow or at the very, very end. I'd rather do it tomorrow. That way we can sell some of them. And let's go through a half-off crate. So these are going to be half off, no more, no less. And let's go through it. And I like this one because it's only about half full. And these were stickered May 8th. And these have not been gone through a second time. Here we go. And yes, CDs coming very soon. First thing we have, how often do you play Yoko? Not often. Not often. Okay. And yeah, let's do one half-off crate. And we're going to be selling the heck out of some CDs. Half off vinyl, no more, no less. The only other auctions I'm going to run are probably the hardcore singles. Let me go ahead and grab those right now. We got 1, 2, 3, and we got Bad Trouble. We got Bad Trouble. We've got No More, Neo, New Wave, It's Bad Form, and back-to-back Marxist. Back-to-back Narcissist, excuse me. And those three are for a $10 start. Half off, no more, no less. Don Williams, I Believe in You. And y'all might want to stick around for part 2. It's going to be really fun. Don Williams, no condition notes, just $5 on Don. Just $5. Charlie Daniels, just $12.50. Today is Tomorrow, The Four Freshmen. The Four Freshmen is $5. Also, John Prine, Sweet Revenge, nice. John Prine, no condition notes. The cover has a little ring wear, but that is nice with the original sleeve for just $20. Eric Clapton, At His Best, $17.50 on Clapton. $17.50 on Clapton. Danny on Don Williams. That is sold to Danny for $5. Charlie Daniels is $12.50. It's called Whiskey. It's on the original Orange Epic label. That's $12.50 if you want it, Danny. Danny also gets John Prine. So far, he's 3 for 3. And we have Chicago 17, $7.50. Hiram's a death metal vocalist. Wow. You still got any recordings you want to share? We have canned heat for $20. It was $29.99. How about $15? This is a half off bin, no more, no less. Paul Hardin on Eric Clapton. That's sold to Paul Hardin. Eric Clapton, that is sold to you. No claim on Charlie Daniels. And we also have what? Climax Blues Band. That is $15. FM Live. And Jack Wild. Not Jack Black, not Jack White. Jack Wild, Everything's Coming Up Roses, and he's from the show H&R Puffin Stuff. $10 on that. Danny on CH for canned heat. Wow, great deals in the half off bin. No bids on the singles. Those are a $10 buy it now if anybody wants those. $10 buy it now. The Dregs, as in the Dixie Dregs, Unsung Heroes, $5 for that. And Fleetwood Mac is $17.50. There is a name written on the cover, but that's a classic album. Fleetwood Mac, self-titled, $17.50. That one has Rhiannon on it with Stevie Nicks, of course. Monday Morning, very nice. Greg Herman on Jack Wild. That's so to Greg Herman. Also, Rita Coolidge, Anytime, Anywhere, $5. Also, the Oak Ridge Boys have arrived. That is now $5. And the Barry Goldberg Reunion. Gary Goldberg. Always mess up his name. How about Barry Goldberg? $10 on him. Next is Shakedown on Fleetwood Mac. Nice pickup there. Danny on the Gregs. He said pass on Fleetwood Mac. That's going back in the band. Danny on Dregs. That's so to Danny. No claim on Fleetwood Mac. Paul Hardin on GM. And GM was for Paul. What was GM for? Or was that supposed to be FM? And then Danny got Oak Ridge Boys. This isn't stickered, but make sure it goes in for $5. Those are usually marked $9.99. So Paul gets the Fleetwood Mac that Shakedown put back, and then Bradley Smith gets Chicago. And that's so to Bradley Smith. Next in the half-off bin is Greg Raleigh. You may know him from Journey and Santana. His solo album, just $7.50. Dolly, Just the Way I Am. Dolly is $10. And this is a reissue of CCR Bayou Country. $17.50. An 80s pressing, Board on the Bayou, Good Golly, Miss Molly, Proud Mary, Keep on Chugling. $17.50 on that. Did y'all win at Blackjack?
You didn't give me an extra $1,000.
Oh, okay. Sergio Mendes, $5 on Sergio Mendes. And Mick Jagger, Primitive Cool. Be careful there. This is a war zone. Mick Jagger's $10. I was supposed to give Paul and Tyler $2,000 to go play blackjack with, but they missed the assignment. That's okay. I'll bet on a random baseball game tonight. Braves got rained out. No, I don't bet on sports unless it's college football. And I highly advise against doing it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 singles that didn't sell for $30. How about $18? $18 bundle for those. Who wants them? Next is Leslie on the Dolly Parton. Burt Jordan was second. Danny Thomason on the Mick Jagger. And that left Sergio Mendes. He's got a cult following in South America. Still got CCR and Greg Raleigh doing a half-off bin. There's Mahavishnu Orchestra. That is $10. And Weather Report. Weather Report is $10. It has a complimentary not for sale sticker on the back. Weather Report is $10. And 10 years after, Stonehenge, 10 years after is $12.50. The 45 bundle is sold to Rebecca Howitt for $18. Thank you. Those are sold to you. Next is Boz Skaggs. Down 2, then left. Mr. Boz is just $10. Also, Todd Rundgren Back to the Bars. That has Hello, It's Me. Gayfo 2 LP, $15. And Resident Alien, Robert Hairman. That is not the band Resident Alien. It's Robert Hairman. Name of the album is $15. Or excuse me, name of the album is Resident Alien. It's $5. Paul Hardin on Weather Report. That's sold to him for $10. Also, we have Steve Miller Band Anthology, a 2 LP. That's $17.50. And Rosington Collins Band, Anytime, Anyplace, Anywhere. Just $12.50 on that. Donna on TR for Todd Rundgren. I love that song. Hello, It's Me. How about we try one more lot of 45s? And let's do 1, 2, 3. Or if these sell, we might do another one right quick. The next 3 are Tim Berry, Munford Live at Elementary, Autonomy, Altar of Apathy, and Nervescade, Iron Lung Records, and that's on orange vinyl. Those 3 for a $10 start. Steve Miller is sold to Danny Thomason. Jerry Ferguson was second. Also, Neil Diamond, that's on his Uni label, or on the Uni label, $6.50 on that. Touching You, Touching Me, Mana title. Mana, Maha maybe, Georgia Lyle, Maha Vishnu Orchestra is Birds of Fire. Nice jacket, beautiful colors. Columbia, nice vinyl, $10 on that. Also Focus, in and out of Focus, $7.50 on Focus. And Dr. John, nice with the original foil cover. Destitutively Bonnaroo and Dr. John is $20 on the yellow Atco label. That's a nice copy. $20 on Dr. John. Bob Dylan is now $12.50. Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees is now $12.50. And John Mayall, USA Union, is $13.50. Wow. On the Polydor, Sterling Lee Holko Dead Wax. That's probably got some good mastering to it. And that's $13.50. Final call on these singles for $10. Final call on those singles for $10. I still think the camera's a little crooked. I feel like I need to, like, fix this thing. I think it's been that way all night, though, so... Yeah, it's still crooked. Or am I crazy? Now it's really bad. I think it was pretty good the way I had it. Yep. Okay. I think that's exactly what I had. Next is Paul Harden gets the Dylan, thank you, and Jerry Ferguson second. All right, let's read through those one more time. Half off, no more, no less. Very good stuff. These singles are a buy now for $10. Next is Today is Tomorrow, the Four Freshmen, Liberty, Label, no condition notes, $5. Charlie Daniels Whiskey, $12.50. Climax Blues Band, $15. Rita Coolidge, Anytime, Anywhere, $5. Barry Goldberg Reunion, $10. Also, Greg Raleigh. Greg Raleigh is $7.50. CCR, $17.50. Sergio Mendes with the Cult Following, $5. 10 Years After, $12.50. Boz Scaggs, Down to Then Left, $10. Robert Hairman. What is this guy's name? Oh, what a name. Robert? It is Robert Hairman, Resident Alien. That is $5. Rosin and Collins Band, $12.50. Neil Diamond was $6.50. Maha Vishnu was $10. Focus is $7.50. Dr. John is $20. Fleetwood Mac was $12.50, and John Mayall was $13.50. Edmund Estrada on Sergio Mendes. Edmund Estrada on Sergio Mendes. Thank you. That's so to you. And then, as always, I'm going to offer one more time to claim these. I'm going to go to the back and get that tub we're about to go through. And does anybody want these three singles for $6? $2 a piece. I don't have any more to bundle with it. I was hoping those would sell for 10. $6 on those. Anybody going once, going twice? Anybody else wants anything in here? Michael, I'm assuming your SM was for Sergio Mendes, so your second. And then does anybody want these last record flats? So these were $6.99. I'll do these last 4 record flats for $10 if anybody wants them. The 2 Venoms. Oh, that's actually Wargasm. That's a new one. That's Wargasm Venom. I was about to say, I've never seen a Venom cover that looks like that. That's the band Wargasm. It's Venom. And then there's the Cars. If anybody wants those last 4 for $10. And then these 3 are sold to Rebecca for $6. Danny, you're next. And now we're going to offer these as a bundle deal. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's 17 records there. And we're about to price them in a bundle deal. 17 LPs. And the bundle price, unless Tyler wants them, is $85. Tyler says he's going to pass. $85, 17 records, and if I've done my math correctly, that's $5 a piece. And Venom is sold to Danny for $4. You got it. Wargasm, Venom, whichever there, that's sold to Danny for $4. Anybody else? I'll say the other ones for $4. It's actually Wargasm. I thought it was the band Venom. That's what I was saying earlier. All right, let me go get that in a tub, and I'll be right back, okay? I've actually got to walk back here where they're at, so this will be very fun. I'm going to make sure I give them a very hard time. I'll be right back. All right, I've got my mic back unmuted and we're ready to go. Who's ready? $6.99 action. I hope y'all are paying close attention. Venom, yeah, so let's put back that. No problem, Danny. Everybody with me? $6.99 CDs. Let's see if we still got all the buyers we had last night. We sold last night 277 CDs. Tonight's record is going to be 300 or bust. I hope this is the right crate. I don't know. We're about to find out. Well, this is a pretty good start. All right, here we go. $6.99. Stephen Riley said he will take the Wargasm Venom for $4. You got it. Let's give him the one I just put back for Danny. Anybody else want one for $4? First is Gene Simmons. This is $6.99. Gene Simmons is $6.99. Also, Union Live in the Galaxy. Union is Bruce Kulick. That looks pretty cool. And then we have Lily and Madeline Fumes. Sade, Stronger Than Pride. Spotsy Wood and his enemy. What does this say? Spotsy Wood and his enemies building a road. And then Sonic Youth, Daydream Nation. Those are all $6.99 there. I'm going to do some of these off top. And then I've also got all these compilations from yesterday as well that we hadn't got to. And then, boy, we still got a lot of interesting, we got some bootlegs looking ones here. We got Butchering the Beatles, a Headbanging Tribute. That is Peter Criss. 719 no track. I'm not for sure what that means. Peter Criss and One for All Peter Criss. Peter Criss, Peter Criss. And Peter Criss is sealed. Peter Criss has never been opened. Okay? And next is, well, first thing, I've got to move these 45s that we've sold before we start tagging CDs. And this looks like a very interesting, looks like we've hit a batch of Kiss CDs here. Uh-oh. Pat Lucero's already got his eyes open. Let's go ahead and put these right in here. And let me see if I can wheel this cart. If I can wheel this cart behind me. No, I'm going to have to take the long way every time. I'm definitely going to have to take the long way every time. I'm kind of pushed for space here. Okay, so the first question is, or the first claim was Sade, and that was sold to Donna for $6.99 Susie. There's two different versions of the Gene. Which one is that? This is Gene Simmons. I'm not for sure maybe which one you're looking for. There's what the CD looks like. There's the front and there's the back. This is called ... Hole. Gene Simmons. There's that. And then next is Darren Krishman on the Beatles, Butcher. That's sold to Darren for $6.99. And then Michael Ruttman on Peter Criss. Michael, do you want the first one, the second one, or both? And then Chris was next on Peter Criss. The Useless Eaters get Sonic Youth, and Darren Johnson was next. So that leaves Spotsy Wood and his enemies. I don't know why I'm having trouble saying that. Lily and Madeline and Union Live in the Galaxy. And Union, for any Kiss fans, John Corabi, Bruce Kulick. Is that a bootleg? If it is, it's probably, or self-released. There's that, there's that. Okay? And Gene Simmons went unclaimed unless Pat Lucero wants it. The Peter Criss for all could be signed on the inside. Yeah, I do see where it says it is signed. Underneath this, it says signed. Underneath this limited edition. Wow. Michael, you just might have got a steal. I think that is signed on the inside. Underneath that sticker, it says signed, limited edition. Nice. Nice pickup, Michael Ruttman. Those are so to you. I've told y'all I've never gone through these before. I also need to flip over this crate. Nobody wants my bundle for $85. Are you kidding me? No bundle on that? That's very sad. Now I feel like just ending the show. I know what I'm missing. Something's off. I need to flip over this crate. I need to flip over this crate. There we go. Wow, signed Peter Criss CD just went out the door for $6.99. Michael, I'll give you $10 for it. I'll give you $10 in credit right now. Okay, here's our next stack. Let's do it. These are all $6.99. We got Led Zeppelin, Presence. Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy. Wow. Led Zeppelin 4. We have what? Matthew Ryan, Mayday. Sonic Youth, Experimental Jet Set. And Kendra Smith, 5 Ways of Disappearing. And then I still got some from last night we hadn't got to. I'm going to grab one of those handfuls right now. Here's some from the other tub we didn't finish last night. And here they are. Sounds of the 80s, 1986. Robert Palmer, Wayne Chung, Starship, Dire Straits, Falco, Stevie Nicks, Genesis, Run DMC, Peter Cetera, and more. And then Nirvana, In Utero, Sealed. Wow. Sealed Nirvana, In Utero. Jimi Hendrix, Blue Wild Angel, live at Isle of Wight. Wow. Jimi Hendrix, Sealed, Are You Experienced? Wow. Jimi Hendrix at Woodstock. Wow. Sounds of the 80s, The Rockin' 80s. That is $6.99. Wow. Whoa. Wow. Next thing we have is John Durden on Led Zeppelin 4. John Durden first on Led Zeppelin 4 for $6.99. Ronnie says he wants the 3 Led Zeppelins. I'll give you 2 Led Zeppelins. I'll give you Presence and House of the Holy. You were second. John got Led Zeppelin 4. William Druvich got Sonic Youth. Experimental Jet Set. That's so to William Druvich. Bradley was second. Useless Eaters was next on DY. Shakedown first on Nirvana. Ronnie Ritchie next on Nirvana. MT Matt next on Nirvana. Rebecca Howard next on Utero. Susie first on the 80s. So Susie, you can have Sounds of 1986 or the Sounds of the 80s. Your pick. Michael Peveler next on Nirvana. John Durden wants Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? That's sold to him. John Durden. Michael Rudolph next on the 80s. Ronnie Ritchie next on Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? Leslie next on Nirvana. Sherry Darnell on Jimi Hendrix, Woodstock. This is sold to Sherry Darnell. Susie wants all the Jimi Hendrix. You get the last one, live at the Isle of Wight. And Susie gets both 80s. And that just leaves Kendra Smith and Matthew Ryan, Mayday. Those are all $6.99 if anybody wants those. Moving right along. Next handful here is Puffy Amy Yumi. Puffy Amy Yumi, an illustrated history. Chuck Prophet, No Other Love. Propeller Heads, Decks and Drums and Rocks and Rolls. Nadine Shaw, Holiday Destination. Styx, Greatest Hits Part 2, and Styx Greatest Hits. Those are all $6.99. Let's grab another handful from over here from the other tub I was working on last night. And here those are. The first thing I have is Fast Forward, a Columbia House exclusive limited edition CD. It's a 1998 sampler with Incubus, Buddy Miller, Kristen Hirsch, and Pitch Shifter. The World's Most Beautiful Melodies, Candlelight Classics, London Promenade Orchestra. Discovery Sampler Rock, Little Feat, Big Sugar, the Jeff Healey Band. Discovery Sampler After Alternative with Hum, Sleeper, and Wanderlust. Those are all $6.99. Ronnie on Puffy Amy Yumi. That's so to Ronnie Ritchie. Leslie on PH for Propeller Heads. Is that right, Leslie? PH for Propeller Heads. Mike Openshaw and Styx. And Mike, let me know if you want Greatest Hits 1, Greatest Hits 2, or both. Michael Peveler was next. Rebecca Ford first on Fast Forward. We definitely go ahead and tag that for Rebecca Howard. Propeller Heads is sold to Leslie, and both Styx are sold to Mike Openshaw. That leaves Discovery Sampler Alternative, Rock, Candlelight Classics, Holiday Destination, and Chuck Prophet, No Other Love. Those are all $6.99. Next handful is coming at you right now at this moment. Hope everybody has fast fingers tonight. Next thing, let me grab a big handful out of here and see what I've grabbed. I have no idea. We're about to find out right now. First, this looks like Soul Coughing, Ruby Vroom. Soul Coughing, $6.99. Lou Reed, The Definite Collection. Also, Smoke. I guess it's self-titled, Smoke. Here's Smoke, Heaven on a Popsicle Stick. The Very Best of Todd Rundgren. Speed the Plow, Marina. The Best of Sparks. We have their new album. Sparkle Horse and Amazing Grace, Spiritualized. Those are all $6.99. Spiritualized, Sparkle House, The Best of Sparks, Speed the Plow, Todd Rundgren, Smoke, Lou Reed, and Soul Coughing. Those are all $6.99. First is Lou Reed, and that is sold to Leslie Holt. Michael Butler second. We still got Soul Coughing, Smoke, Todd Rundgren, Speed the Plow, Spark, Sparkle Horse, and Spiritualize. Let me grab another handful from this tub from last night. And what do we have here? Let's grab these right here. These are all going to be $6.99. The first thing I have is Monsters of Rock. That has artists such as Quiet Riot, Great White, Alice Cooper, Europe, Rat, Warrant, Whitesnake, Poison. That's half of them. Super hits of 1997. Joe Diffie, The Kinleys, Colin Ray, Patty Loveless, etc. 25 hits of number one Motown, or 25 number one Motown hits. And then there's volume 1, and then this is volume 2. $6.99 each on those. The Rockin' 70s with Santana, Cheap Trick, Edgar Winter, Boston, Blue Oyster Cult, and others. And top singles of the 60s. Nice. William Drugovich wants Sparkle Horse. Let's go ahead and pull Sparkle Horse here for William Drugovich, $6.99. Over here in this other stack was Monsters of Rock. And that's sold to Michael Ruttman. Monsters of Rock, $6.99. Michael Peevler second, then Susie. Donna gets both Motowns. Those are sold to Donna for $6.99 and $6.99. And Bert was next on Monsters. Vicky first on 70. Susie next on Motown. Susie next on 70. And that just leaves super hits of 97 and top singles of the 60s. No one tell me CDs are dead. If anybody has anything bad to say about CDs, tag them in this video or send them a link tomorrow and say, hey, if you don't think CDs are selling, look what Colecco's doing at midnight every night. We have Pulp, We Love Life. Pulp, This Is Hardcore. Pulp, Masters of the Universe. This picture, City of Sin, promo sticker. This is This Mortal Coil. This Mortal Coil. This Mortal Coil. Third Eye Blind. Rasputina, thanks for the ether, and the Ramones, All the Stuff and More, Volume 2, the Ramones. The last thing that sold here was Michael Ruttman on the 60s, and Sherry Darnell wants super hits of 97. And I need to go take this first stack of sold. It looks like the Leaning Tower of Pisa over here. This looks like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. So let me take these around here, and let me go drop these off before we have a monstrous disaster. We do not want a monstrous disaster with these CDs. That's actually the last thing we want, is a monstrous disaster with these CDs. Here comes Tyler. There's some sold CDs for you, Tyler.
Yeah, that's what I like to see.
They're coming. You keep bringing them in the back door, I'll keep selling them. They're unloading a trailer. As soon as they're unloading more, I'm selling more. The more they unload, the more I keep selling. Next thing is Darren Christman on R. Was that for the Ramones, Darren? I guess that's the only R in here. Darren, is that Ramones? And Rebecca Howard on Third Eye Blind. John Dare next on Ramones. Michael next. And Rebecca wants all Mortal Coils. Mortal Coil, Mortal Coil, Mortal Coil. That's hard to say over and over. So there's that. Can I tag my mom so you can tell her jokes on her after collecting 30 plus years of CDs? I know this. I need a count from last year how many we sold, but we sold a bunch. Next is Spiritualized, Let It Come Down. Also, we have the Mavericks. This is Spider, Space, a lot of 90s stuff in here. This is Hope Sandoval and the Warm Interventions, Borevian Fruit Band. Super Colossal Smash Hits of the 90s, the best of the Mavericks. Patti Smith, Gung Ho, and Spiritualized, Laser Guided Melodies. We sold that on vinyl tonight. Michael Rudolph got 60s. He said my name. We got a correction. That 60s comp is sold to Michael Rudolph. That 60s comp is sold to Michael Rudolph. So that last stack, we still got Rasputina. We still got this picture, City of Spin, Pulp, Pulp, and Pulp. Nobody on the Pulps. And then this here, we got Ronnie Ritchie on Hope. And that was Hope Sandoval. That's sold to Ronnie Ritchie. So those still available. Let me grab a handful of compilations from the other CD box we were going through last night. And let's see what we got here. Y'all ready? First, Pam Murray on PS. And PS was Patti Smith. That is sold to Pam Murray. There it is. Next thing is Guitar Rock of the late 60s, Time Life. That has The Venture, Steppenwolf, Canned Heat, Santana Spirit, Johnny Winter, Bird, Strawberry Alarm Clock, Big Brother. Also, Classic Rock, 100 Bruce, Quality Southern Rock Comp. That's going to have 38 Special, Georgia Satellites, Leonard Skinner, Rick Derringer, Pure Prairie League. The Best of Southern Rock, The Best of Southern Rock, Sports Rock. That is like arena rock, I guess. No, that song's played at sports games like Queen and Get Down the Night and Shout and Tequila. And we have the original soundtrack to Cat People, Giorgio Moroder and David Bowie, Putting Out Fire with Gasoline. That's pretty cool there, Cat People. So those are all $6.99. First, Vicky, there's 3 different Southern rocks. There's the best of Southern rock, the best of Southern rock, and classic rock 100 proof quality Southern. Burt Jordan wants the guitar rock, Susie on classic rock, and then CR with Michael Peveler. These are all kind of Southern. We'll see which ones Vicky wants first. Rebecca gets Cat People. And this is songs you usually hear at like football games, like Green Onions and Bang on the Drum All Day and We Will Rock You and Steam, Nah Nah Hey Hey. She wants the Southern Rock classic here. Okay, there's that. And then technically next on Southern Rock is Mike Oppenshaw. And then that leaves this one here, the best of Southern rock. Allman Brothers, 38 Special, Atlanta Rhythm, Wet Willie, Kentucky Headhunter, Skinnerd, Ozark Mountain Daredevils, Outlaw, Elvin Bishop, Allman Brothers, Pure Prairie League, and 38 Special. Nice. Let's grab a handful from the other new tub. The other new tub has a wide variety, wouldn't you agree? A lot of variety in the new tub over here. A lot of different genres. A lot of really true CD stuff here, like Linda Hewisk, and that's called Joyride. We also have Hinterland, Kissing the Roof of Heaven. Next thing here is a little deal here, Jolly Holland, and that's called Anti. And then we have the Powdered Dentist Lobster Fiasco, the what? The Dam Builders, Ruby Red, the Dam Builders. Also, we have Lily Mae, Other Girls. Lily Mae is autographed. Lily Mae's autographed. We have James Wawa, James Eno, I'm not for sure what that is, Jada, JDA, and then this is an NXS anthology box set. Nice. NXS anthology box set. Joe Henry, Talk of Heaven, Joe Henry Trampoline, and Joe Henry Shuffletown. And those are all $6.99. Somebody definitely needs to get the NXS. So Joe Henry, NXS, JD8, and what was this actually called here? James Wawa? I think the album's Wawa. I'm not for sure who that is. Lily Mae's autographed. The Dam Builders, The Powdered Dentist Lobster Fiasco, Jolie Holland, Hinterland, and Linda Hewisk. And first on NXS is Shakedown, and then Michael Ruttman, then Jim B, then Ronnie Ritchie, then Leslie Holt, then John Durden, then Susie Breedlove. Yeah, I had a feeling everybody was going to want that. And then Chris Ridlings wants the Lily Mae. The Lily Mae is sold to Chris Ridlings. All right, let's grab another handful of the tub from yesterday we hadn't finished yet. And let's grab that right now. And here they are. Let's do quick 5, and then I'll do another quick 5 from the other handful. How about the classic 60s collection? The hits that rocked a whole generation. And this is sealed with Steppenwolf and Marvin Gaye and Aretha Franklin, John Fred, the Pound, Box Tops. Hope y'all read all that. And then we have classic hard rock, Cafe, classic rock, flashback rock classics of the 70s, hits of the 70s, and 70s gold. Wow, that's going to be complicated. So there's a lot of 70s in there. We got 70s gold, we got hits of the 70s, rock classics of the 70s, hard rock cafe, classic rock, and the classic 60s collection. And that's the one where I started reading off artists, and then I went blah, 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 blah. Do you still have those Mortal Coil? This Mortal Coil, no, all those sold. I think Rebecca bought all these Mortal Coils. Yeah, she bought all 3 of them. She bought all 3 of them. So a lot of compilations there. 60s collection. Classic rock from hard rock is Elton John, Rod Stewart, Doobie Brothers, Steve Miller, Foreigner, Sugarloaf, Bad Company, Edgar Winter. Flashback rock of the 70s is Allman Brothers, Bad Company, Cars, Cheap Trick, Clapton, Deep Purple, Foreigner. Hits of the 70s is Sweet, Badfinger, Brew and Shipley, Grassroots, Hamilton Joe. And then 60s Gold is a 2 CD. That's going to be a good one there. That's got 35 tracks on it. That's a 2 CD, 70s gold. Burt Jordan on the classic 60s, that's sold to him. And those 4 other compilations are still there. All right, and then those are good to go. Southern Rock. No, that was the next person. Mike, you had first dibs on that from what I just picked up on. Okay, the way I understood that, let's grab some off the top here. Trying to get all these off the top. And let's see what we have here in the next handful. First thing is, let me pause here. I'll go ahead and show you ESP. I need to restack some of these so we have room. Let me restack some of these. And let me put these right back here. All right, and then Bert got 60s. Michael Rudolph, you were second, and Michael Peveler wants the Hard Rock Cafe. Okay, those were probably sold at Hard Rock Cafe, I bet. And then here's this stack. And Southern Rock Red. Okay, so this is sold to Mike Oppenshaw. So ESP, live in Japan. Led Zeppelin 3, Squirrel Nut Zippers, Hot, Saint Etienne, or Etain, E-T-I-E-N-N-E, Gold Stamp Promo. The Laws or the LAs, L.A. Burnham, Unnoticed. Stone Temple Pilots number 4, the Libertines, Up the Bracket, Chris Ray, Espresso Logic, and the Best of Chris Ray. These are all $6.99. First is Patrick Francis, got ESP. That is sold to Patrick Francis. Next is John Durden on Led Zeppelin 3. And then Ronnie Ritchie on SQ. And that was Squirrel Nut Zippers. Hope Sandoval Fruit CD. That's something from earlier, right? I'll come back to that. William next on Led Zeppelin. Leslie on Hot. Hot. I'm not for sure what that is. And then Burt Jordan next. Did I already sell Hot? Yeah, that was Squirrel Nut Zippers. And then Jim B wants Hope Sandoval Fruit. Sorry. Let me try to find that. I'm looking at the spines right now, Jim. Hope Sandoval. Hope Sandoval. That must be worth a fortune if Jim B's watching it or buying it. It's probably worth $2,000 or $3,000. How much is that worth, Jim? 2 or 3 million? A couple $100,000? I don't see it. I'm going to have to flip through them. I'm sure it's over here. Lily, Union, Matthew Day, Spiritual, Smoke, Linda, Hinter, Dentist, JDA. Who did you say? Hope Sandoval. Hope Sandoval. No luck yet. Are you sure that didn't get claimed? I'll flip through the covers so I can find it better, but just a quick look there, I didn't see it. And then Sherry Darnell got Stone Temple Pilots. And somebody already got it. Somebody's already bought it. Somebody already got it. Yeah, it's already sold. I was about to say, it's not in that stack. All right, here we go. More CDs. More CDs coming. Stun Gun, Venus Envy. Robbie Robertson. Tom McBride, A Brief Headspin. Throw That Beat in the Garbage Can. This is Large Marge Renus. And let me pause right here with Tiger, Shining in the Wood. Oh, thank you. I might need that later. Y'all heading out?
Yeah, we're done.
Good stuff?
It's one of the best we've got.
Good, good. I'm going to dig through them tonight and try to sell them all tomorrow. You here tomorrow?
No.
Oh, okay.
Graduation.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be here Friday, though.
Okay, good deal. John's here. I hope Laura's here.
John and Laura will be here tomorrow.
Okay, good. Thank you, Paul and Tyler. If Tyler's still out there, tell him I said thank you. And I'm giving him a shout out right now. Thank you live right now to Paul and Laura. I mean, Tyler. They just left. They just unloaded the trailer. We just bought 6,000 more LPs. Is that right? I think it's 6,000. 6,000 more LPs just got unloaded here in the store. Wow. The Stunning. How about Relo Kylie? More Adventures. Stomp. A Fierce Pancake. Stomp. Matthew Ryan. East Autumn Grin. Sade. This has some water damage to the pages. Sade, though. Also, Run On. This is Start Packing. Elvis. Collector's Gold. 3 CD. Elvis. Memories. The 68 Comeback Special. Elvis. And Matthew Ryan Concussion. Those are all $6.99. I'm not too familiar with a lot of those, but there they are. And let me grab another handful. We're almost done with the tub from last night. We're just now wrapping up the tub from last night, if y'all can believe that. It's took a while, but we're getting there. And then here is another handful. But before we do that, let's go ahead and say Leslie on RK. And RK for Leslie was Rilo Kiley. Donna on Sade. And then Leslie, you're first on Elvis. I got two different ones here. Leslie Holt, I've got the Collector's Gold, a 3 CD, and the 68 Comeback Special on 2 CDs. And then Chris, then Bert, and Sherry Darnell wants Matthew Ryan. And that's sort of Sherry Darnell. And I don't think there was any more in there. Was there another? Yeah, there's another Matthew Ryan. There's a Matthew Ryan. So Sherry, there's actually two. There's East Autumn Grin and Concussion. Yeah. Okay. There's those. And then those Elvis are pending as well. And then let's keep going. More Cowbell, Classic Rock, BOC, of course. And then Free, and then BTO, and then Head East, and Grand Funk, and Skinner, and James Gang, Go Near Ring, Mountain Kiss Sweet, and Loverboy. Also, we have on the charts, IRS Records. That is the IRS label, like REM and the Go-Go's, and Oingo Boingo, and Concrete Blonde, and all those other ones. Also, we have Stardust Moods, the Romantic Strings. We had one earlier. Next is Steal This Disc, number 2. That's an RYKO, a Rocco sampler with Jimi Hendrix and Niels Lofgren and The Residents and Touchtone and Jerry Garcia and Frank Zappa. That's just some blank CDs, more blank CDs. And Larry Carlton, Renegade Gentleman. And we have Celebrate, Take G, The Whining Steve Curtis Chapman. What did I just say there? But that is $6.99. All right, so first thing is Sherry Darnell gets both Elvis for $6.99 and $6.99. Sherry Darnell wants Matt Ryan, East Autumn, Grin. So the other Matthew Ryan is still available. And then Mike Oppenshaw gets the More Cowbell. That is sold. And then Leslie wants the IRS sampler. And that is right here. That's sold to Leslie Holt. RKO sampler looks interesting as well. Let's grab another handful. Let's do it. Another handful is coming out right at this moment. There's actually a big box set in here. What is this? Oh, that's pretty cool. It probably don't need to be $6.99, but I'll show it here in a second. I'm still trying to get this layer. This is a big box set too. What is this? Huh. It looks like something's missing though. It's weird. There'll be stuff missing out of box sets, and I'm like, I wonder why somebody did that. All right, let's grab some of these here. You know, I don't know if this is actually the crate I thought I was going to do next, but either way, it's had a wide variety. Leslie Holt, I said Sherry Farnell. My bad. Leslie Holt got both of the Elvis CDs. Yeah, y'all have to correct me. I'm on speed right now trying to run through all these. Both of these Elvis CDs are sold to Leslie Holt, and she got the IRS sampler. All right, moving on. How about the Rolling Stones Between the Buttons? How about the Rolling Stones Flowers? There's a little damage to the jewel case. Kenny Rogers' Greatest Hits. This is the stunning Once Around the World. Spiritualized. Ladies and Gentlemen, We're Floating in Space. The jewel case needs a cleaning. Phil Lee. MC5, The Big Bang, the best of MC5. Mazzy Star, She Hangs Brightly, with Hop Sticker. Mazzy Star, Among My Swan, and Pulp Freaks. And those are all $6.99. So we have Stones, Kenny Rogers, The Stunning, Spiritualized, Phil Lee, MC5, Mazzy Star, and Pulp. And those are all $6.99. And folks, there's one handful left from the tub we were doing last night. And we've started on a new one tonight, but to kind of give you an idea of how many CDs it takes to go through a whole tub, it's took us the equivalent of a night and a third for, well, probably about a whole time slot, probably 2 hours to go through a tub. First is Mike Oppenshaw. He does get both of the Rolling Stones. Those are sold to Mike Oppenshaw. Next was Burt Jordan. And then Leslie on Mazzy Star. You got picks on 2 there, Leslie. On Mazzy Star, then Ronnie. Guy, you were next on the Stones. And then Useless Leaders wants MC5, the Rolling Stones, and BB. The Rolling Stones is sold. BB was, I can give you MC5, and Leslie gets both Mazzy Star. Some of these jewel cases might need a little bit of a cleaning, and they might have old stickers. The ones from the previous crate we did last night and some tonight, those are like stone mint. Some of these may have check condition cases. I have sold an entire stack here. Let me go deposit these in the operations room before there's an absolute disaster and these all fall over. We do not want that. So let me go do that right now. And I'm back. And let's grab another handful. Let's finish that last handful. And if y'all wasn't watching, when I went live tonight at 5 o'clock, I showed all the other stuff that was left over from last night. And like most of that sold. There's only like a small handful that didn't sell last night after I showed everything. Pretty amazing. Now, what have I done with that other stack? Here they are. So here's the last stack from the tub from last night. And we got Rod Stewart, Sing It Again, Rod. That's a great compilation. Johnny Cash is sealed. Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison, that's sealed. The 60s collection, 1967. The Letter, Box Tops, Aretha Franklin, Sam and Dave, Spencer Davis, Procol Harum. That's a great year, Summer of Love. And then we have the mid-60s collection. That's the mid-60s collection. And then Billboard Top Hits, 1963. Walk Right In, the Rooftop Singers. This is right before things started going rock. Folk was still pretty popular. Right, the Stones were coming out. The Beatles hadn't hit yet. You know, rock was already around, but it wasn't. It's that 62, 63 era. Pretty interesting. Then 64, things really changed. Alterno Days, The Origin of the Species. Wow, look at all these tracks. Joe Jackson, Squeeze, Devo, Ramones, David Bowie, Madness, Marian Faithfull, English Beat, Velvet Underground, The Trogs, The Tubes, The Jam. That's pretty interesting. R.L. Burnside, Too Bad Jim, and then Classic MTV 2 CD 1983. Hits of 1983 MTV. That sounds pretty interesting. All right, and then here we go. And we have first, John Darden got the sealed Johnny Cash. Shakedown was second. Susie on the 60s collection. Susie, do you want mid-60s? Do you want 67? And then Leslie on comp. I guess is that for the Alterno Days, Leslie? If not, Mike wants it. Vicky first on MTV. And Donna next on MTV. William Drugovich on R.L. Burnside. And then Susie next on MTV. So MTV for sure sold to Vicky. And thank you, Nicholas. I tell you one thing. I hope I've been killing it lately because every night when these shows are over, I'm absolutely exhausted, especially taking it all the way to the end here, like we have been. And then Laura, you are here tomorrow, right? I was just talking to Paul. I want to make sure I got a plan for tomorrow. I was about to text you, Laura. I just want to make sure you are here tomorrow. I was trying to figure that out with Paul. But Susie gets both of these if you're still on the chat. If not, then you can text me. It doesn't matter. And then, yes, Leslie, you get that. And then we still got 1963 and Sing It Again, Rod. Rod Stewart has You Wear It Well and Maggie Mays on here. I Know I'm Losing You, Gasoline Alley. Those are still available. All right, let's grab another handful from tonight's new tub. So that completes the tub from last night. And then this crate here has some really interesting stuff in it. Ooh, okay. Yeah, so the bottom of this crate is the stuff from that same collection like last night. I can tell just by the condition, and they're all in order. So here we go. The best of Elvin Bishop. Elvin Bishop, Ace in the Hole. Elvin Bishop, The Skin I'm In. The best of Elvin Bishop, Crabshaw Rising. Elvin Bishop, Don't Let the Boss Man Get You Down. Elvin Bishop, Big Fun. Big Twist and the Mellow Fellows. How about Big Twist and the Mellow Fellows? Big Twist and the Mellow Fellas. Big Time Sarah and Big Time Sarah. Leslie same said she claimed Rod Stewart. I'll sell it to you right now. That is sold to Leslie. That is sold to you. That is sold to you. Thank you, Leslie. Oh, Laura also sent metal show previews. She also sent Metal Night previews. Uh-oh. What do we have here? Oh, man. Rat, Dio, Ingve, Sargent, King Diamond, Steve Vai, Dawkins, Grim Reaper Dawkins, Kiss, Sabotage, Sabbath, Ozzy, Sabotage, Kiss, Judas Priest, Sabotage, Ozzy, Megadeth, Iron Maiden, Michael Schenker, Perfect Circle, Iron Maiden, AC/DC, Motorhead, Iron Maiden, Saxon, Primus, Rob Zombie. What is this one up here? Animals as Leaders, Sleep Token, Alice in Chains Unplugged, Chris Cornell, 9 Inch Nails, Rob Zombie, and Spirit World Death Western. Wow. Wow. That's for tomorrow. All right. Elvin Bishop. Mike says he already has all those Elvin Bishops. Nobody on, that's the first stack I've shown and nobody bought anything. A bunch of Elvin Bishops, Big Twist, Big Time Sarah. Nobody on those. That's sad. Let's grab another handful. Let's do these right here. And these are all continuing for $6.99. The first thing I have is the Low Road Fidelity. Also, Mary Lou Lord, that is Kill Rock Stars. Also, Long Wave, The Strangest Things. We have the Low Road, The Devil's Pocket. We have Love, we have Love Tractor, Around the Bend, Love Tractor. Lyle Lovett, Joshua Judge's Ruth. How about Honey Vision, Nick Lowe, Advanced CD. Nick Lowe, Advanced CD. Also, Southland. I've got PJ Harvey, Is This Desire? I've got PJ Harvey Dry. I've got Daniel Howe and the Tantrums, Do a Two Sable, and Daniel Howe and the Tantrums, Scorbalaris. And those are all $6.99. $6.99 on that. Next handful, coming fast right now. I have the Stratford 4, Love and Distortion. The Stratford 4, The Revolt Against Tired Noises. Also, Under the Black Light, Relo Kiley. The Execution of All Things, the Rolling Stones Some Girls, the Rolling Stones Out of Our Heads, the Rolling Stones December's Children's, and those are all remasters. $6.99 on that. What else happened? We have what? Ronnie Ritchie on PJ Harvey Dry. Leslie, you're next on PJ Harvey. Do you want Is This Desire? That's the only one left. And then Leslie on Relo Kiley. And let me see if she wants both of those. I think that's in here. Yeah, Leslie, your dibs on those. Mike on NL. And NL was for... NL was for... what was NL for? Unless it was a Stones. No. Wasn't a Stones. NL. Nick Lowe. Nick Lowe. No, that's Nikki Love. I misread that. I was about to say, I've never seen that before. This is Nikki Love. I think I said Nick Lowe. Mike, I don't think that's probably a pretty big difference. Yeah, that's not Nick Lowe. I was about to say, when I looked at that closer, I was like, first of all, I was like, I've never seen anything like that from Nick Lowe, but it's Nikki Love Advanced CD. So I'm assuming you don't want that. And then John Durden, you're first on the Stones. Let me know which of the three you want. Or Greg Herman's next, or Burt Jordan wants them all, and then Guy Shard's next. So the only thing I'm pending on over here is PJ Harvey for Leslie and Relo Kiley for Leslie. This one's still available, Leslie, on PJ, Is This Desire, and you've got dibs on both of these if you want them both. Okay? Rilo, and yes, so it is Rilo. Thank you. Rilo, both, and PJ Desire. So all three of those are sold to Leslie. John just wants Some Girls, so John Darden gets that. And then Greg Herman, that means you're next. Let me know which of these two you want, or you can have both. Good deal. I'm running out of room here. My stacks are getting pretty big. So let me take this stack and put it over here, and that will free up a little bit of space for right now. And we'll figure out which of those two he wants. If not, Bert will get whatever you don't. Here we go. Let's try to clear off the top layer. I know I've been saying that, but there were so many stacked on top here, I couldn't even see what some of the spines say. So here we go. Here's a fresh new stack. Right off the bat, Sonic Youth. That looks in nice condition too. Sonic Youth, that one's called Goo. Sonic Youth Dirty. Back-to-back Sonic Youths. Also, the Sextants, Lucky You. Ann Summers, very classy, Ann Summers. How about Sulfur, Delirium Tremens. Elliott Summer, Information. Red House Painters, Down Colorful Hill. Red House Painters, Songs for a Blue Guitar. Red House Painters, Chris Ray, The Road to Hell, The Real People, and Chris Ray Auberage. Greg Herman passes on the Stones. So Burt Jordan, you do get both of these Stone CDs for $6.99 and $6.99. First on the Sonic Youth is John Durden. Let me know if you want Goo or Dirty. Nicholas Hollister was second, then Lucius Eaters, and then Nicholas on RHP, and RHP was Red House Painters, and there's a bunch of those. And they're kind of check condition jewel cases. They have stickers on them and a little dirty, but I still have 3 available, and that is Red House Painter self-titled, Songs for a Blue Guitar, and Down Colorful Hill. So, Nicholas, you got dibs on those unless there's another RHP in here. I don't think there is. And then we have John Durden dibs on Sonic Youth. He says pass. So, Nicholas, you got dibs on these. Do you want Goo or Dirty? And if you pass on Dirty, then it's sold to Useless Eaters, but you can have both. And then we'll figure out Nicholas also on Red House. You got a lot to choose from, Nicholas, but you can pick whatever you want. You got first dibs. I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing the next handful. And let's go ahead and grab it. I thought that looked familiar. I recognize this one from the back of the cover. It's going to be the last one to stack. He wants all of them, okay? And I'm for sure that means he wants all the Red House Painters. So those are sold to Nicholas, and then all of Red House Painters, and then let me know you got next dibs on Sonic Youth there. Okay. So here we go. Put those up there. Next is Sid Straw, War and Peace. Sid Straw, Surprise. Mary Jane Lamont, Laughing Clowns, Ghost of Ideal Wife. Todd the Bod, Favorite Waste of Time. This is Jack Tulip's Lamb Chop. Sandre Lettre, Two-Way Monologue, and the John Lennon Collection. The John Lennon Collection, amazing. Those are all $6.99, and Nicholas does get both Sonic Youths. Those are also sold to Nicholas, okay? So that stack there produced John Lennon, Sandre Lettre. This was Lamb Chop, Todd Theobald, Ghost on Ideal Wife, Mary Jane Lamont, Sid Straw, and Sid Straw. And Leslie gets John Lennon for $6.99. Moving right along. Let's grab, let's see. Let's do this one from right here. Let's take this stack out of the bottom. Nice. Oh, man. Here we go. Mike Monroy next. Big Maybell, Legacy's Rhythm and Soul Series. Blackfoot, Greatest Hits Live. Black Crow's Lines. Black Crow's By Your Side. That's out of print. The Black Crow's Shake Your Money Maker. The Black Crow's Greatest Hits. The Black Crow's Three Snakes and One Charm Gold Stamp Promo. And the Black Crow's Flying High. Wow, some of that's either bootleg or unavailable. Yeah, those are pretty good. The bottom part of this crate, the bottom half of this tub is, and I just pulled those straight out of the bottom. I'm not quite done with the top. The top layer is a little bit more deep cut stuff to me, but the bottom part of this crate looks amazing. Absolutely amazing, the bottom part of this crate. So hopefully we get through all those tonight. But yeah, those Black Crows, that was pretty incredible. All right, so next is Adam Bernardi on Lamb. So Adam Bernardi got Lamb, and that was, I remember reading that. Lamb, right here, that was Lamb Chop. That's sold Adam Bernardi. And then John Durden on BF. And BF was Blackfoot Live. And then Shakedown, you're first on Black Crows. So that left Lions, By Your Side, Shake Your Money Maker, Greatest Hits, Three Snakes and One Charm, which is in the blue jewel case with promo stamp. And then this appears to be a bootleg. So you got dibs. And then Ronnie Ritchie, and then Chris Ridlings, and then Leslie on BM for Big Maybell. So that's sold to Leslie. Patrick, you were next on Blackfoot. And then what was the title of The Laughing Clowns? Oh boy, let me see if I can find it. The Laughing Clowns. The Laughing Clowns. What have I done with that stack? The Laughing Clowns. I've got them all positioned where I can see them. Love Tractor. Laughing Clowns. You sure somebody didn't buy that too? I also can't keep up with what's been bought and what hadn't been bought. So somebody might have bought that. I don't see it, but I will do a recap in just a second. Okay? Shakedown gets all the Black Crows. 2, 4, 6 of them sold. That was a pretty good decision. Now, let's go ahead and take the sold stack because that really topped it off. Let me go ahead and take these in here to the sold section. And I will try my best to find the laughing clowns. All right, I'm back. So, put this right there. All right. I still don't see it. No one is saying they bought it, but I still don't see it. So you'll have to give me a second on that one. All right, here's our next handful. Let's do, I already grabbed some. Here we go. All right, these are $6.99 each. If you're just hopping on, $6.99 CDs. We got about an hour left. We have Long Pigs. The sun is often out. Also, A House, Wide-Eyed and Ignorant. A House. Hot House Flowers, People. Hot House Flowers, Song from the Rain. Hot House Flowers, Home. Hot House Flowers, Born. The Harvest Ministers, Little Dark Mansion. And Happy Mondays, Peels and Thrills and Belly Aches. Those are all $6.99. The Rolling Stones, Aftermath. Sean Rowe, New Lore, Sean Lowe. Things of Stone and Wood, The Man with the Perfect Hair. The Ting Tings, We Started Nothing. It also looks like it's autographed. The Ting Tings. Sean Rowe, The Salesman and the Shark. Ruby, Saltpeter. Garrison Starr, Stupid Girl. Starlings, Valid. Starlight Mints, The Dream That Stuff Was Made Of. Stalk Forest Group, St. Cecilia, The Electric Recordings. Stalk Forest Group. Star Club, self-titled. And SR71, Tomorrow. Bert Jordan, you were first on the Stones. And that's right here. All right. And then let's see here. Leslie on the Ting Tings. That's so to Leslie. Mike next on the Stones. Leslie also on Happy Monday. Also Leslie on GS. Garrison Starr. And Javi, you were next on the Ting Tings. The Ting Tings, or however that's read. Okay? Moving right along. Moving right along. Let's grab these right here. Next. The best of Elvin Bishop. Sure feels good. Mariah Carey Daydream. Mariah Carey Music Box. Mariah Carey Unplugged. Mariah Carey Emotions. Mariah Carey Profile. Mariah Carey, Mariah Carey. Sonina Dada. Sunvolt. Trace, Gold Stamp Promo. And Smokin' Popes, Born to Quit. $6.99. So we have Smokin' Popes, Sunvolt, Sonita Dada, Mariah Carey, Mariah Carey, Mariah Carey, Mariah Carey, Mariah Carey, Mariah Carey, and the best of Elvin Bishop. I'm going to take these and put them right over here. I've got to free up some space. I'm going to put some back in the tub. Some are going back in the tub, including these things right here in front of me. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to look for the laughing clowns. I still don't see it, but I'm about to flip through them right now. Let's see. Strafford. There's that. Danielle. Nope. Low Road, Long Wave, Mary Lou, No Laughing Clowns there, Billboard, Pulp, Phil Lee, Spiritualized, Stunning, Kenny, Celebrate. There's the Blank Cities, Rocco, Stardust, Matthew, Run On, Stump, Stunning, Tiger, Beat, Tim. No Laughing Clowns in that stack. So if I have a Laughing Clowns, it's in one of the stacks in the back. I know, and it's not right here. Okay? GMB on Mariah Carey Profile, which is right here. That's one I don't see as often. Some kind of promo. Wow. Some kind of promo. I was about to say, what's that worth, GMB? $200 or $300? GMB just made a score out of nowhere. He's going to put that on Discogs for $500, best offer. Folks, we just sold a $800 CD for $6.99. An $800 CD just sold for $6.99. Next is Whatever Happened to the Rockin' Birds. That was originally an import from Tower Records at $13.99 British pounds. There's another Rockin' Birds. Ed Harcourt, Here Be Monsters. Also, the Harvest, The Who, the Harvest Ministers, has a Christmas sticker on the front. The Harvest Ministers. We have the Harvest Ministers. Hanson, Middle of Nowhere. PJ Harvey, Rid of Me. PJ Harvey, To Bring You My Love. Mick Harvey, Intoxicated Man. Those are all $6.99, including the PJ Harveys. And now, we've got some more coming in right at you. Hope everybody's ready. If not, you need to be paying close attention. First thing is Joe Henry, Murder Crows. Joe Henry, The Lucksmiths, Naturalist. Wow. Nick Lowe box set. The Brent Ford Trilogy. Nick Lowe, $6.99. Also, The Handsome Family, Odessa. We have The Handsome Family, In the Air. What about The Handsome Family, Milk and Scissors? And Martin Sexton, The American. Ronnie Ritchie first on PJ Harvey. Let me know which of the two you want. There they are right there. And then the Useless Eaters, Many a Truth is Said in Jest. And then No More Energy Drinks for You, Jimmy Page. And then Chris Riddling's on Nick. And then Nick and Nick and Nick and Nick. And that's Nick Lowe. That is sold to Chris Riddling's. Jim B was next. Mike Oppenshaw put N.O. That's probably for Nick Lowe. And then the two PJ Harveys is sold to Ronnie Ritchie. Next. Oh boy. I'm almost to the bottom of the tub. And I think that's when you'll see an expedited, the next row looks pretty good. We have ROC. That's all it says. ROC. Robbie Robertson. What is this called? Contact from the Underworld of Red Boy. Smoking Popes, Destination Failure. Martin Sexton, self-titled. The Glass Bead Game, Smashing Orange, not Pumpkins. Ringo Starr, Blast from Your Past. And Garrison Starr, Songs, Take Off to Landing. Those are all $6.99. That was Martin Sexton, ROC, Robbie Robertson, Smoking Popes, Marty Sexton, Smashing Orange, Ringo Starr, and Garrison Starr. Garrison Starr sold to Leslie Holt. Those are sold. All right, next handful coming at you right now. These are all $6.99. Any Tupac at any moment. Tupac could show up. Jackson Brown, Running on Empty. Cameo, Cameosis. The Best of Cameo. Canned Heat on the King Biscuit Flower Hour. Can't Live Without It. Antone's bringing you the best in blues. Mariah Carey, My All and Breakdown, featuring Crazy Bone and Wishbone. Jazz Round Midnight, Clifford Brown. Clarence Gatemouth Brown, Standing My Ground. Clarence Gatemouth Brown, No Looking Back. The Best of Charles Brown. And Ronnie Baker Brooks, Take Me With Ya. These are all $6.99. Donna wants Cameo, and Donna wants Cameo. Cameo sold to Donna and Donna. That leaves Ronnie Baker Brooks, Charles Brown, Clarence Gatemouth Brown, again, Jazz Round Midnight, Mariah Carey. This has got all kinds of people on it. Luther Tucker, Doug Sam, Snooky Pryor, It's Blues, and then Canned Heat Live on the King Biscuit Flower Hour. I'm sure that's great. And then Jackson Brown, Running on Empty. running on empty. Next thing we have coming at you very quickly. Hope everybody's paying close attention. Hope everybody's paying really close attention because I'm about to show you a lot more CDs. First, we have The Color Purple. The Oprah Winfrey presents The Color Purple, a new musical. Eric Clapton Unplugged. Eric Clapton and Steve Winwood live from Madison Square Garden. Alex Bergen, Head Over Heels. We sold a bunch of his last night. Chicago, My Kind of Songs. Bulls, Sox, Bears, Hawks, and Cubs. The Black Eyed Peas, Monkey Business. Roy Buchanan, The Early Years. Peebo Bryson, You Can't Stop the Rain. And Peebo Bryson, Through the Fire. Next thing we have is Adam Bernardi. He put CB from Clifford Brown earlier. So Clifford Brown, that was earlier for him. Hold on a second. CB, Clifford Brown. Was that in a previous stack, Adam Bernardi? Was that in a previous stack, Adam Bernardi? Give me 1 second. And then Donna on CP for Color Purple. Susie was next. Donna first on Clapton. Let me know if you want Clapton and Winwood or Clapton Unplugged. And then Leslie put No, and then BEP. All right, so BEP was Black Eyed Peas. That's so to Leslie. And then Leslie, what was NO? Maybe she was replying to somebody. And then Donna gets Alex and Peebo. All right, so Alex and Peebo. So there's two different ones here. Alex. And then, there's two different ones there, Donna. And then Alex Bergen. So we'd go ahead and definitely give Donna Alex Bergen. Your pick on Peebo Bryson, and she wants Unplugged. So Donna gets Unplugged. Black Eyed Peas is already sold, Brian. That leaves Clapton and Winwood, and those two there. And then Clifford Brown, wasn't it the Jazz CD? Oh, that was Jazz Around Midnight. Sorry, yes, that's sold to Adam Bernardi. Gotcha. We're on the same page now. And both Peebo Bryson sold. Let me get these stacked a little bit better. Awesome. There's that. Now, we have a new handful. I'm going to grab a little bit different section here. And here we go. Hopefully I just didn't grab all the same artists, but I may have. All right, we got CCO Blake, just one of those things. Jackson Brown, Solo Acoustics Volume 1. Best of Blues with Howlin', Leadbelly, John Mayall, Lightning Hopkins, Black Keys Brothers, Clarence Gatebath Brown, Ookie Dookie Stomp. How about Garth Brooks, Double Live? There's more Jackson Brown, Looking East. Another Jackson Brown. That is a single. And we have Jackson Brown, that is self-titled. Jackson Brown, The Pretender. Jackson Brown, Time and Conquer. And Jackson Brown, Hold Out. First thing is Shakedown on Clapton. I bet he wants the Clapton and Winwood, right, Shakedown? If so, that's so to you. And then Black Keys is also so to you. And then John Darden gets Blues. And then Donna was next on Blues. And then Arnold on GO. And I meant he bent GP for Garth Brooks or GB for Garth Brooks. And then Guy Shard, your pick on Jackson Brown. We've got Hold Out, Time and Conquer, The Pretender, Self-Titled, The Single, Looking East, and Solo Acoustic, or you can have all of them. And Arnold wants to put back Garth Brooks. That's a 2 LP, double live. Garth Brooks, is it sealed? I guess not. That flip's been flipped open. So Garth Brooks is still available. Clarence Gatebath Brown and CCO Blake. That's the only thing sold there. And Guy Shard got all the Jackson Browns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those are all sold to Guy Shard. That stack is almost full to take to the back. But before I do that, let's go ahead and grab another handful. And the next handful is going to produce the following. Let's do these right here. Wow, I've ordered this for somebody on vinyl before. First Patty gets Garth Brooks. This is, I've ordered these before on vinyl. Brownstone from the bottom up. Lonnie Brooks Deluxe Edition. Lonnie Brooks Live at Peppers, 1968. Lonnie Brooks Roadhouse Blues. Lonnie Brooks Long John Hunter and Philip Walker Long Stow Shirt Out. Wow, Garth Brooks first CD. How about Garth Brooks Sevens, Garth Brooks The Chase, and Tony Braxton The Heat? Those are all $6.99. Donna wants Brownstone. Donna gets Brownstone. And then Tony Braxton, Garth Brooks, Garth Brooks, Garth Brooks, Lonnie Brooks, Lonnie Brooks, Lonnie Brooks, and Lonnie Brooks. A lot of Brooks and Braxton in there. That was the Brooks and Braxton section of this guy's collection. Brooks and Braxton galore. Let's pull out another handful here. I'm going to reach back here and do a little bit different section. Ooh, should I really let this go for $6.99? All right, and Patty wants, hold on a second. We got Tony Braxton to Donna Turner. Leslie on Garth Brooks. Do you want the Chase? Do you want 7 or self-titled? And then Patty wants FB, the first CD. FB, the first CD. FB. FB, did you mean GB? I'm not for sure, maybe there. And then that's pending. All right, I'm going to go take this stack of sold into the room. We got a heck of a stack here of sold CDs I need to put away. So let me go do that right now. Another big stack. We might surpass tomorrow's record. Or today's or yesterday's. I'm back. I'm running out of space in there. Y'all should see that operations room. I need to go take pictures and just look at how much stuff we've sold and so y'all can see it. All right, so next is all 3 Garth Brooks are sold to Leslie. Moving right along. Moving right along. Rusted Root. Rusted Root. Oh no, it's Rush Chronicles for $6.99. Rush. Patti Smith, Dream of Life, Robbie Robertson, Classic Masters, and Roachford. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. Hey, I found the Laughing Clowns. I forgot this stack here. Laughing Clowns, Ghost of an Ideal Wife. There you go, Chris. There it is, Laughing Clowns. I just found it. And the reason I found it because I forgot about this stack over here. All right. Next, if Facebook never cut off, you go to 5 a.m. I know. I'm glad it kind of does, or I would be a dead man every day. Mike Monroy got Rush, Ronnie Ritchie 2nd, Michael Ruttman 3rd, Burt Jordan 4th, Susie 5th, Arnold 6th, Patrick 7. And Chris gets Laughing Clowns. Wow, so there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 claims for Rush. And we still got Rusted Ruth, Patti Smith, Robbie Robertson, and Roachford. Let's grab another handful. And the next handful I have is the following. Coming at you right now, without further ado. How about Maria Callas at Juilliard, the Master Classes? Some kind of classical record there. Bobby Caldwell, Time Wine, the anthology. Bobby Caldwell, Stuck on You. Bobby Caldwell, that's a classic there. How about Billy Joe and Nora? Billy Joe Armstrong and Nora Jones. Jimmy Buffett Encores. The Byrds, Dr. Byrds and Mr. Hyde. Body and Soul, we had a bunch of those last night. There's the rest of the set. I think you bought the other 2, Donna. There's the rest of the Time Life set. Also, we have Chris Isaac, San Francisco Days. Nice, Chris Isaac. Those are all $6.99. So that stack was the following. We had Maria Callas, Bobby Caldwell, Billy Joe. Jimmy Buffett is sold first to Burt Jordan. Buffett is sold to Burt Jordan. And then Donna on Body and Soul, and I'm assuming on all 3. Yep, those are sold to Donna Turner. And then Sherry next on Jimmy Buffett. Adam Bernardi got the Nora Jones with Billy Joe Armstrong. Ronnie Ritchie on Chris Isaac, then Donna Turner, then Leslie Holt. Nice. Next handful coming at you right now. I know this one very well. The Dave Matthews Band, Remember Two Things. Also, we have Dada Puzzle. Dada Puzzle. Also, Lone Justice, Shelter. This looks like the Mavericks. It is. And then here is Joe Henry, Fireman's Wedding. Also, Joe Henry, Kindness of the World. And Sinead Lohan, No Mermaid. Also, we have Into Paradise, self-titled. Those are all $6.99. So first, Dave Matthews Band, that's sold to Leslie. And that also leaves Dada Puzzle, Lone Justice, Shelter, The Mavericks, Joe Henry, another Joe Henry, and then Sinead Lohan and Into Paradise. Those are all $6.99. allergies are starting to kick in. These things, some of these are a little dusty. Also, we have Patti Smith Group, Gone Again. The Henry's, Porrito Angel, nice. REM Green. The Smiths, nice. Hatful of Hollow. REM Rumors, nice again. How about Spell by Mississippi, or Mississippi by Spell? Carolina Spence, Somehow. Spin Doctors, just go ahead. Now a retrospective, a greatest hits. This looks interesting. The Guild of Temporal Adventures, Kendra Smith. Kendra Smith, that's $6.99. Leslie on SL, and that was Sinead Lohan. That's sold to Leslie Smith. And then Useless Eaters on SM, and SM was for, is that for the Smiths, Useless Eaters? Let me know if that's right. If you just joined us, we're doing $6.99 CDs. It's almost 1 a.m. Central Time, and we're selling the fire out of some compact disc. And then Jim B on Kendra Smith. That was sold, and I'm going to confirm Useless Eaters did want the Smiths, and he said yes. All right, so that leaves Spin Doctors, Caroline Spence, Spell, REM, the Henrys, and Patti Smith. Those are all available. I'm going to move those right there. I feel like that's blocking the camera, but y'all can still see what I'm showing, right? How about I just go ahead and take this older stack over here to the tub. Whoa, those things really just shifted on me. That was almost disaster. We figured it out, though. I caught them mid-stride. I think we'll be able to finish a tub tonight. I think we'll be able to finish this whole tub tonight. We're at the bottom, and I'm peeling back layers. Let's grab a new handful. We'll definitely be able to finish it tonight, and probably do maybe a little bit of a recap. We have first, so far, the 11ers collection. The what? The 11ers collection. The 11ers collection. It's a Beautiful Day. That's a classic album. Also, the Heartthrobs, Jubilee Twist, the Heartthrobs. Horse Lips, The Unforgettable Cup of Tea, the Horse Lips. Horse Lips, The Tane. Horse Lips, Drive the Cold Winter Away. Hope of the States, The Lost Riots. Hootie and the Blowfish, Cracked Rear View. Hoodoo Gurus, Miss Free Love 69. Honey Dogs, Here's Luck. And Nice, a Hollies double pack anniversary collection. A double pack Hollies with book. These double packs are always good. Wow, look at all the track. It's 3 CDs. 3 CDs, 38, 57 tracks. 57 tracks on the Hollies. $6. The 2 REMs were Murmur and Green. Murmur and Green on REM. Murmur and Green. Those are still available. And then this stack here has the following. HL was claimed first, and HL was Horse Lips. Is that right? He wants all of them. So 1, 2, 3 Horse Lips sold to Mike Oppenshaw. And that leaves the Hollies. That also leaves Honey Dogs, Hoodoo Gurus, Hootie, Lost Rights, the Heartthrobs, It's a Beautiful Day, and that bizarre looking compilation there. I'm trying to figure out what that is still. And then REM is sold to Leslie and Leslie. Thank you on those. Moving right along. I was waiting for somebody to claim the Hollies. Thank goodness. And there it is. And it's sold. It was Eileen IVRs, not 11ers. Okay, thank you. I was trying to figure out what that said. Let's bring that back. That was a... I was like, what's the 11ers? Eileen IVRs. It's spelled like Ivor, like I always call it Bon Ivor, but evidently it's Bon IVRs. I don't think there's no relation there. And then Hootie, Cracked Review, Darius Rutger, that is sold to Leslie Holt. Moving right along. Another handful. Let's see what we got here. Let me grab these that's kind of loose down here that's not in a row anymore. And nice. Here we go. First thing is Chris Isaac, Forever Blue. Wow. This looks valuable. Iron Maiden, Ed Hunter. A double album Maiden top 20 of all time plus Ed Hunter PC ROM game. Wow. An Iron Maiden CD and video game. I just messed up right then. Are you kidding me? It's an Iron Maiden video game and CD. Also, we have La Something La de Heavenly. What does this say? Heavenly. Heavenly. The Constant, I Blame Loco, The House of Love, Ruby, the Rabbit Foot, and Elvis Today, the Legacy Collection. Wow, that looks like that's going to be a great price too. All right, so the first thing we had was Ronnie Ritchie on CI for Chris Isaac. And then Greg Herman got the Iron Maiden. I'm just curious what this thing goes for. I'm going to scan it right quick on Discogs. I have never seen this before. And I have sold thousands of Iron Maiden items. I've never seen this. I'm just curious what it sells for right quick. It could be $5, $100, $1,000. I don't know. The last one sold for $38.30, and then $16, and then $17, and then $13. So you got a great deal on it, but I wouldn't have been surprised if this thing sold for like $100. I've never seen that before. So pretty good deal there. Thank you, Greg Herman. That sold to you for $6.99. And then after that was Jim B, and then John Darden. Donna next on Chris. Donna next on Chris Isaac. Chris Ridling's next on Iron Maiden, and then Burt Jordan. Leslie next on Chris Isaac. Mike next on Iron Maiden. Vicky next on Iron Maiden. Javi next on Chris Isaac. Michael Ruttman next on Iron Maiden. And then Burt Jordan is first on Elvis Presley, then John Darden, and then Mike Monroy, then Leslie, then Jim B, and then Regina Tabor. So that stack just left Heavenly, I Blame Loco, The Constant, Fontana, and Ruby the Rabbit Foot. Those are all still available for $6.99. Moving right along. I need to show that tomorrow during a metal night and be like, has any metalheads ever seen this before? First time I've ever seen that. It's a CD and video game in one. Pulp Trino, the gift recordings. We have the stunning Tightrope. What a bizarre packaging this is. Dirty 3, Sad and Dangerous. It has like a rope around it. Poon Village. Dirty 3, Sad and Dangerous. Dirty 3, Horse Stories. Chasing the Ghost, Amy LaVere and Shannon McAnally. Eric Matthews, The Lateness of the Hour. Sub Pop, Not for Sale. That looks good. Hope Blister, Smiles Okay. Hub, The Icicle Works, The Best Of. And there's another Jada or IDA. I think that's supposed to be a J. I Know About You. Those are all $6.99. First is D3, and that was the Dirty 3. And then Jim B, let me know if you want Sad and Dangerous or Horse Stories. And the one with the video game, that was Iron Maiden here. It was called Iron Maiden Ed Hunter. A double album Maiden's top 20 of all time plus Ed Hunter PC CD-ROM video game. And it looks really cool. It's got the graphics and stuff inside of it. I've just never heard of, seen about that. I didn't know Iron Maiden had a video game. They're kind of like Kiss and all these other big bands. Iron Maiden's one of the best marketed bands of all time. Their merch is insane. They kind of remind me of like Metallica. They're up there with Metallica, and I mean, they're not quite the level as Kiss, but they're up there. They're definitely up there. Jim B gets Sad and Dangerous. That's so to Jim B. Regina wants the one with the horse on it. I think she wants that one right there. All right, let's grab another handful. Next thing we have is $6.99. We have Inspiral Carpets, Revenge of the Goldfish. Also, Hunters and Collectors. Also, we have a house, Wide-Eyed and Ignorant. This is the Black Watch, 7 roller coasters. Nice. John Denver, the Rocky Mountain Collection, double pack. Double pack John Denver, very nice condition. Also, we have Dirty 3 again, Whatever You Love, You Are. Maiden is long gone. Yeah, Maiden is long gone. There was actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and now 10 claims on Iron Maiden. There was 10 claims on Iron Maiden. Yeah, it's long gone. Chris Ridlings gets John Denver, and then Arnold, and then Leslie. All right, and with that double pack, I got to take the sold stack around the corner. So let me go get the sold stack put away around the corner. Let me go put these away around the corner over here because I am running out of room. Yeah, we've almost sold. I know there's a lot of more leftovers tonight, but we've almost sold as much as we did last night because we've went through the whole tub. or we're about to go through the whole tub. And I'm going to move these over here. What's on the bottom there? All right, let's grab another handful. The Peabo Bryson Collection, Brownstones and Moonlight, a celebration of Black Music Month. Nice. Brownstone, still climbing. The Stone Roses, nice again, turns into stone. This is a great one here, the Stone Roses. And then Patti Smith, Peace and Noise. Chris, that CD's already sold. Jim B's already bought that. Jim B has already bought that. Jim B's already bought that. And then did the Sub Pop sale. No, that was right here. That was, what was the Sub Pop? What have I done with that one? That was Eric Matthews, The Lateness of the Hour, release date, August 26, 1997. Not for sale, Surrender on Demand. Surrender on Demand. I will surrender it to you, Jim B, for $6.99. All right. First in this stack was Donna Turner on Brownstone. That sold to Donna, and I'm assuming still climbing. And then John Darden on SR. Your pick, John, on the Two Stone Roses. And then Peabo Bryson also sold to Donna. So that left Patti Smith, Brownstones, and Moonlight. And the Two Stone Roses are pending. Okay, let me move those right there. And these are what's pending. Next handful. Coming at you right now. We have Ivy, Apartment Life. We have Aileen IVRs and Immigrant Soul. Zach Brown Band, You Get What You Give. Zach Brown Band. Nice. James Brown, Foundations of Funk, a brand new bag. Nice collection in slipcase. James Brown. CBGB soundtrack. CBGB soundtrack. Mariah Carey, The Emancipation of Mimi. Tony Braxton, Secrets. And Tony Braxton, a promo. It says not for sale. Tony Braxton promo. Okay, next is John Darden, wants both Stone Roses. Donna says tracks for BMM. BMM was the Brownstones and Moonlight. Is that what you want the tracks on, Donna? And then Burt Jordan first on Zach Brown. Zach Brown is sold to Burt Jordan. Shakedown on JB for James Brown. Then John Durden. Then Leslie on Zach Brown. And then Burt Jordan on James Brown. Then Donna on James Brown. And Jim B on James Brown. And Ronnie on James Brown. And then John Durden got CBGB. And then Michael Butler next on CBGB. Then Mike Oppenshaw on CBGB. And then both Tony Braxton. Yeah, the Black History Month CD. That was Tom Scott, Read My Lips, featuring Grover Washington Jr., Glide, Tony Reme, David Benoit, Russ Freeman, After Love Has Gone, featuring Phil Perry and Vesta, George Howard, Only Human, Lee Ritenour, Waiting in Vain, featuring Maxie Priest, Philip Bent, The World is a Ghetto, The Crusaders, Shake Dance, single version, Carl Anderson, God's Gift to the World, Patty Austin, Broken Dreams, Omar Hakim, Take My Heart, B.B. King, The Thrill Is Gone, and Ramsey Lewis, That Old Bach Magic. $6.99 on that. Susie, how much time do we have left? Donna says she'll take it. Great. Okay. And now we have another handful. Never shown here. Next is Garrison Starr, 18 Over Me. Also, we have Into Paradise, Churchtown. The Best of Nick Lowe. Star Sailor, Love Is Here. Red House Painters, Ocean Beach. Diane Izzo, 1. Paul Heaton and Jaqua Abbott, Wisdom, Laughter, and Lines. My Long Distance by Ivy and Ivy Realistic. We have a challenge and a putback. Chris Ridling says he needs to put back the John Denver 2 CD set. And Leslie Holt was next on that one. No, actually Arnold Adams was. No, Chris Ridling's was. Chris Ridling's was next on John Denver. So Chris, if you're still watching, you're going to get the John Denver set. I hope Chris Arnold's still watching. If not, then he's going to get on his invoice and then say, actually, I don't want that. And then we're going to have to put it back. Then we're going to have to sell it 3 weeks later. So hopefully he's still watching and he can say, yes, he wants it. So that's so to him. And then Leslie's actually next. Okay, and then John Darden throws the challenge flag on James Brown. James Brown was sold to Shakedown. He was first. And then you were second. Shakedown definitely got James Brown. And then Adam Bernardi gets B&M. And B&M for Adam Bernardi was Brownstones and Moonlight. That's already sold to Donna. And then Jim B on RH. Red House. Red House, Jim B, Red House Painters. That's sold to you. Michael Butler on NL. And that was Nick Lowe, right? Nick Lowe. Where is that? I just had it in my hand, didn't I? Yeah, the best of Nick Lowe right here. And then RHP, Nicholas, it's already sold. And then Arnold Adams, are you watching? Do you want the John Denver? We might just give it to Leslie if Arnold's still not watching. Okay. That tub has been gone through. Maybe I should go get another one, eh? No? Yes? Start it tomorrow? Or should we show CDs for 30 more minutes? I have a feeling y'all are going to say, yes, please show more CDs. I think I know where a box is that's close to me that I don't have to go as far, that it's never been gone through. Let me look right around here in the corner. But we have actually went through a whole tub tonight. A lot of no claims, a lot more deeper unknown stuff to me, probably for y'all too. And let's go right around here and see if I can find this other box I'm talking about. Where is it? There's a great box around here somewhere, or box or bin, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, here's a whole crate full. I mean, we got to show them eventually. I don't know if it's what I'm looking for, but we'll try them, you know. There are 0 leftover auctions. Tonight was a clean out, drop out. Heck of a show tonight. All right, first is going to be U2 Octung Baby. We have, never mind, yes, let's see, CD Morrissey, yes, let's see, started tonight, leftover Tubbs, yes, Arnold wants John Denver. Arnold did want John Denver. That didn't pop up on Restream. Arnold, are you out there? Your comment didn't pop up on Restream, so let's leave the John Denver with Arnold. He says he does want it. His comment never did come through on Restream, though. All right, let's get started. U2 Octung Baby right there on top. He does want it, okay. U2 Octung Baby. Mission Impossible. Soundtrack, theme from Mission Impossible. Adam Clayton and Larry Mullen. As in Larry Mullen and Adam Clayton of U2. U2, All That You Can't Leave Behind. U2, No Line on the Horizon. U2, How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb. U2, The Best of U2. Urban Nights 2, Ramsey Lewis, Gerald Albright. Keith Urban's Greatest Hits. Shania Twain, Up. Shania Twain's Greatest Hits. Shawshell Haunted by Real Life. Those are all $6.99. That was a pretty good stack there. So this is Shawshell Haunted by Real Life, Shania Twain, Keith Urban, Urban Nights, U2, Mission Impossible with members of U2, and more U2. Donna put UK. Did you mean KU? No, she meant UK, Urban Nights. And then Keith Urban is sold to Leslie Holt. Moving right along. There's all those U2s, including the best of. And Octung Baby, even better than the real thing. Let's move right along. More $6.99 CDs. Vanessa Williams, Greatest Hits. Hope Glory, Ann Wilson from Heart. Stevie Wonder's Greatest Hits 2, an amazing compilation. It has Signed, Sealed, Delivered, Traveling Man, We Can Work It Out, My Sherry Moore, The Wilsons, as in Ann and Nancy Wilson of Heart. Wind Machine, Change of Face. This is Kip Winger, as in from the band Winger. George Winston, Summer, and George Winston's Forest. Nice. So George Winston, Kip Winger, Change of Face, The Wilson, Stevie Wonder, Ann Wilson, and Vanessa Williams. Those are all $6.99. Moving right along. Next thing I have here is Dwight Yoakam, Just Looking for a Hit. That's essentially his greatest hits. Denise Williams, From the Beginning. Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys. Brian Wilson, Imagination, and another Nancy Wilson. The first is Leslie on Ann Wilson. That's the first Ann Wilson I showed right here. That's sold to Leslie for $6.99. Donna got Stevie Wonder. That's sold to Donna for $6.99. Donna wants both George Winstons, And then Leslie first on Dwight Yoakam. And Denise Williams is sold to Donna Turner. Those are all sold. Jason, somebody just asked that. Everything tonight sold. There are no leftover auctions tonight. It was a clean-out, drag-out. We sold 8 crates plus miscellaneous, 45s, box sets. It's been a heck of a drag-out, knockout tonight. Nancy Wilson sold to Adam Bernardi. So I still got the Brian Wilsons, the Kip Winger. There's the Wilsons and Vanessa Williams. Those are all still available. I'm liking this crate. I am liking this crate. What does this say? Oh, okay. These are probably some good ones. This said, could not find these on Discogs. That's a good sign. Twinkle, Rock and Roll Radio. Fleetwood Mac, self-titled. Fold Zandura. Aretha Franklin, Spirit in the Dark. David Garfield and the Cats, I Am the Cat Man. That looks weird. Helen Forrest, original radio transcripts. Nora German, Little Dripper. And it's been autographed. Nora German, Little Dipper, that is. And then Giant 3. Those are all sold for $6.99. What Nancy Wilson was that? The one that I sold you? The one I sold you is called Love Nancy. Love Nancy. Burt Jordan is first on Fleetwood Mac. That's sold to Burt Jordan. Adam Bernardi on Aretha. That was Spirit in the Dark. Can I see FZ? FZ was for Fold Zandora. Fold Zandora. Wow, that's a weird looking CD. Self-titled. Chris Ridling's on Nora. That was the one that was autographed. Leslie next on Aretha Franklin. And all those are still available. Moving right along. Next. Something completely Japanese. It's a Japanese artist from Japan, all in Japanese. Tom Yankton, American Dive Bar. It's signed with a guitar pick. Tom Yankton. Zapp and Roger, all the great hits. Jessica Williams, Nothing But the Truth. Jimmy Witherspoon, Evening Blues. Couldn't find these on Discogs. This was there's another Norman German. This was a handful my cousin went home and tried to look up for me. Norma Germain. I've been saying German. Erasure, Pop 20 Hits. That's like a greatest hits. The Fairfield 4. King Records, Rare and Hot R&B Sampler. Blue Collar Suicide. Some of these may be local. And Josh Gibson, the hits. Robert Warner wants the all-Japanese one. That is sold to Robert Warner. John Durden got Zapp. Zapp is sold to John Durden. And then next, Leslie on the U2s, You Can. Michael Butler on JW, Jimmy Witherspoon. And then Burt Jordan next on Zapp. Chris Ridling's on the Norma Germain again. That's sold to Chris Ridling's. Leslie on E. And E was for Erasure. And then John Durden and Donna on the King compilation. A lot of 22 tracks on that. Nice. So that left John Gibson, Blue Collar Suicide, the Fairfield, Jessica Williams, and the Tom Yankton. The U2s that are still available are... Where are those? Right here? Yeah. The U2s that are still available are This is actually Adam Clayton and Larry Mullen, who's the drummer and the bass player from U2. They're doing the soundtrack to Mission Impossible. U2 Octung Baby, U2 All That You Can't Leave Behind, No Line on the Horizon, How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb, and the best of U2. Fairfield or Mayfield 4. It is the Fairfield 4, Wrecking the House live at Mount Hope. Enhanced CD-ROM included. Moving right along. That top layer of this crate is done. Oh man, I see some good ones right over here. All right. Next is Patrick Zimmerali, 12 Sacred Dances. Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe. ZZ Top DeGuelo. ZZ Top Afterburner. Yellow Jackets, that is Run for Your Life. Yellow Jackets Dreamland. Josh Turner, Long Black Train. Chris Young, It Must Be Christmas. A last Chance for 1,000 Years, Dwight Yoakam's greatest hits of the 90s. Never seen that before. And Yes, Talk. Of course, that's pretty tough to get on vinyl. They just recently reissued it. All right, next is Mike Monroy. He got Rob Zombie, and that was Hellbilly Deluxe. Next is John Durden on ZZ Top. Let me know if you want DeGuelo or Afterburner, or you can have both. Useless Eaters on Rob Zombie. You're next. Bert was next on ZZ Top. And then Leslie wants all the U2 except Octung Baby. Nice. So Leslie gets all the U2s except Octung Baby. So let's put that, and then let's sell all these U2s. Do you even want, Leslie, do you want the Mission Impossible as well? Do you want the Mission Impossible or just the U2 albums? Now, let me pause there because that really, so I'm waiting for, and then when I get back, I will go ahead and figure that out. But since she just got all these U2s, let me take this stack in here because it's going to be very, very risky for me to stack any more on top of these. So let me go ahead and take these in here. I'm liking this crate. We might finish this and sell everything. All right. Time's working against me, though. Susie, where are we on time? Susie, where are we on time? So, the last thing was she does want Mission Impossible. Thank you. I mean, if you're going to collect U2, why not get them all, right? And then ZZ Top, John Durden wants DeGuelo only. Okay, and then the next comment then on ZZ Top was Bert Jordan. He wants both. So, Bert, you get ZZ Top Afterburner. And then Leslie got Dwight Yoakam. That's so to Leslie as well. Ronnie next on Rob Zombie. Mike Oppenshaw put IT. I bet that was for JT. And he did say JT, and that was for Josh Turner. So, sell that to him for $6.99. And then Michael next on Dwight Yoakam. And then Chris Ridlings wants to see Tom Yankton again. Tom Yankton was right here. Chris Ridlings, Tom Yankton is American Dive Bar. It's signed Jonathan. Thank you and God bless Tom Yankton, American Dive Bar. And then Vicky next on Dwight, then Arnold next on Dwight, then Susie next on Dwight. And there's 15 minutes left. We better get going. Nobody on Yes, you broke my heart. All right, let's grab another handful here. And, wow, we should have started with this crate. Holy moly, look at all these. All right, here comes a great stack. Hope everybody's ready. First thing we have here is Heat Seeker, the Worldwide Messenger Tribe, the Heart and Soul of Burt Burns, Dinah Ross and Supremes, 20 Greatest Hits, Roy Orbison, 16 Greatest Hits, Barry White, All-Time Greatest Hits, ZZ Top Greatest Hits, Stevie Wonder, music from the movie Jungle Fever. That looks interesting. It's in a protective sleeve. Modern Jazz, a GRP artist celebration of songs to the Beatles. Jazz artists doing Beatles tributes. The Impressionists, a Windham Hill sampler. More jazz. Classic Yes. How about Coram Deo and the Pressure of God? And Coram Deo 2, People of Praise. Next thing was Nicholas Wants to Fold Zendura CD. I still got that right here. This is sold to Nicholas Hollister for $6.99. Michael Butler said yes, and I bet that was for Yes Talk. Is that right, Mike Butler? Is that Yes for Yes? And then Michael Butler on Roy Orbison. That's sold to Michael Butler. Donna on BW, and BW was Barry White. And then Chris Riddlings wants the Yankton CD. That's so to Chris Riddlings. Thank you, Chris. That's so to you. Donna on Dinah Ross. Susie got ZZ Top's Greatest Hits. Adam Bernardi next on Dinah Ross. Sherry Darnell next on Barry Wright. Donna on the Jazz. Donna on the Jazz. And I'm assuming that was the Windhill sampler or the modern jazz with the Beatles covers, or both. Vicky next on ZZ, Leslie next on jazz, and Michael Butler said yes. And that might have been yes for classic yes, or yes answering the question about yes earlier. If you want yes times 2, I'll give you this one here. This is a compilation, of course. So that leaves Coram Dio, Stevie Wonder, Brett Burns, and Heat Seeger. And that's where we left off. And then we're going to figure out who gets these. Donna Turner gets both. Let me stack these a little bit better. Let's grab a new handful. This has turned out to be a really good crate. I can sell a lot in the next 10 minutes. We just got to stay laser focused and get the comments in and figure out who gets what and when and where. These are all looking really good. These are all $6.99. Bruce Springsteen's Greatest Hits. Vince Gill, I Still Believe in You. Vince Gill, Breath of Heaven. John Gibson, Forever Friends. Vince Gill, High Lonesome Sound. Peter Gabriel, that one's called Up. Marvin Gaye's 15 Greatest Hits. The Gad Gang, Here and There. Peter Gabriel, Shaking the Tree. Peter Gabriel, that's called Us. We sold that on vinyl tonight for $55. Another Marvin Gaye, Gold. And Genesis, Invisible Touch, a classic 80s album. Yes, that's also to Michael Butler. And now Bruce Springsteen, that is sold to Leslie Holt for $6.99. And now, Leslie, you got dibs on Vince Gill. Whichever ones you don't want, Leslie wants the other 3. Arnold next on Bruce Springsteen. And then Donna, you got 2 Marvin Gayes to pick from. We got 15 Greatest Hits and Marvin Gaye Gold. Marvin Gaye Gold's a 2 CD set, so that's also pinning to Donna. Leslie's first on Peter Gabriel. Leslie, you've got 3 Peter Gabriels to pick from. Why not just go ahead and get them all, right? Then Guy Shard next on Peter Gabriel. Donna wants both of the Marvin Gayes. And then it's also Leslie's holders on Vince Gill. She's got a lot to pick from. And that leaves Genesis, Invisible Touch, The Gad Gang, and John Gibson. We're going to take this craziness to the buzzer again tonight. Holy moly. And then we're going to get another crate lined up for tomorrow, and we're going to do this again. There's another great Genesis, We Can't Dance. How about Genesis Calling All Stations? There's another Fold Zandura, Nicholas. This is called Ultra Forever. David Foster, The Symphony Sessions. How about Four Top's Greatest Hits? And then Foreplay, Yes Please, Foreplay 4, Foreplay Excelsior, and Aretha Franklin's Greatest Hits from 1980 to 1994. So Sherry Darnell, you're going to get all 3 Vince Gills, and then Leslie Holt's going to get all 3 Peter Gabriels. Wow. And that stack left Aretha Franklin, Foreplay, 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 Four Tops is so to Donna Turner, and then David Foster, Fold Zandura, Genesis again, and Genesis again. There we have it. Donna on Foreplay. Now, Donna, there was 3 Foreplays. Excelsior, Foreplay 4, and Foreplay Yes Please. Then after that, Leslie Holt first on the Aretha Franklin Greatest Hits. And then Adam next on Four Tops, and Robin Glenn next on Four Tops. Those are pending to Donna. Hopefully she'll say all. That's the words I like to hear. All. All. Next stack is going up right now. God's Prophecy from Kirk Franklin's New Nation. Glenn Fry Live. Never seen that. Glenn Fry Classics. Tribute to Tradition. This is featuring the talents of Trace Atkins, Chet Atkins, Clint Black, Joe Diffie, Dixie Chicks. 2 rooms celebrating the songs of Elton John and Bernie Taupin. This is a compilation of tributes to Elton John by the Beach Boys and Bon Jovi and Kate Bush and Clapton and Joe Cocker and Phil Collins and more. Songs from the Loft. That's Amy Grant, Gary Chapin, Michael W. Smith, Susan Ashton, Wes Ashley Cleveland, and Streams. And that's available. Next thing we have, Donna gets all 3 of the Foreplays. 3 4s, so to Donna. Nicholas does want the Fold Zandura. Fold Zandura, so to Nicholas. And then Arnold Adams on CB. Arnold Adams on CB, and that was for what? And then Adam Bernardi got 2 rooms, and that means Leslie was next, and Robin gets Traditional. Salute to Tradition. That's so to Robin. And then Arnold, if you can let me know what CB was, let's go ahead and grab another handful. And the next handful is coming at you right now if I can grab a hold of them. It's going to break up a whole row. That's why I can't grab them good. There we go. All right, next is Gloria Estefan's Greatest Hits. Nice. Dan Fogelberg's Greatest Hits. That is very clean. Dan Fogelberg, High Country Snows. Nice. Foo Fighters, There's Nothing Left. Foo Fighters, Focus, Moving Waves. John Fogerty, Blue Moon Swap. John Fogerty, Center Field. Fiction Family and the Finn Brothers, Everyone Is Here. We just got a few moments left. We're going through the last of these CDs. Gloria Estefan, Dan Fogelberg, Foo Fighters, so did Mike Monroy. Next was Focus, John Fogerty, Fiction Family, and the Finn Brothers. And then Robin Glenn on GE. And GE was for something. Gloria Estefan, thank you. Now this stack here is really lofty. Let me go put them just right over here. I don't have time to walk around the corner. We're going to save some time. I'm just going to put this sold stack. Where should I put it? Oh, man, I don't have a flat surface around here. That's our saying here at Coletco. We never really have an open, free, flat space in this store. Everything gets covered with merchandise. It's pretty amazing. Mike Oppenshaw on IF, and that could have been for JF. Just let me know. And then Michael Butler gets Focus. That's one I don't see too often on compact disc. Focus, and Mike wants John Fogerty Center Field. Put me in, Coach Mike. Thank you. I think I've got 2 handfuls left here, or we'll at least try to get through them. And then we have Gloria Estefan's Greatest Hits 2. We have Eternal's Greatest Hits. The Firm, self-titled. Brian Ferry and Roxy Music's Greatest Hits. Fleetwood Mac, Say You Will. Fleetwood Mac, The Dance, a great live album. We have David Fitzgerald, Light Eternal. Ella Fitzgerald, The Cole Porter Songbook. I don't see that too often on CD, I guess. Fish, Sunsets on Empire. Enya, and that is called Amarantin, I think. And Jason Faulkner, Can You Still Feel? Jason Faulkner. Those are all $6.99 there. All right, and then quick read through on those. That was Jason Faulkner, Enya, Fish, Ella Fitzgerald, David Fitzgerald, Fleetwood Mac, Roxy Music, Brian Ferry, The Firm, Eternal, and Gloria Estefan. The next comment is Guy Shard. He got the Brian Ferry, and that was the Roxy Music. That sold to him for $6.99. Donna got the Ella Fitzgerald. That sold to Donna for $6.99. Leslie got Fleetwood Mac Live, The Dance. That is sold to Leslie. Did I already pull Enya? I haven't. Hold on a second. Let me redo that right quick. Guy Shard got Brian Ferry. Donna got Ella Fitzgerald. And then Robin Glenn on GE. And then Robin, GE was for something. Gloria Estefan. That's so to Robin. And then John Durden got Enya. Okay. And then Leslie got Fleetwood Mac Live. Ronnie next on Ella. Guy next on Enya. And Shakedown gets the Fish. There you go. Now I got it right. Next is, we can finish them tonight. This whole crate. It's a crate, not a tub. The Worldwide Message Tribe Revived. We have Enigma, MCMXCAD. Enigma again, Sadness Part 1. Enya, self-titled. The Worldwide Message Tribe and Friends, Jumping in the House of God. Enya again, The Memory of Trees. Enya again, Shepherd Moons. The Best of Enya. That should have Orinoco Flow on it. That's a good one. Gloria Estefan, Into the Light, and Gloria Estefan. Those are all $6.99 there. Those are all $6.99. And the last in the crate are these right here. My Utmost for His Highest. Painted Blue, Songs of the Rolling Stones. This ain't no tribute. Interesting. And Leonard Skinner's Friends, which is Alabama. This is a tribute to Leonard Skinner from Winona Judd, Charlie Daniels, Sammy Kershaw, Alabama, Confederate Railroad, Steve Earle, and Hank Williams Jr. Has Facebook expired? If so, jump over to YouTube to get these the last ones. Jim B, you're first on Enigma. So Jim B, let me know if you want Sadness Part 1 or MCMXCAD. If so, those are yours for $6.99. No, Leslie was first. I wonder if Leslie's still here. Leslie was first on these. And then John Durden on Enya. boy, we ended. We ran out of time, and there was a bunch of Enyas. Are any of y'all still on Facebook, on YouTube? So Leslie was first on the Enigma. Hopefully she's hopped over to YouTube. Then John Durden was first on Enya. Then Jim B next on Enigma. Susie next on Enigma. Leslie did get her both comment in. She did. Leslie got her both comment in. So Leslie does take both of those. John Durden on Enigma. So he was next. Patrick Francis next on Fish. And these Enyas. I don't know if John Durden's still watching. He's going to have to let us know. And that's it. We made it. For those still watching on YouTube, we made it till the end pretty much. I mean, we did. This crate's empty. I can pick it up. I can pick it up. All right. And we'll wait. We'll see if John Durden gets over here on Facebook. If not, we'll give Enyas to any of the backups. Mike Monroy on Foo Fighters Putback. Foo Fighters Putback. Okay, so does anybody want to buy that right now? I don't think there was anybody backup. Does anybody want to buy Foo Fighters? That's being put back. Luckily, I still had it over here. While we're waiting, maybe some people to jump over to YouTube to see if there's any stragglers or people want to add something. I'm going to go ahead and take this other stack of sold CDs in here. Let me do that right now. I got to work on my email account. My email account is full and I can't get emails. Okay. Now, so Skinnerd Friends, Patrick Francis can go ahead and get that. Skinnerd Friends. Skinnerd Friends, that is right here. Patrick Francis. Grog says, I'll take the Foo Fighters. John Durden, okay, he's back. He says, I'm still on Enya or Enigma. You were second or third on Enigma, but you have current pick on Enyas. And the Enyas are Best of Enya, Shepherd Moons, The Memory of Trees, or Enya Self-Titled. So Liquid Mice, your pick on those. Grog also wants the Firm Self-Titled. Let me find that right quick. The Firm Self-Titled, I remember that. And we still have it. Let me try to find it right quick. The Firm Self-Titled. I know we still have it. There's Octung, Keep Winger, The Firm. Where are you, Firm? Was that in this handful? Let's see. All right, so John Durden gets all four Enyas. And then Grog needs the Firm. Might be good at stop and do a part two, not cut off. Oh, yeah, I know. Check any interrupters. Let me think on that. And then Grog gets this. Grog gets the Stones Blue. Well, let me figure out what the heck happened to that Firm. How long ago was that? Could have been over here. Finn Brothers, Folk, Fry, Genesis. I bet it's here. Yeah. Dang it. Right here in front of me. This is so DeGrog. Okay. Yeah, what we might start doing, if I know I have more great CDs on deck, that's a great idea. We probably need to pause whenever I'm going to do CDs. Because if we can keep doing this for another hour and sell this many, then I probably need to keep going. But also, if we try and I keep showing great CDs and it falls off, then I almost feel like we're wasting time. I kind of like doing 8 hours. Maybe I just need to try to be here at 5 o'clock. The key would be to start at 5 o'clock. That way I can get all my records in and we can do this. Because do y'all realize I need to show y'all my phone so y'all know what's coming up with CDs. I mean, we have enough CDs here for, it is incredible. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah, maybe Paul just needs to go live and show CDs on Sundays instead of records. I don't know if he wants to do that. Paul's not really a CD guy, you know. He's a vinyl guy, but I show whatever sells. Let me see what I've got here. Let me see. Did Tanner? I bet Tanner texted me those pictures. No. Man, I wish y'all could see the storage. What we have in storage. Oh, here they are. I got lucky scrolling through my 50,000 pictures. I got really lucky scrolling through my pictures. Look at that. And those are stacked 4 deep. And that's just part. That's what we call our CD wall. Now, that is currently buried. That is currently buried, but yeah, that's the CD wall. There's probably, what, 10,000 there? And they're great. Those are great titles. That's all great stuff. So yeah, we got plenty. This is how it usually looks. It's buried. This is kind of how it looks right now. It's buried. So when we move in a collection, it blocks it off. It's just a vicious cycle. About the time we can get to them, it gets blocked in. So yeah, we're done. The show is over. The show is over. So he will not flip through CDs as quick. I got to get Paul some caffeine on Sundays, huh? And then, Mike, I will check on the interrupters on vinyl. But, yeah, we need to stop there. What an amazing night. Thanks, everybody, for watching. I'll be back tomorrow for Thursday Metal Night. I'm expected a truckload of new vinyl. We'll do more CDs. And let's do this. Maybe we'll get our CD collectors on. Like Tanner said, he said, it's off to a good start. You'd better keep doing it. He said, you better not stop. He said, you better keep doing it like you used to with posters and just make sure everybody knows 11 o'clock CDs for the last couple hours. And maybe we can sell about 1,000 this week because we've probably sold 500. I bet we've sold 500 after tonight. So we're going to try to sell maybe 1,000 or more this week. So let's do it. That would be great. I need to sell 1,000 CDs. That would take a big chunk out. Thanks, everybody. Good night. The show's over. I'll be back tomorrow between 5 and 5:30. We'll get started again, and we'll do vinyl. And then I'll be there. I'm about to go eat, hopefully clean up the store, get ready for tomorrow, and then get 5-6 hours of sleep and do this all over again. So thank you. Good night. I'll see y'all tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Y'all are incredible customers. Y'all are the best customers in the world. I have to say that often. I got to say that often.